open border that have died in every war since we won the Second World War. That is why I tell you right now, the enemies are out there. I get it. I get it. Xi Jinping in China, the mullahs in Iran, Putin in the Kremlin, I get it. But the biggest threat we face are our fellow Americans who do not believe in America. We are living in a time that no civilization has ever survived. It is utterly perverse. As a guy who likes history, think of this. Can you imagine any regime, I don't care if it's an ancient empire, a city-state, a kingdom, any regime in history, any part of the world, that was run by people who hate the country they're running? It's perverse. Why would you run to be the president of a country you detest? Remember Obama said, we're moments away from fundamentally changing America. Do you want to fundamentally change something that you love? Try that with your wife, gentlemen. I love you, but I want to fundamentally change you. A little nip and a tuck here, a little, you know. Yeah, get back to me, how that works out. You don't want to fundamentally change something you love? And here's the sad thing, we're all concerned. I grew up under Maggie Thatcher. Maggie Thatcher's my heroine, right? I was in the UK, living in the time of Maggie, looking at Ronnie here, and I just, wow, this is conservatism for me. Call me a paleocon, right? OG conservatism. But today, it's not even about politics. Take away the letter R after your name. Let's not talk about the GOP. Oh, and by the way, can I just get a little bit political for a second? Will you let me? Can we be clear that my boss in 2015 won despite the GOP, not thanks to the GOP? Can we just, on the record, please? So, it's not about politics. It's not about R or D. The dividing line in America today is one thing. It's just one thing. Do you love America or do you hate it? Do you love America as the greatest nation on God's earth or do you hate it? I know you do, but what are you going to do to make sure we keep it? Yes. But what does fight mean? Come to CPAC, write a check for the local congressman? No, no. I'm deadly serious now. I'm going to leave you on this. If you are not running for local office, I don't care if it's the local library board. If you're not running for local office, you are helping the Democrats. End of story. End of story.
Wow.
If my wife, who hates politics, detests politics because she's sane, can come to me 2 years ago and say, love, I'm running for the local community center board. I said, you mean you're asking my permission, right? Because you've read St. Paul's letter, right, about wives and husbands. No, she said, oh, I've registered, I've got the signatures, I'm running. What? You're running? You hate politics. She said, oh yeah, I hate it. But when I saw them in the local library have a drag queen story out for kids,
wow,
I said, that's it. We're not having sexually explicit, perverse things for children. I'm running for the school board. If my wife, Katie Gorka, can do that, then what the hell are you doing to save America? All right, guys, get busy. God bless you. Let's make 24 the biggest victory in conservative history.
Yes.
Woo!
Good morning, everyone. You're watching Your Freedom Rising. We're watching CPAC 2023. This is day 2. Thanks for joining in. Got some good speakers coming up today. I believe Kash Patel and among some others are speaking at 9. So I'm thinking that's what they're setting up the stage for. I'd love to hear from Kash Patel. He's always good, always has some good information, good inside scoop on what's going on. And Kash Patel was a prosecutor, a federal prosecutor. So he has a lot of experience and information.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our...
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support. With everything going on right now, your rest is so important. That's why we're having the biggest MyPillow sale ever. Not only are my bed pillows as low as $19.98, but you can get the best body pillows ever. Regular $89.98, now only $29.98. Take your rest on the go with our Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows for only $14.98. And we have our new couch and accent pillows. They aren't just for looks.
In Fort Washington, Maryland.
Patented adjustable fill that gives you that
People Unite, so it is
comfort.
in the DC area again this time, which I heard them saying yesterday. It was nice to be back in the DC area. I know they hold it sometimes in Dallas. This one is in DC or DC area. It's at the Gaylord National Resort and Convention Center. Located at National Harbor in Prince George's County in the U.S. state of Maryland. It is a hotel and convention center, and the hotel is situated along the shores of the Potomac downriver from Washington, D.C. and across the river from Alexandria, Virginia. Awesome. Thanks for joining in, People Unite, and good morning to you.
Amanda Milius, and your moderator, host of Human Events Daily, Jack Posobiec.
Good morning, Mr. Comento. For sure, this is the time. Definitely. Thank you for coming in here and spreading the good vibes, man. Sending them right back at you.
All right. Shall we?
All right. Good morning, CPAC. Good morning, National Harbor. Good morning, Patriots. You know, it's early in the morning, but that's okay, because as Amanda said backstage, the clip doesn't know what time it is, so eventually at some point we'll be watching back later on this, but it's amazing to see everybody here. It's amazing to see everyone's smiling faces and Amanda. And it's great to see so many people here this morning, but I always say this when I speak at CPACs, I almost wish we didn't have to be here. You know what I mean? Because I wish we could just be living our lives. I wish we could be raising our families, being with our kids, going to church, Easter's coming up. I wish that we could be focusing on those things. But unfortunately, we are dealt with a situation in which we were all born into. We were born into a situation where we have an out-of-control government, an out-of-control administrative state, an out-of-control swamp, which we are currently within smelling distance of right now. I don't know if you guys smell that wafting over. No, that's not East Palestine. That's Washington, D.C.
Oh, gosh.
So I just wanted to kind of go down the line here and just top line, if you could pick, your one main priority, and we'll just kind of go in order as we're sitting here, for taking on the deep state, taking on the swamp, because I want to empower not just the politicians, not just the lawmakers, but the people, right? Because CPAC is all about power to the people. So Kash Patel, what can people do to get active in this fight?
Besides buy your book. Besides watch Plot Against the President.
Other than,
and listen to Pozo. So this is an amazing panel.
Get that out of the way.
And,
Buy the books, listen to the podcast.
The deep state is something that, like Jack was saying, not only did we wish we didn't have to do this. I wish we didn't have to address a deep state.
Yeah.
That's something that you're talking about in like tyrannical dictatorships. But in 2023 America, you have a two-tier system of justice that was created by the very people that were supposed to serve you and create an equal tier system of justice. I mean, Julie is the expert on how the January 6th defendants have been mistreated and how their due process rights have been violated. So the way that I think you crack the deep state is personnel. And it's not necessarily a fault of the last Trump administration because what did they do? They were never in politics. They came in and said, okay, you guys have been government 15, 20 years. We're supposed to be able to rely on you for being, whether it's Republican or Democrat, to do the national security mission, to do the America First mission, to put the interests of Americans first. And some of those people, a lot of them, unfortunately, we just got it wrong. So I think the bench, I want to highlight this. The bench exists. The people are there for every agency and department. And I got so motivated behind it that I wrote a book called Government Gangsters, which the deep state is actually trying to prevent the release of that manuscript. We're going to take them to court. It'll hopefully be out this spring. And you got to educate everyone. I list every single government gangster by agency and department. But the one thing Donald Trump taught me was don't just highlight the problem. What's the solution? How do we fix the FBI, DOJ, and the swamp and every other agency? And it starts with personnel and it ends with congressional oversight. And hopefully that's something that's ramping up.
And that means getting the right people in office who understand exactly what Cash is talking about. I want to see congressional candidates that have your book with notes and highlights and underlines and dog ears and everything. Some people think that's...
Not with the RNC we have now.
We'll talk about that. Julie Kelly, though. And by the way, congratulations to Julie Kelly because of your yeoman's work on the Jan 6 issue. Seriously, give it up for her. And I want people to understand that in the dark days, in Jan 7th, Jan 8th, Jan 9th, I'll tell you something. Everybody knows I'm on Twitter constantly. I didn't even tweet those days because I didn't know what was going on.
Right.
I went 3 days without tweeting.
Now that is a national emergency.
That's national emergency there. We didn't know what was happening. The censorship hammer was coming down. People were getting arrested left and right. And there was one person that stood up and said, what's going on is wrong, and that was Julie Kelly. And just this week, Rasmussen just dropped a new poll that said 61%, not of Republicans, but of all voters believe that January 6th was likely provoked and instigated by federal agents. 61%.
Yeah, for sure.
Julie, how did you do it?
Well, first of all, Jack has been a friend of mine since the very beginning, even before January 6th, and I would not have any sort of platform on Twitter to share my work without you. So I want to thank you so much for your friendship for years. Also, I would not be able to write about January 6th or cover it if it wasn't for following Cash, Devin Nunes, and a small team of courageous warriors who took on not just the swamp in the Democratic Party, but 90% of the Republicans to uncover the biggest scandal in American history, which was Russiagate. And what they tried to do and are still trying, is to destroy them. But because I had a basis of covering that, it helped with my learning curve on what to cover for January 6th. And then, of course, the plot against the president, the documentary that Amanda, if you haven't watched it, please watch it because, these are the people who saw this first and fought it first. But unfortunately, what started in 2016 with Crossfire Hurricane has only accelerated. And when the DOJ decided and FBI to go after Donald Trump, his closest campaign associates, people like Carter Page, and everyone was like, who cares about Carter Page? Who cares about Paul Manafort? Who cares about Trump or his family? It was literally, 5 years later, less than 5, that they took that weaponization and they aimed it at half of the country because no one paid a price. No one still has paid a price for Russiagate.
Right.
And so they took their cues, they've accelerated the national security state, the intelligence apparatus, and more importantly, law enforcement against Americans. We now have nearly 1,000 people who've been charged related to their involvement in January 6th.
Wow.
Criminal charges that are mostly low-level misdemeanors
Yeah.
that nonetheless have destroyed their lives,
Right.
ruined their families, bankrupted them, and alienated them from their own communities because they are considered domestic terrorists. That number will double, according to Matthew Graves, the DC U.S. attorney, who is handling all of the prosecutions. They want, now think about this,
Wow.
the former prosecutor. They want 2,000 total arrests. Since when do you put a number,
a quota,
on an investigation?
Wow.
But they're so flagrant, brazen about it, and the real villains here are the judges on the DC District Court. None of this happens without the judicial imprimatur, and we're talking Trump-appointed lawyers, Obama, Clinton, down to Reagan, if you can believe it. They've acted as nothing more than a rubber stamp. This is a huge, massive travesty of justice. It's hard to unwind, but to Jack's point, the poll that came out this week, when you have 61% of Americans who believe that feds were involved, which of course we know that they were, but also 80% of Americans want the January 6th, the secret tapes, the unreleased, unseen videos released to the public. Little victories. We'll take little victories. So thank you all, and thanks, Jack, for the question.
Okay, so Amanda, now we were joking, I think, before we came on the panel today.
Were we?
We were talking. Was it a joke or was it serious? I don't know. We were guessing which one of us would say something that gets this panel canceled first.
And we bet, we have
bet
a
it was
bet.
definitely Amanda.
Yeah.
Definitely Amanda.
No doubt.
So
I'm ready.
When it comes to this, so Amanda, you had a tweet recently.
Oh, no.
Where you said, if I can, and I'll paraphrase.
I'm playing a character.
That when Donald J. Trump is reelected president of the United States.
Yeah. For the third time.
2024. Right, and that's the old Reagan line about recession, depression, recovery. That the first thing that the personnel should be made to do when they're appointed in the administration is walk into one of these federal bureaucracies and then just fire every single person in the room to their face.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Like I specifically said.
I have a list, by the way.
It has to be like a gang where you have to prove that you'll do it. So you can't get to choose what agency or what. You just have to walk into a room full of other human beings, all bureaucrats, and deliver them their pink slips, which will be done
Serve
by
'em.
Schedule F.
Yes.
Which
is with Schedule F.
I talk about Schedule F all the time. I'm like a total nerd, but it is the one way that our administration finally figured out how to fire entrenched bureaucrats. Because as both of you guys have said, personnel is the problem. That's why we have the corruption at DOJ. That's why we have the corruption in every single agency down to the FEC, the SEC, everything down to the EPA. I mean, there is no such thing as a non-corrupt agency. I mean, what?
Wait, but Amanda, the EPA,
Energy came out with the reality on COVID. But yeah, so that's the idea. So okay, if there is the next Trump administration, the way what you have to do when you come in is you fire an entire room full of bureaucrats. And then if you can actually fire enough people that you close a bureau, everyone is awarded with a single tattoo on their face.
Like the guys down in El Salvador.
Like and so everyone, when you see somebody coming with like several, you're like, oh my God. Like
you're going to have to get a whole barrel full of ink when I walk in. Because I'm going to walk in. I'm going to walk in. I'm like, why do we have 16 intel agencies? This one's gone, this one's gone, this one's gone.
No, I mean, it's true. And all I got when I was in State Department for basically ridding us of the duplicative bureau that I was put in charge of as the head political. It's gone now. I'm like the only person that was willing to kill my own fiefdom. And for that, I got the threat of being fired every week.
Yes.
And my boss and I would go through the resumes. And I was like, they're going to try and fire me again. But yeah, I mean, we need to change that. Personnel is policy, and I think we all know now that personnel is the most important thing in an administration, and also a strong Congress. I'm going to get off this hobby horse in a second, but on the administrative state, none of this would be possible if Congress did its job.
Yes.
It's supposed to be the one that writes laws and legislates, but what we have is law by administration. And that's not an accident. The administrative administrative state was built on purpose, which means it can be unbuilt on purpose. That's the thing that I want to tell conservatives, because they frequently act like it's this sort of mysterious growth of DC that just happened over the years.
I've always said that whenever and you guys will appreciate this, Cash, for sure, is that when you're walking around, and if you've ever done any work in the federal government, they have this phrase called the interagency. And whenever someone invokes the interagency, it's like, and I'm Catholic, so it's like invoking the Pope. But the interagency, the interagency, yes. The interagency said, the interagency consensus, on Russia, on Ukraine, on China, on the laptop, on Russia, on everything. The interagency, God bless the interagency, order pro nobis.
What is it? But
You never know what it is, but it is the thing that is actually considered in charge.
Junior people. That's the other funny thing, is it's never actually like, the Secretary of State or like the Secretary of Defense or like anything like that. It's usually just like these minions' careers being thrown into NSC, making these decisions. I mean, Cash would certainly know.
Well, people like Eric Charamella, people like Alexander Vindman, people like Alexander Vindman's brother, who, by the way, excuse me, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who, by the way, I don't know if you guys, if you caught Human Events yesterday, we dropped a ton of receipts on Vindman. I got his entire pitch deck where Vindman and his brother have been going to the government of, you guessed it, Ukraine, shaking them down for up to $12 million in defense contracts because he started the war and now he's trying to profit off of the very same war that he started after a perfect phone call.
A perfect phone call.
That's the perfect example of guys, and whistleblowers are something that we need to talk about because there's a difference between fake whistleblowers, Charmella and the Vindmans and everybody else, who stood up a fraudulent impeachment and put this country through 2 episodes of turmoil, which was totally unnecessary, except the deep state wanted it to happen. The administrative state and the heads of these agencies, the Rod Rosensteins, the Bill Barrs, the Chris Wrays, the Haspels, the Espers of the world, wanted this to happen. They wanted this to happen against Donald Trump.
Right.
And like what always happens is we fight for the truth, it gets put out there, y'all listen, and then they move on to their next false narrative. But right now we have a critical movement in Congress that is another key piece of defeating the administrative state. We have brave whistleblowers from the FBI who are coming out and now showing us how the FBI is targeting based on political orientation and religious faith.
Come on.
2 things the Attorney General was asked about this past week under oath, and he basically lied when he said we don't do that, yet you have an FBI intelligence report that was rescinded by Chris Wray, the director of the FBI, because they literally took targeting warrant applications against people who went to church.
Wow.
This is the most fundamental violation of free speech. What you all need to do is get out there and help Congress understand the importance of these whistleblowers, and they must be protected. Under the prior administration, even though Charmella and Vindman and company were basically lying the entire time, they still receive whistleblower protection status. You know who got fired? The latest slew of FBI whistleblowers, Kyle Saravan, Steve Friend, and a couple of other folks who just have done amazing work, and we have to stand for
one thing, and I know we've talked about this before, but I'd love to see, whatever the organ is, whether it's the ACU or CPAC or RNC, whatever, a whistleblower fund that's actually able to be set up to help these people who come out and from these agencies, and by the way, not just in the agencies, but I'm also talking about the people that come forward to a good friend of mine, Mr. James O'Keefe. Whether you're in pharma or media or the entertainment complex or wherever you are, we need to set up a fund for patriot whistleblowers so that they can be taken care of. Because look, and I say this as a prior intelligence officer myself, who was part of the swamp, right? That when you're in there, you see this stuff going on. When Benghazi was going on, I remember, I said, this guy is lying. This president is just going on TV lying. We could see the videos. We could see everything. This is a terrorist attack, obviously. And he just went up and lied because there was an election in 6 weeks. Well, but when you start thinking about it, is, well, what about my family? What about the fact that I've got 5 years in, I've got 7 years in, I'm working towards my pension, I'm working towards this, and all that money really plays a role. And so these brave, courageous people that are coming forward realize that they're throwing that all away. They're throwing away their name, they're throwing away their reputation, they're throwing away not only their money, but their promise of future stability, economic stability for their families and for their kids. That's scary.
Potential prosecution.
And not even opening themselves up to all that.
Well, as we've seen with this DOJ, they will make up a charge.
They'll general
They will weaponize a statute like obstruction,
and I'll show you the crime.
obstruction of an official proceeding, which was a post-Enron felony that dealt with tampering with evidence that this DOJ has bastardized and now used to criminalize political dissent, which sounds okay, except it's a 20-year felony, and this DOJ has charged more than 300 January 6th defendants with this to leverage either plea deals or throw them in prison for years if they take a plea or... So, I mean, they can make up any law, any charge, and I'm sure this is what the whistleblowers are afraid of, justifiably so.
Anybody should be. I mean, we can see what they're doing. They're dusting off the old playbook that they started in the 90s when they were doing things like Waco, Ruby Ridge, et cetera, when they decided to make Americans the terrorists. Like, I said this like the day before January 6th. I can't believe it. I was on some podcast. Actually, I was on, with Josh LaCash. And I said, like, the only thing about me and my friends hollering so hard about, like, get out of Afghanistan, like, no more pointless wars, like, blah, 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 is I was like, what are they going to do with all that money, power, and Raytheon influence? And I'm like, oh, gosh, they're going to turn it inwards, aren't they?
And this is exactly what happened.
And that's what they're going to do. And they're going to keep making this domestic terrorist idea of anyone who owns a gun, of any ex-soldier, of a veteran, or of anybody who's ever sought medical treatment for the horrible things that we've put these people through in foreign lands, all of this stuff, everyone is going to be considered a potential, if you go to a political rally, you're going to be considered an American potential domestic terrorist.
Right.
We are absolutely all at risk of that. I mean, it's insane.
Wild.
The other thing that, I wish that, you know, like when you have your phone and when the new operating system comes out, you just kind of wake up and there's a new, you know, your phone, oh, we updated your operating system, it just comes out. I wish that I could take the conservative movement sometimes and just push a new operating system out. Because this, and I say that with love, And I've been coming to CPACs since Andrew Breitbart was on this stage, okay? Right? I remember him at the Omni Showroom with the tri-corner hat and the bullhorn screaming at Antifa, and I was standing up there, and I was just, you know, one of the little hobbits back then. And it's this mindset, and Andrew had this, where you have to go on offense. You have to actually confront these people. You have to take the fight to them. And I'm sick of thank you, but I'm sick of the whining and the crybaby act, and oh, they beat us, and oh, the media's lying about Trump, and oh, they're the hypocrisy, the double
Imagine if it happened on the other side.
Imagine if it happened on the other side. We know they're going to do this. We know they're going to act like this. So this week, I made a deep fake of Joe Biden that got a little bit of attention. Newsweek, Snopes, USA Today, they're very, very upset with me because what I did was I kind of dialed the calendar forward about a year, and I had Biden coming up and saying, in order to meet Russia's illegal occupation of Ukraine and China's blockade of Taiwan, I am now instituting the Selective Service Act. Anyone who turns 20 years old as of calendar year 2023, male, female, or other, will now be required to register for service with the United States military. And people lost their minds because I said where they're going, and I showed everyone. And so people were saying, well, how, you know, and I had people on the right who said, how could you do that? Why would you make something like this? And they said, and I said, first of all, we're trying to prevent World War III. Okay, we're trying to prevent the military industrial complex and Joe Biden from doing this. Yeah. But second of all, this is my best response. They said, well, could you imagine if someone did that to Trump? I said, oh, really?
You mean the media
You mean if the media might lie about Donald Trump? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. And this is what I'm saying is that conservatives have to stop being scared of the Washington Post writing you up,
Yeah.
the CNN writing you up, Jake Tapper writing you up, Snopes, Newsweek, Wikipedia, Google. Screw all of them.
Yeah.
They're going to do what they're going to do, but they have no power unless you give it to them.
I said
they
that
have
too.
No power.
I had this is the last of me, and then the two people who actually know what they're talking about should jump in. But the one thing I was able to do is there was an opportunity that was for some reason given to me. Somebody irresponsibly handed me access to the incoming freshmen to Congress. And joyously, I told them, the first thing you need to do is look at yourself in the mirror every day and call yourself a Nazi. Because you got to get used to hearing it, because that's what the press is going to say to you. So you better be used to like letting it roll off your back like nothing. Because that's what they're going to do to you. They're going to, whatever fits you. It may not be that. You know, they tend to avoid calling Jews Nazis, so I managed to avoid that.
This is what Breitbart said, though. They're going to call you a Nazi. They're going to call you the next Timothy McVeigh.
They're going to call you everything. So get used to it, and then guess what? You're immune to the press. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? They just disappear.
So you're right. Look, the media is, we're up here talking about the deep state, the administrative state. There is no deep state without the fake news mafia.
Yes.
None whatsoever.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
And that is the reason, in order to defeat one, you have to take on the other, which is what these folks have been talking about so brilliantly. But this one's going to sting. Check it out. Do you know who helped rig the last two presidential election cycles and a congressional election cycle? The deep state with their friends in big tech. Yeah, it does sting. I know a lot of people are on all those platforms. But if you come up to me and ask me what you can do to help defeat the deep state and ensure election integrity, how about we stop giving Zuckerberg our attention and our money? How about we turn off not just the CNNs of the world, but other news organizations who aren't reporting on America First values because they don't believe in Donald J. Trump? This is your mission.
Yeah.
The deep state in the media cannot exist if you don't turn them on. And they're right. You guys, everyone on this stage has been called some of the nastiest things on God's green earth.
Mostly by Amanda.
Yeah, mostly by Amanda. When I was running Russiagate, Adam Schiff, after he leaked to the media, he called me a genocidal dictator. Literally. Which is hilarious.
That's
because
awesome.
I'm the son of a guy who actually fled a genocidal dictator.
But you're kind.
But at that point, what they were saying is, that's right. And yeah, should it happen in America? No. Is it fun? Of course not. But if we don't band together against the media that is the bigger component of the deep state, it doesn't matter who the next president is and what personnel we put in. So the biggest lesson I can tell you guys is, unless you band together and take on the big techs of the world, who literally rigged the election in favor of Joe Biden with the Hunter Biden laptop, as we all know, that's exhibit number one. If you agree with any of that, then you have to make lifestyle choices for you and your family that advance the narrative that we're talking about up here today.
Amen.
Ready for me to get close to getting us thrown off?
Julie.
And the voting machines.
So, not all the solutions come out of Washington. If we wait for that, that's a mistake. In terms of what's happening with the DOJ and FBI related to January 6th or any political protesters, governors and attorney generals have a role as well. I would point to the lawsuit filed by Eric Schmidt, who's now in the Senate, thank God, the Missouri Attorney General, and Jeff Landry, the Attorney General of Louisiana. They filed a brilliant lawsuit against the administration based on the violation of their constituents' First Amendment rights. And what they revealed really helped bolster the Twitter files, because they forced Elvis Chan, how can I forget that name? Elvis Chan, who is basically a big tech advocate operative in the FBI's San Francisco field office, forced him, deposed him, and what he revealed really confirmed this collusion. Anyway, the lawsuit is genius. Republican governors, especially in states like Florida and Texas, who have the highest number of January 6 defendants, and Republican attorney generals can file similar suits, not just violation of 1A, Fourth Amendment rights, Sixth Amendment rights, Eighth Amendment rights. I mean, it's right there. So they have a role as well. So I would push you to also ask your governors, attorney generals, state legislatures. You have an oath of office. You are not subservient to the federal government. It's inimical to how our whole system is set up. So take your role, defend your constituents, take on the deep state yourself. And I think that that is a role that local, or at least state officials can play as well.
Just to ping off what you said about January 6th and what Cash was saying, when you see somebody in the movement or someone in your personal life, if someone's going in front of a school board and they're getting smeared, if someone is they're going after James O'Keefe now, if they're going after Stephen K. Bannon, they do every other week, Don Jr., whoever it is, go and support them.
Yeah.
Go and say, and that point, that's the time when when you see somebody walking to the fire, always support them. And I will say this, I don't know if she's here today, but something you can do while you're here at CPAC. I happened to run into her yesterday very briefly, and then I lost her, but I think she's walking around still. And Julie, you would know better than me, but Ashley Babbitt's mom is here at CPAC.
She's right there, Jack.
She's here?
Right there.
And and if you happen to run into her and she's into it, come on. Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
She knows more than any of us
Right.
what you can stand to lose in this.
Right.
Yes.
And if she'll have it, I would say just give her a hug. Just give her a hug. And ask how you can help.
And if I can say really quick, and I talked to Mickey in 2021, when I saw what the media, the reaction by the Democrats to what happened with Ashley, I think that was the first realization of the pure evil that we're up against.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it is contemptible, despicable, but on the flip side, the support that has been offered to Mickey and her family and other people.
The tragedy is, as horrific as that was, it wasn't the only tragedy of that day.
That's right.
Yeah. The narrative by the media was we were the insurrectionists because we stood up for due process and our conservative values when innocent people were actually being killed by law enforcement, by instigators in the undercover agent community and whatnot. And that'll all come out.
Yeah.
But I agree, the best place to leave it for me is there are many ways to help these folks. Whistleblowers, these tremendous families. We started a little movement called fightwithcash.com, and we've literally last year gave away $100,000 to active duty service members, whistleblowers, Jan 6 families, and we're going to keep going. I'm not saying you got to go there. I'm just saying if we can do it a little bit at a time. This year we want to give away $1 million. Come check us out. We are looking to help wherever we can, but the whole point is we're doing it together. It's not a one-man show. And that's how we help people like Ashley and her family and y'all here today. So these guys are some of the toughest people I have ever seen come out of D.C. So to be on a stage with them is an absolute blessing.
Thanks, Cash. You too.
Go ahead.
I just think, as I agree 100%, we all need to support the people that get besmirched by the media, need to support the people that have, and especially because, as you will see, there are defamation lawsuits that are about to start dropping, that have started dropping, that Daniel Bostic, who are going to actually be taking these media organizations to task and are going to win because they are being defamed.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, do that. Don't just sit there and accept it. Use the power at your hands, which is the tiny little bit of the legal system we have left, and use it.
We are just about out of time, and I'll end on this note. There's one man who's going to be speaking on this stage tomorrow afternoon who's been defamed, smeared, lied about, attacked, investigated, and prosecuted more than every single one of us combined. Yeah. And I say, if this swamp and this regime hates him that much, it's because he's the only man actually standing up.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, begging for oil. Please welcome 53rd Secretary of the Interior, and Chairman of the AFPI Center for American Freedom, David Bernhardt. From Idaho, Governor Brad Little. From Montana, Congressman Ryan Zinke. And your host, President of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association, Tim Stewart.
Good morning, everybody. It is great to be with you. My name is Tim Stewart. I'm the president of the U.S. Oil and Gas Association. We represent most of the small and private independent oil and gas producers in the United States, or as I like to say, the people who take all the risk, do all the work, get none of the credit, and take all of the crap. And with that in mind, we're going to have a great panel. It's an honor to be on the stage with these great Americans today to talk about energy dominance and energy security. And with that, I'd like to jump right into it. Is that okay? We'll start with Congressman Zinke, if that's all right. Congressman, you were, when you were Secretary of the Interior, the term energy dominance became the really sort of the mantra for the department. And I'm curious as to what your thoughts are with regards to what we had at the time, how we got there, and what we're at right now, and what we might lose if we lose that energy dominance.
Well, I'll tell you how the term energy dominance came about. I was in the White House with President Trump, and I said, Mr. President, we're at 8.3 million barrels a day now, and declining as a nation. But I bet we can go to 12, and we can beat Russia. We can dominate the board. And he looks at it and he goes, energy dominance. And he loves it. So that's how energy dominance. But look, as a nation, you know, when I came in, we were 8.3 million barrels a day and declining. In 2 short years, we were 12.5 million barrels a day and the world's largest energy producer. And it has consequences. First of all, you look at the environment. It is better to produce energy in this country under our regulation than watch it get produced overseas with no regulation. Period. Undisputed. So if you really care about the environment, you want it made in America because we do it cleaner, better, more efficiently, hands down. Secondly, you know, as a SEAL, I spent most of my adult life fighting on foreign shores for someone else's
Thank you, sir.
And believe me, I've seen a lot of bad things in my life as a SEAL commander. And I think it's immoral to be able to send our troops overseas to fight for someone else's energy when we have it here, period.
Right, right.
And lastly, we talk about manufacturing in America. And this is the irony of the EV world. And I'm sure, and I don't want to speak for Dave, but you know, we're all the above, but we're made in America, but it's got to be affordable, reliable, and abundant. But you look at the EV world, what's happened. Just when we become energy dominant capable in this country, where we don't have to be vulnerable to foreign nations for our energy needs, all of a sudden we're making a transition with the EV without looking at the supply chain.
Right.
So where's cobalt coming from? Where's lithium coming from?
Yeah, strip mining.
Who owns the manufacturing, the processing, the mining? China.
Oh, wow.
So
Go figure.
ironically, you know, some of us in the audience, they see we lived through OPEC in the 70s, right? When we all of a sudden we became vulnerable to foreign entities for our energy. Now we're doing the same thing for EV. So we haven't figured out the supply chain up front where it's being manufactured. And then on the back end is what are we going to do when the battery is through its life cycle? 90%, by the way, of solar cells are being deposited in landfills across this country and not recycled. Right. What are we going to do with the batteries?
Exactly.
Where are they going to go? Who's liable for it? When you buy a Tesla, do you buy the battery too and the liability, or does someone else have it? And looking at the supply chain and vulnerability, this is why fossil fuels are so important, because we own the supply chain. And if we do it right, America will prosper.
That is a great point. Thank you. Governor, can I turn to you as a public land state? I think you're 60% owned by the federal government. Is that right? Owned and or controlled.
Unfortunately.
And it's a horrible landlord, I understand. I don't think Americans really appreciate what it's like to have the federal government as your lord and overseer on so much of what you do. Tell us about Idaho. Tell us about your energy capabilities and what is possible if the federal government were to get out of the way.
Well, actually, Congressman Zinke talked about cobalt, and the largest cobalt reserves this country is in Idaho. And we actually have one mine open, and we're trying to do another one, but they're taking baby steps. But, you know, the regulatory hurdles that both of these secretaries were lowering went up disproportionately faster under this new administration. Dave and I were talking backstage. There's so much work that needs to be done from a regulatory state. Idaho's the least regulated state in the nation. My first year, for every new regulation, I got rid of 40, and today we have zero-based regulation.
Nice.
And the reason Idaho's growing so fast is because we've freed those regulatory bonds from the very smallest individual entrepreneur to the largest company to be successful, just the opposite of what the federal government's doing right now. And so, you know, the big acts, Water Act, Clean Air Act, Endangered Species Act, and NEPA, the reform that needs to take place there. And every one of those was passed with good intentions, but different administrations in different Justice Department and different lawsuits have made them where they're totally unworkable. And Dave was doing more to change that around and got interrupted prematurely on a very wise task. So all of us, to make the federal estate work, to make energy independence, to make critical minerals available, need to be focused like a laser on reducing that regulatory friction going forward.
I appreciate that. I don't think the Americans realize that the United States is the world's only energy superpower. We are the top in production for oil, for natural gas, for coal, and nuclear, and we're second in wind and solar. And it would not have happened between the time of 2015, 2016, when our industry started to coordinate with the governors and with the Interior to get to that point. We are an energy superpower, and we are at risk for losing that. But David, give us an idea of what the federal asset is actually like, what the real potential and capability is, and what is at risk if we do this wrong.
Well, I was really lucky to work with Secretary Zinke and President Trump, and what they really did is in the early 2000s, fracking and other technological innovations fueled by entrepreneurship led to a dramatic increase in production of energy on private lands. And in 2016, when the election took place, Secretary Zinke, President Trump, and myself, and many others, took the model and success that had been on private lands and drove it forward on federal lands. And we have a tremendous federal mineral and energy wealth, tremendous. And what you see is within a few years, 2019, 2020, to recognize this time around, is the bureaucracy thinks that they have completely won with this current administration. They have won. And so the fight going forward in the next administration to drive change will require more aggressive action, more thoughtful action, and stronger spines of steel. And thank you, Secretary Zinke, for showing me that leadership and allowing me to drive that change forward.
So, Dave, that's a great point. I mean, there's a lot of risks for somebody who wants to leave a career to go back to work for the federal government as a political appointee. And you're up against a calcified bureaucracy. What are some of the things, what's the advice? What do you do? How do you make things work?
Well, you know, that's an interesting question, Tim. I've spent a lot of time in bureaucracies, ask Ryan Zinke. And what I've recently done is laid out what I believe is a roadmap in a book that'll come out in May of how to be an effective political appointee. But here's the real recipe. And as you hear all the speakers this week, so this is something you should think about. It starts with a leader who is willing to lay out a vision, be consistent with that vision. It's incredibly needed for the executive to be consistent in their policy direction and not wither under a little bit of fire. And then they have to put strong people in place, and then those people have to understand the rules, the protocols, and have the willingness to do the work all buying in to whoever the president's ideology is. The other side is very effective at that, and all of us need to take lessons from that if we want to move a different policy direction forward.
Appreciate that. Governor, can I come back to you on ESG? We were talking about this backstage. One of the absolute biggest risk for our industry is the intentional debanking that is being, the debanking of the oil and gas industry, the freezing of the liquidity, the seizing up of capital with intent to make us with the ability not to do our work. And yet the states are starting to push back because they realize that that is a financial risk to your pension and your investment fund. Elaborate a little bit on that, will you, from Idaho's perspective?
Well, we put in a provision. I think we were the first state or the second state, and I signed it that our investments, whether they be in our pension fund or our other endowments, that they couldn't use ESG. But I was, in a previous life, I was on a bank board, and I saw the strong word extortion by these groups to give these rankings. And they literally, there's no in between. They say, if you do X and pay me Y, you will get this ranking. And it's nothing but extortion. I was delighted. We were talking about this week. Vanguard came out and said, no more. We're not doing that anymore. And good for them, because internal rate of return is what matters. You know, it is very hard, you know, if you have a pension fund or an endowment, to, particularly with inflation the way it is, to get any kind of a return, a real return. And anything that reduces that return means that your pension funds, your endowments, et cetera, will not meet that bogey long term unless you're freed up to diversify in companies based on their internal rate of return and their profitability. Profit is not a bad word.
Right.
Yeah, and I agree. That's what keeps us in business, as the saying goes. So, Congressman, you're back. Back in Congress.
I'm back.
You're back in and we're very happy for that. We're back in a Republican House.
A lot of people are happy, including my wife sometimes.
So it's nice to have the sobering yin to the raging yang, so to speak. It's nice to have a counterbalance. Divided government oftentimes is a good thing. From your perspective as a Republican in the House, what do you see going forward as the opportunity to kind of bring balance back to things, particularly in the energy policy area?
Where I think we are in our country today, I think the House of Representatives is actually the last line of freedom. We don't have control of the Senate. We don't have control of the administration. So the House is it. So the House, as you know, we went through a Speaker's Week, and the House is a little contentious. But I'm actually an optimist. If we work together in the House as a Republican caucus, we can provide adequate checks and balances. What we're going to face out west, particularly, is waters of the U.S. I know they can't get things through by law, but they're going to try by rule. And there are some awful rules that are coming out. One of them is waters of the U.S. For those that don't follow it, imagine the federal government taking jurisdiction over water that are in all intermittent streams, cow ponds, vernal pools. For Montana, that's about 90%. For Florida, I would say it's probably in the high 90s. But if the federal government can have jurisdiction in your backyard over a water pond, you know we're in trouble. And so what Congress can and should and will do is we'll defund it. We need to, 100%.
Yeah.
Remember, Congress, if we stay together, right, we need 218 hard, strong voices. And if we stay together, we can defund the worst of it. Doesn't mean we're going to change law, but what I mean defund, I mean strip the money where they don't have any money to think about it, study it, execute it, enforce it.
That's right. Come on.
We're going to put it on the sidelines.
Yeah.
And there's other things like that we can, but it only works. And from a military perspective, it's really hard to advance when you have snipers inside the perimeter. So because we are the last line, it's only effective if we work together. Right. And there's going to be disagreements and agreements, but ultimately we have to agree as a caucus, because the consequence of being divided may be the very country. So, I appreciate everyone's support, but I'm actually an optimist.
Yeah.
Because what I saw was winning is muscle memory. And I saw recently Congress has passed some good bills on the House side within our universe, but it's helpful to get to know your colleagues. In the last 4 years, I've never served in the minority in the Montana Senate or elsewhere. It must be awful. Because you watch what happened in the House the last 4 years, no committee meetings. Anything Republican got automatically dismissed. Right? The rule of Nancy Pelosi, thank God it's over, but it was awful, awful hard. So, again, I'm an optimist, but lastly I'll say this. I've been to a lot of battles in my life, and I have. And I can tell you, not every commanding general is George S. Patton, right? Because generals don't win wars. The front line wins wars, right? That's how America has always won. And the front line is you. So
yeah,
we
are the front line.
Agreed. Governor, are you an optimist? What's your view on how the states operate?
Yes. I mean, we were just talking, Dave and I were talking about what we need to put in the queue for the next administration when we will be successful. You know, we've got to act fast. It is the old classic of turning a battleship. But if you have a plan to turn the battleship before you take over the helm, you're going to be way better off. And that's what we need to do, is put in the plan and be ready to take over. You know, the contrast, because I'm in Idaho, I'm next to Oregon, Washington, California. And part of the reason I'm the fastest growing state is I've got all these refugees moving out of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho that are flooding in to Idaho. You don't need to come here. We got plenty. We are the fastest growing state, but the contrast. We Republican governors talk about that all the time. The contrast, particularly if you take Utah, Wyoming, and Montana, and Oregon, Washington, and California, couldn't be greater. More freedom, more liberty, lower taxes, lower rules, lower regulations. Everything that CPAC stands for is omnipresent in those states and absence in those other 3 blue states.
I appreciate that. Thank you. There's a lot to be optimistic about the federal capacity to generate energy, to remain federally dominant. And Dave, you probably understand this better than anybody I've worked with in 30 years in this industry. I know you're an optimist. Give me an understanding of what is still capable, what's out there in terms of oil and gas and renewable and everything else, will you?
Well, the resources we have are extensive, absolutely extensive. And one of the things that we can look at is access to existing areas, enhanced access to existing areas, access to new areas. There's also the beauty of technological innovation that is making the environmental impact less while the extraction of the resource is enhanced. So today we're actually producing more energy with a smaller footprint, and we're doing it better and more environmentally responsibly than anywhere in the world. And that's why I believe that our vision is so radically above the vision that Secretary Zinke just described of, let's go ask other places for our mineral development, our energy potential, lower environmental standards, lower health and safety standards, and not reap the benefits of having that secure supply at home and the economic productivity that comes with it. It doesn't meet any rational test of anyone. And that is why, at the end of the day, it's inevitable. If you insist on it, it is inevitable that we will drive to that energy policy direction. It's absolutely inevitable, and we just need to keep pushing.
Thank you. And it's true, smart money follows. The United States the U.S. oil and gas industry is the best in the world. The rest of the world sends its people here to learn how to do what we do. We do it better, cleaner, and smarter than anybody else. And yet, despite this administration's best efforts, we're still around. And frankly, I'm going to be around in 10 years, whether President Biden likes that or not. I'm still going to be doing this. We have just a couple minutes left. Let's just do some final thoughts, if we could. And we'll start with you, Congressman. How's that?
Well, I want to say thanks for everyone showing up because, again, the front line matters. On energy, we have great potential, but we have to use it. Again, you look at the Biden administration. So where are they getting the crude from? Venezuela. They're begging Iran, Russia, and it's immoral and unconscionable that we can't, use our resources here. And wind, solar, everything has a consequence.
Right.
If you're wind, you got to accept you're going to chew up probably 750,000 birds or so a year. That's a lot. If you're a solar, minded person, guess what? When you propose these hundreds of square miles of solar fields, that is public land oftentimes that you're not going to recreate on, you're not going to fish on, you're not going to hunt on. It's fouled, single use. And yet people object to a pump jack that's an acre someplace hidden. This is an issue because energy matters. Lastly, you look at our inflation, which is robbing all of us, right? What are the two drivers of inflation? Energy and excessive spending. Energy side, gas should be $2 a gallon as it was when Dave and I were secretary. It should be $2 a gallon.
Yeah.
It matters. We curb the spending, we bring inflation back down, and we'll get this country back. But we're going to need your help, and you're here, which means you care. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Dave, we'll go to you and then have the governor have the last word. How's that?
So I have my primary thought as we leave here today is one thing we have to recognize is that the bureaucracy that leads so many of these agencies, both at a state level and a federal level, seriously question whether you are capable of making informed decisions. And as a result of that, they think it'd be better for them to choose whether you have an electric or gas stove. They think it would be better for them to choose whether you have a one type of vehicle or another. And we can't let that happen in America. At the end of the day, you, the voter, get to pick the leaders of this country. The leaders of this country need to hold the bureaucracy accountable. And that is the only way we maintain representative government.
Absolutely. Governor, close us out.
Well, if we're worried about our children and our grandchildren, whether it be the debt, whether it be having an ample supply of the energy we need to run this country, whether it's the opportunity for them to have a better job and a better way of life, regulatory friction is the biggest dampener on that taking place. And it's important for us to all aggregate together. And I know there's going to be a little family feud between now and the presidential election, but we absolutely have to get together, because to turn that battleship around, we've got to have enough velocity behind that battleship, behind turning that battleship around when we get there, that we can get it done. And so thank you, everybody, for participating. These two former secretaries made this country the most energy independent country in the world. We need to have them back.
Yeah.
Woo! Thank you. Well said, and thank you. It's great to be with you. Thanks for your comments.
Thank you guys very much.
Yep.
Nice job.
My pants are going to fall down.
Oh, they got him on the hot mic. Good morning, everyone. Shout out to the chat. We've got People Unite, Mr. Comento, and Eric Powell in the chat. Good morning to you
We're
guys.
not just any news network. We show the crowd. We show the energy. We show the enthusiasm.
You are watching Your Freedom Rising. We're airing CPAC. Shout out to Right Side Broadcasting for bringing us this broadcast.
Right up to you and make it
God
personal.
bless the people.
With us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy is so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice, because nobody else will give them a voice. Instead, they take who they really are and turn them into something that they're not. They try to say that these are white supremacist gatherings and they're neo-Nazis. They spin all these false narratives, but in reality, there are Filipinos, there are Thai people, they're Chinese, they're Brazilian, they're Cubans, they're Africans, they're Jamaicans, they're Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports this president. Everybody supports American ideals of liberty, truth, freedom. We can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us, to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you, and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to the My Pillow 2.0 commercial.
Yeah, Michael Lindell.
Miss Makeup.
Well, you look good.
And action.
You're sleeping even better. We've got the best pillow ever. My Pillow 2.0.
It's a great name for a product. Good. Good. We got it.
Welcome to the set of the My Pillow 2.0, the most amazing pillow in history. That new technology, you still have the My Pillow's patented fill, but now we have new technology we didn't have back when I invented My Pillow that's going to help you sleep. It's absolutely amazing, and you're the first ones that can check it out. Go to mypillow.com, use the promo code on your screen, and we brought back the buy one, get one free.
Yeah, Mike Lindell. MyPillow.com. I remember that commercial for my whole life.
Employees and I want to thank you for
Mike
your
Lindell's been on late night TV commercials for as long as I can remember.
Sale ever. Get my 6-piece towel sets for the lowest price ever, only $39.96. His and her bathrobes, 50% off. Bath mats for as low as $17.49. And I'm also excited to announce the original My Slippers are back in stock. And now they come in even more colors and wide sizes. They're made with the...
Shout out to the chat. You guys are watching Your Freedom Rising. We are airing CPAC thanks to Right Side Broadcasting. Definitely check them out.
Slippers, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and
support Mike Lindell.
My Pillow bath products, including our 6-piece towel sets. Regular $89.98, now only $39.96. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. So
guys, I do have t-shirts available. I ship these for $20. I can do 2 for $35, 3 for $50. I will ship them to you. This is a design that I put together. Moon landing with the American flag. In God we trust. Your Freedom Rising. This supports this stream. And thank you guys for your support. Thank you guys for being here. Y'all are the best. These are the t-shirts that I have. Thank you guys.
Woman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Here we go. MTG. Woo!
Thank you. Well, welcome back to Maryland, CPAC.
Yeah.
We are so excited to be here, and this is such an important time for conservatives to come together. And I'll tell you why. The left has told us something that should put fear in the heart of every parent, and not just parents, every single person. They've said they're coming for our children.
Wow. That's big.
Now, I don't know about you, but when it comes to kids, I think the Republican Party has a duty. We have a responsibility, and that is to be the party that protects children.
Yeah. Yep, that's right. For the children.
Now, whether it's like Zelensky saying he wants our sons and daughters to go die in Ukraine,
Ooh.
whether it's the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir literally singing, "We're coming for your children,"
Wow.
or it's a new disturbing ideology that tells the most incredible lie that children can actually change their gender before they've even grown up, before they've even finished puberty,
Wow.
before they've developed into an adult, before they're old enough to vote, before they're old enough to graduate from high school, before they're old enough to even get a tattoo, put ink permanently on their skin, before they're old enough to buy nicotine, before they're old enough to buy alcohol, before they even graduate from high school, many of them before they drive a car.
Wow.
Now, when I ran for Congress, I thought I was running for Congress to rein in the out-of-control spending in Washington, to defend our southern border, to fight against the radical left and their ideas of bigger government, more control, to stop funding foreign wars that never do anything for America but send our soldiers back home either in coffins or with PTSD. I thought I was fighting for conservative values, to support businesses and give our kids a future. But on day one, when I was sworn into Congress and we voted on the rules package, and that was last Congress, our speaker was Nancy Pelosi. And to my shock, we had a new rule in our rules package, and that was there was no more gender. You couldn't say family names, mother, father, sister, brother. You couldn't acknowledge he, she, him, her, because gender was no longer in existence. We had a big fight on the Equality Act where I ended up putting a sign outside my office door that said there's only two genders, male and female. Trust the science. But who knew this would become an even bigger battle?
Yeah.
But then I started to learn about an industry that is turning into a multi-billion-dollar industry, and they have a target, or should I say a victim. You see, their target is not adults that, adults can choose what they want to do. This isn't about adults. We're talking about people under the age of 18. Their target for their multi-billion-dollar industry are children. And everyone knows that when you're growing up, think about it. How many times did you say when you were a kid you wanted to be a fireman or a doctor or a police officer, or you wanted to be something when you're an adult, but when you grew up, you became something else? My favorite thing to say that I did become when I was growing up is I wanted to be a mom. And thankfully, I am a mom. But the victims of this industry are kids. And these are kids who are confused about who they are. And they're confused about who they are because of what they're seeing on the internet, what they're seeing on social media. And they're also confused, many of them, because these victims of this billion-dollar industry that mutilates the genitals of children, many of these victims have diagnoses of autism, mental illness, they have depression, they have anxiety, they have psychosis. Many of them live in foster care, so they already have lived lives of abuse. And these victims come in thinking they're going to find happiness and they're going to find security in their identity because they think they can change their gender. These boys think they can become girls. These girls think they can become boys. But you want to know what's happening to them? They're given puberty blockers, they're fast-tracked, given puberty blockers that actually chemically castrates them makes them sterile. They're given testosterone to girls as young as 11, 12, 13 years old.
That is messed
That
up.
within 4 to 5 years, some of them are having to have hysterectomies because of the damage it does inside of them. There are teenage girls having their breast cut off. That is a permanent damage to their body. They'll never be able to breastfeed their baby. And there are boys that are having their penises turned inside out. These are kids.
That's brutal.
So last Congress, I did something radical and extreme because remember, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's so extreme.
Yeah.
I introduced a bill called the Protect Children's Innocence Act. Protect Children's Innocence Act. And let me tell you my great news this morning, ladies and gentlemen. It couldn't pass last Congress because, like I said, Nancy Pelosi was the Speaker of the House, and she doesn't believe in gender at all. But we have a new Speaker in our Republican majority in the House of Representatives. And I'm going to be introducing my bill, the Protect Children's Innocence Act, that will make it a felony to perform anything to do with gender-affirming care.
Let's go.
Woo! Right. And obviously, you all agree with me. But it's not just conservative Republicans that agree with this. This isn't a right-wing extremist idea, everyone.
Yeah.
That we should protect children from making a horrible mistake, because many of these kids do realize it's a mistake and they hate what they've done to themselves. And then they're left with lifelong disabilities by the people that are making billions of dollars mutilating their genitals. So let's think about it like this. This is actually an idea for all Americans. It's not just a Republican idea, because people like Bill Maher agree with me on this issue, even though he attacks me. There's independents, Democrats, Republicans all over America that agree that we need to let kids be kids.
Yeah. Come on. That's right.
And while I'm still committed to saying no money to Ukraine, and that country needs to find peace, not war.
Right.
And while I will look at a camera and directly tell Zelensky, you better leave your hands off of our sons and daughters because they're not dying over there.
That's right. No more
I will also
war.
inform the lion that looks to devour, and that lion is looking to devour our children, that our God is bigger.
Amen.
And our God is the God that created us, man and woman, in his image. He created us. And our God is the God that created our children. And because of him, we will get this bill passed, and the Republican Party will be the party that protects children from such an evil that I cannot believe it exists in this time. Thank you so much, everyone. Listen, call to action. Call to action. I'm introducing my bill next week. Call every single member of Congress and tell them to get on the Protect Children's Innocence Act. Thank you so much to Matt Schlapp and CPAC for endorsing my bill. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Thank
you. We're not just any news network. We show the crowd, we show the energy, we show the enthusiasm, we interview people, we show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy is so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice because nobody else will give them a voice. Instead, they take who they really are and turn them into something that they're not. They try to say that these are white supremacist gatherings and they're neo-Nazis. They spin all these false narratives, but in reality, there are Filipinos, there are Thai people, they're Chinese, they're Brazilian, they're Cubans, they're Africans, they're Jamaicans, they're Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports this president. Everybody supports American ideals of liberty, truth, freedom. We can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us, to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99.
This is a time for courage. Please welcome political activist Chloe Cole, 12-time All-American swimmer and Independent Women's Forum spokeswoman Riley Gaines Barker, and your host, President of the American Principles Project, Terry Schilling.
Wow, thank you guys all for coming. This is an honor for me. I am a father. I've got 6 kids. And what strikes me about this opportunity to be here at CPAC talking about this issue of transgenderism is that I'm with 2 girls that have been impacted by this issue from 2 totally different ends of the spectrum, right? We have Chloe Cole, who had gender confusion and had a whole other experience. And then we have Riley Gaines, an amazing athlete, who lost her opportunities. So we're going to talk about all this, and we're going to let their stories be told, because you guys get shut out of the media all the time, right?
Absolutely.
So Chloe, tell the audience just the quick story about how you developed the gender dysphoria and how you were taken advantage of, because this is really important.
Yeah, so I'm somebody who transitioned and detransitioned while I was still a minor. I started experiencing gender dysphoria when I was about 12 years old, and I started socially transitioning first by changing my name, the way I dress, the way I cut my hair, and my mannerisms. And then eventually I got diagnosed with gender dysphoria. And at 13, I was put on puberty blockers and testosterone, and I had a double mastectomy at 15, just after my sophomore year of high school. And I stopped transitioning at 16 years old.
Well, Chloe, I'm wondering, how was this covered by your insurance program, or did they have to pay out of pocket?
Yeah, so I'm from California, and by law, insurance companies are supposed to cover every single step of the transition process, pretty much.
And I'm curious, so they're forced to, by law, cover the transitions, but what about in your case, when you end up figuring out that you didn't need these surgeries and they took advantage, are they forced to cover the detransition surgeries and treatments?
No, so I've reached out to the team of medical professionals who helped me to transition, and I haven't gotten any help with my detransition. I've pretty much had to figure out how to go through motions all by myself. There's still a lot of unknowns. I mean, I'm having a lot of complications from the blockers, the cross-sex hormones, and the surgery, and I haven't gotten help with any of those. There's no standards of care for people like me.
That is so evil. The obvious thing is this is so evil. They lock them into this, and then they don't help them get out of it once they realize they're taken advantage of. But being taken advantage of is something that you experience in the NCAA competitions you're in. Can you tell people about the championship and your experience having to swim against a biological male, really?
Absolutely. So I graduated from the University of Kentucky last year, where I was on the swim team. I was able to accomplish some really amazing things in my career that I'm extremely proud of and will forever be proud of. But my senior year last year, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the Leah Thomas story. Leah Thomas is a 6'4", fully intact biological male who swam 3 years on the men's side at University of Pennsylvania before switching to the women's team during his senior year. And so last year, out of nowhere, this person who at the time I had no idea was a biological male began posting the fastest times in the nation across multiple events. It was very bizarre. There was several red flags, one of which this was someone I had never heard of, which is rare in swimming, especially when you're competing at that top tier. And so an article was posted disclosing that Leah Thomas was formerly Will Thomas. And about 3 weeks before our NCAA championships, the NCAA announced that Leah would be competing with us. So that first day of the meet, I got to personally feel the effect that this infringement had on myself and my teammates. We sat on the side of the pool and watched Leah Thomas swim to a national title in the 500 freestyle, beating out 3 Olympians, American record holders, the most impressive female swimmers of all time by body lengths. And I want to add that this was a male swimmer who the year before was ranked, at best, 462nd in the men's division. And so that next day, Leah Thomas and I competed against each other in the 200-yard freestyle, which ultimately ended in a tie, which now, looking back, I realize kind of how God has moved through all of this. But we tied. We went the exact same time down to the 100th of a second. And so upon tying, we go behind the awards podium where the NCAA officials hand you your trophy and you're marched out and you're named an All-American. But we go back there and the official looks at me and Leah. We're about this far apart. And he says, "Great job. You guys tied. Leah gets the trophy." And so I look at him and I say, "Okay, I understand we tied and I understand there's one trophy, but what's your thought process as to why Leah gets the trophy?" And he said, "Well, for photo purposes, Leah has to have the trophy. So you can pose with this one, but you go home empty-handed. Leah takes the trophy." And so that's truly, of course, I knew what was happening was wrong in regards to our unfair or the disadvantage that we were at. And I knew what was happening in regards to the locker room being forced to undress in front of a fully intact biological male. I knew that was wrong. But when the NCAA reduced everything that I had dedicated my entire life to, I've been swimming since I was 4 years old, everything that I have dedicated my entire life to, I was reduced to a photo op to validate the identity of a male. And that's when I decided to take a public stance and really just standing in the truth.
I am a little bit bewildered, though. I'm confused because I'm told by the transgender activists that this doesn't happen, that we don't do these surgeries to little kids, that we don't have men competing against women. Chloe, what do you have to say to the people that say that this isn't happening?
I mean, we have clearly documented cases of this happening all the time. Like Jazz Jennings, they had a whole show about a kid who underwent sex reassignment surgery at 17 years old and started a medical transition at 8 years old. And I started medically transitioning when I was 13. and I went under the knife when I was only 15.
How much do these procedures cost? Did they give you a bill that showed how much it costs to get the hormone treatments? Or because I know that Lupron is a pretty expensive drug. And by the way, if you didn't know, Lupron is a drug that we've been giving to sex offenders to chemically castrate them for decades.
Right, and then we stopped doing that because it was deemed too cruel for use in sex offenders. So if it's too cruel to use in sex offenders, why are we using it on kids?
Why not use it on children? Great logic. Oh my gosh.
There are a few transgender activists on Twitter that are notorious, and they're freaking out right now, primarily because they're getting their butts kicked, right? You have 19 states that have passed laws to protect women's sports, to keep boys out. Tennessee, Bill Lee, just became the 9th state in the country to ban these surgeries and hormone treatments for minors. And so they're freaking out. And one of the things I saw recently, there are two activists that come to mind, Ari Drennan and another guy named Aaron Reed. They're both transgender, so they're males, but they try and, do women face. They say that you two are committing genocide by opposing their movement. What do you have to say to that, Riley?
It seems as if we've gotten to a point in society where, well, it doesn't seem as if we have gotten to a point in society where we're denying basic truths. Man and woman is the sheer essence of humanity, and these people are trying to blur that line so we can't define what it is to be a woman. We have a sitting Supreme Court justice who refuses to say what a woman is. This is a problem, and this is something that translates far beyond my expertise of sports and far beyond Chloe's expertise. Look at what's happening in prisons. Look at what's happening, of course, within the education system. There's so many realms of life where they're trying to, they're pursuing this aggressive attempt to fully eradicate women as a whole, which is incredibly heartbreaking, especially being 22, sitting back here seeing this. I don't know if I was just naive before or if this is something that has been totally sprung upon us, but it's an attack, and it's an attack on women. It's the women who are at jeopardy here.
Chloe, what do you have to say to these guys?
I mean, they say that I'm contributing to the trans suicide rate, but I've been speaking out about my experiences for about a year now, and in doing so, my goals are to stop childhood transition and to improve the standard of care for dysphoric patients of all ages. I mean, there's very little evidence to suggest that gender transitions are actually successful, and the standard for a successful transition is, well, the patient didn't commit suicide, which is a really low standard of care.
Well, in all seriousness, there are studies on this, and one of the most troubling things that I found in these studies is they're not good, but they lose track of the people that they're studying within 5 years. Where did those people go? Did they detransition? There's a real propaganda effort against you guys.
We have no idea. We have no idea how many people detransition, how many of them commit suicide, and for what reasons, because it's all skewed. Mm-hmm. But there's a study conducted in Europe, done over the course of, I think, 30 years, all on adult patients who did a full transition, like hormones, surgeries, and they were actually about 19 times higher risk of committing suicide.
Riley, Governor Larry Hogan was on the Sunday morning talk shows a few weeks ago, and he lumped these transgender issues, the sports and all that, and he dismissed it as the culture war. And he says that we don't need to protect kids in schools from all this stuff. If he runs for president, he's not going to get in the culture. What do you have to say to these politicians? Because there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are in the Republican Party, the party that should be obviously opposing this. What do you have to say to the politicians that say that this is just a trumped-up culture war, and we should be focusing on the fiscal issues and the important issues of the day?
Well, I've been going around to a lot of different states and testifying on behalf of women in sports, or fairness in women's sports legislation, and that is something I'm seeing, is when I go to these states like Kansas or Oklahoma or Colorado, which failed miserably, unfortunately, these Democrats, they say, oh, well, this isn't happening. We have 4 transgender athletes in the state. Why are we worried about this? We have other more pressing issues. First, that is not true. These states that say they have 4 transgender athletes, it is so incredibly underreported. You might have 4 transgender athletes on one softball team. I talked to a person on the plane the other day on my way home from Texas who said her daughter's team had 7 transgenders on her basketball team. 7, and this is in Texas. So it's happening. There's cases of happening all across college that are not reported on because these universities don't want to admit they have men on their women's teams, but they do. It's happening. I had a parent reach out to me. Her daughter's 6-year-old cheerleading team, and it's not a co-ed, it's a women's, or I guess young girls' cheerleading team, had a male flipping up and down the court. It's happening in masters divisions. I talked to a 65-year-old lady golfer who's competing against a man. And so to believe that it's a non-issue is so far from the truth. If nothing else, let's say Leah Thomas didn't solely transition to win, to change in the locker room with women. This opens a door to people who would fully be willing to take advantage of that opportunity. And that's what we're seeing, especially in regards to prisons, where we see these men who are convicted of terrible, awful crimes like rape and kidnapping and just heinous things. They're now identifying as women because it means they can get into women's prisons. It's more lenient, the charges are less. They're seeing this happen. And so just in California a few weeks ago, after seeing this be successful for few, over 200 males applied to be in women's prisons. Like, come on. We're taking advantage of the system that's already failing. And it's, again, only harming women.
Yeah. So, Chloe, there are a lot of parents in the audience, and I'm interested in this question as well, being a father. Where did you first learn about transgenderism or gender dysphoria? Right, because like as a kid growing up, we didn't have this when I was growing up. So I'm just curious, like, how did this enter into your life, this entire concept of transgenderism?
I mean, like, as a kid, I would hear it a few times, like, from the adults speaking about it or from the TV, but I never really thought much about it until I started using social media when I got my first phone at 11. And, I mean, I was pretty vulnerable to this because I had really bad body image issues from a young age. I started puberty at, I think I was like 8 or 9, and the combination of that and having to deal with like the comments people would make about my body, and then going on social media and the internet at a really young age and like seeing all these really idealized images of women's bodies, just it was awful for me. And at roughly the same time that I started using social media, I started seeing a lot of posts that were in like video game communities that were, for some reason, there happened to be a lot of like LGBT identified people around my age on there, and eventually started seeing posts that were specifically about the LGBT, a lot of like information or really propaganda, and just a lot of posts about these people's lives. And I started noticing like a lot of these girls who identified as trans, they were quite like me. I mean, they were very tomboyish from a young age. A lot of them were like on the artistic side, and I felt like I could relate to them in a way, and it really touched me. And I eventually, after being exposed to this stuff for so long and so young, I started to wonder, like, maybe this has something to do with me, you know? Maybe I'm not a girl.
It's so nefarious. You said something just now about the body issues. And the thing that frightens me, so this transgender thing, it's a $2 billion industry right now. There's so much money. And they had a study that came out that said by 2030, they expected to be over $5 billion, just for the surgeries and hormones and all that. And you know where the projected growth is? All from women.
Right. I mean, in the past decade, there's been anywhere from a 2,000 to 4,000% increase in adolescents being referred to gender clinics, and that's mostly girls. I mean, before, it was mostly adult men and prepubescent boys who had gender dysphoria, and most of those boys would grow out of it by adulthood.
We're getting to the end of this segment, so I just want to open it to both of you. We'll start with you, Riley. What are your closing words for America, right? Because this isn't just the conservative movement. This is America that you're talking to. The news is going to cover it. What do you have to say to everyone? What do you want people to take away from this?
My takeaway from what's really happened, I truthfully feel like since COVID, I feel like COVID expedited things. The pendulum has swung so far. I mean, like I said, we're denying basic truths. This is like a George Orwell dystopian novel that we're actually living in. And so my message to Americans, my message to parents, my message to young female athletes, it's so important to use your voice. It's so important to not feel like you just have to cave to the woke fads of today. Because speaking from my experience and talking to these athletes who are terrified into speaking out, we don't have time, obviously, but this is not just a fairness in women's sports issue. This is a freedom of speech issue. These girls have their voices suppressed like no other, but it's crucial we recognize what silence is, because silence is complicity. And when we're complicit, the left in particular is going to keep getting away with these things that the majority of the country is not okay with. So my message to Americans is to use your voice, stand firm in what you believe, and stand firm in the truth.
Chloe, any parting message?
I mean, the reason why we've gotten to this point now is that so many people have dismissed this as just as just being like a California issue, like such a fringe issue that it's not going to affect me, it's not going to affect me or my kids or my family. But it's that attitude that's allowed this to fester. And it's made its way into schools, into institutions, because of this carelessness. But whether it's 10 kids or 100 kids or 1 million kids being affected by this, one is too many.
Absolutely.
Chloe, Riley, I just want to thank you guys so much for your courage and bravery. Thank you all for coming. Have a great life.
Thank you, guys.
We're joined now by Philip at the Birch Gold Group. And it seems like, Philip, every week after week, there's a crisis in the economy, putting investors on pins and needles. But what they're finding out is an option with you guys might be best for securing their retirement.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, the Biden economy is a disaster. Stock market down 20% almost for the year so far. Inflation, of course, the government cannot get a handle on it. 40-year high inflation. We've seen food prices surge over the last 12 months, the highest level since 1979. So the Biden economy is an unmitigated disaster. However, we at Birch Gold Group, of course, specialize in precious metals, gold and silver. They are safe haven assets, and they're very conducive for climates like this, right? Inflation drives them up. When we see corrections in the stock market, it drives them up. So they're very, very useful tools to protect against, like we said, what is a disastrous economic situation in front of us.
And you guys have made it really easy for that person to take that first step in getting that information kit. And it really is all involves a simple text.
You're absolutely right. All people have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. What that will give them is an information kit. It'll talk you through the precious metals markets and will help people, provide the information in terms of how they can protect themselves in climates like this.
Because, Philip, when you look at what's happening around the globe, it's just not U.S. investors. It's world investors are really nervous of what's going on right now.
You're absolutely right. This isn't just a U.S. issue. It's global. And that means that there are even less options for investors today, right? Bonds aren't working. They're losing to inflation with such low interest rates.
warm reception, if you don't mind me saying so, I think vindication looks pretty good on me. But there is no time to celebrate. I sense a true uneasiness around our country right now. Here at home, we see layoffs by the thousands. We're concerned that the jobs for Americans aren't generating higher wages. More and more companies are suspending their plans for promotions and capital investment and growth. It bears a stark and concerning contrast to the roaring Trump economy, where we made things and produced things and were the envy of the world. And there seems to be no end in sight for the government-induced inflation that the Biden administration would want to visit upon all of us. And when we look to the world, it's not much different. We've got a president who stumbles up and down the stairs of Air Force One as his policies stumble across Europe. I think we had to spend 4 or 5 days asking the Chinese spy balloon what its pronouns were before we were willing to shoot it down. And so, in times of concern, throughout all of human history, people have looked to leaders for inspiration and courage and guidance. And increasingly, when Americans look to Washington, D.C., we see but husks of humans, vessels through which the foreign interests abroad and the special interests here at home operate. And so I am proud to stand before you as the only Republican in the United States Congress who refuses all donations from every lobbyist and political action committee. Their money is no good with me. I work for you and you alone. I am on a mission to change Washington, D.C., because Washington is a deeply corrupt place. You saw the work of that mission during the election of the Speaker earlier this year. And if you believed the mainstream media, we wanted crazy things. We were this wild group of radicals who actually thought we should have a few days to read legislation before we vote on it. We had extreme ideas, like the bills before our consideration should comport to a single subject, so that I wouldn't have to vote on the farm bill the same time I'm voting on war powers in Yemen. We thought we really could send a shock through the system with a requirement that the amendments to bills actually be germane to the subject area of the bill. We thought that bureaucrats who had turned against the American people should have their salaries singled out so we could vote against them. Imagine if we could have voted against the salary of Dr. Fauci years ago. What a better place America would have been. And instead of governing by omnibus, where our representatives have to look at some multi-thousand-page piece of legislation that spends $1.7 trillion, where you got to vote for the VA at the same time you're voting for the Department of Education, where you're having to vote for the equipment for our troops the same time you're voting for the woke policies of the Department of Labor. We will never legislate by omnibus again. We will individually consider the budgets of the agencies of our government and give them the thorough review that they deserve. But perhaps the most important concession that we received during that fight was the establishment of a special group of legislators to analyze the weaponization of this government against our people. It seems like every time I turn around, they're engaged in surveillance or list building or monitoring, and I don't care if it takes every second of our time and every ounce of our energy. We either get this government back on our side or we defund and get rid of, abolish the FBI, CDC, ATF, DOJ, every last one of them, if they do not come to heel.
And I don't think it's too much to ask. I really don't. And in this effort, I must update you on an important update. We have been taking whistleblower testimony from brave patriots, people who worked at the FBI and saw things like targeting Americans who attended school board meetings, like labeling people domestic extremists because they expressed support for building the wall or the Second Amendment online. We had FBI agents telling us that they were cooking the books, where there would be normally one case that you would open up on domestic extremism. You had the Washington field office putting pressure on agents to open up separate cases on each individual so that there would be the veneer, the illusion, the appearance that all of our fellow Americans, that our neighbors, were somehow extreme in trying to overthrow our government, when in fact that is not the case. And so we took the deposition of a brave patriot named Garrett O'Boyle, who served in the FBI, who shared with us these things. And yesterday, Judiciary Democrats put out a smear piece on him. They took really out of context portions of his testimony, and they tried to discredit what he shared with us as a whistleblower because he's a vaccine skeptic. And because when the FBI left him without pay and without the ability to earn other income, there were people who gave him a few $1,000s so that he was able to buy a winter coat for his children and be able to meet the month's bills. So we have an active case where we're working to corroborate this information, to build the evidence, and Democrats are obstructing the investigation. And so it is no longer time to go back to the old low-energy Paul Ryan, Trey Gowdy days of fake oversight. These are the Jim Jordan, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz days. And if the Democrats are going to obstruct our investigation, then I am calling to remove the Democrats from our investigation. They shouldn't be allowed to sit in the depositions and hear the evidence if they are going to use that to try to get in the way of thorough, rigorous oversight. And I don't believe that means hearings where we yell at people. I think that means a fundamental reshaping of this government, a reshaping of this town. I know every time I give talks like this and meet with our great activists, I always get a question at some point where people say, do you still have hope? Can we even still save this thing, this great experiment? And I know we can. And here's what I would say. Even though at your job it may feel like you're outnumbered, sometimes, even in your social groups, it may feel like you can't wave your MAGA flag at full mast. But I saw what a group of parents did in Loudoun County who at first were outnumbered. I saw what pilots did at Southwest Airlines who stood up against the vaccine mandate. I saw what Navy SEALs did who got injunctions so that now we are in a position to, in a Republican House of Representatives, restore every one of our military patriots with their full rank and back pay. And all of you saw what 20 members of the House of Representatives did when we demanded change in a corrupt town. These are different times. They are new times. They call for boldness and patriotism. It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. Go to MattGaetz.com, join my fight, vote for Donald J. Trump in the CPAC straw poll, and let's go get him. Thank you.
Everyone is talking about Newsmax. Newsmax.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now.
Okay, we're back out here live at CPAC 2023 here at the beautiful Gaylord, and I'm joined by, is it safe to say, my favorite person in Congress, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from the 14th District of Georgia, and quite the crowd we have out here for you today.
Yeah, oh, so exciting. Well, I just gave my speech and made the big announcement that I am reintroducing my bill, the Protect Children's Innocence Act. Huge reception, massive applause. Everyone agrees that we need to let kids be kids.
Okay, so if you missed that announcement, let's recap exactly what that does. And this is basically protecting kids.
Yes. So what my bill does, Brian, is it would make any form of gender-affirming care a felony across the entire country. It would also prohibit any federal funds, any tax dollars for going towards gender-affirming care. So that means no puberty blockers, no testosterone for teenage girls, no mastectomies for teenage girls, no castration for teenage boys or kids. We're just going to protect kids, anyone under the age of 18. Let them grow up first before they make such decisions.
Okay, you introduced this bill in the last session of Congress, okay? Yes. You had some support on that, right?
Oh, yes, tremendous support.
Okay.
We had nearly 50 co-sponsors, but I think we'll have even more this time because we have the majority and we have the ability to get it done.
But don't you think, as a conservative, protecting kids from this genital mutilation is something that should be automatic? This looks like a no-brainer from a conservative point of view.
Oh, well, it's not only conservatives. I mean, this is an issue that's popular with Republicans, Independents, Democrats. It's popular with parents because in states like California, New York, Washington, they are fast-tracking kids through this process and stopping parents from having the ability to say no, that this cannot happen to my child. This is why it's so important to pass this bill, and it needs to be a federal law. We have federal laws that protect kids from monsters like pedophiles. We have those types of child abuse laws. We need to have this. This is a form of child abuse, and it's our job to get it done.
And you've had Chloe Cole on, and of course Chloe spoke here at CPAC as well. She is the detransitioning phase of all of this, and this is something that's not explained to these kids as far as once you go one direction, it's virtually impossible to get your life back to where it was before.
Oh, and they have lifelong health problems. So Chloe Cole is such a brave young lady. I'm so proud to know her and call her a friend. She came last Congress and spoke at my press conference when I introduced the Protect Children's Innocence Act and told her story for the first time publicly. That took a lot of courage. And Chloe tells the story of how when she was 13 years old, she started taking testosterone. And by the time she was 15 years old, she had a full double mastectomy because she believed that she wanted to be a man when she grows up. And remember, she wasn't even finished growing up. But then it was after that mastectomy, she realized that she'd made a tragic mistake.
Okay, let's shift gears real quickly. You melted the internet last week with the talk of having a national divorce. And of course, a lot of people came out of the woodworks criticizing those words. What do you mean by that? You're going to incite a civil war. So let's go on the record right now. What exactly does a national divorce look like?
Well, a national divorce is a conversation that I believe we need to have. And I'll tell you why. It goes back to Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton declared that we're all deplorables. Are you guys deplorables? Yeah. So this is like a term that Trump supporters and many people have come to embrace, right? But it's a name that you should have never been given in the first place. None of us should have. But when she did that, she basically declared all of us like we're second-class citizens, right? As if we're no longer equal to Democrat voters or the left. And then we saw people like Maxine Waters go out literally and proclaim to people that in front of the cameras to wherever you see them, you make a crowd and you go after them. And guess what? It was a dog whistle, and that is exactly what they have done to all of us. Happened to me in a restaurant just this week. I got it verbally attacked by crazy people. It's like demon possession. But they have no respect for us anymore, Brian. And our two sides are so far apart. I mean, when you have the left saying abolish the police, and we're over here saying protect and help the police and promote the police, and we want to get rid of crime, and they're perfectly fine with social workers being the ones to solve problems. Okay, we're too far apart. The party on the left, they're the party of open borders, wide open borders, let anyone and everyone in, and that's what they're doing right now. And here we're on the right saying, shut the border down, secure the border, build a wall, more technology, and let's enforce our laws and protect our country. When you have the party on the left saying abortion all the way up to the day of birth and maybe afterwards, and we're the party of life saying stop killing babies in the womb and let's protect and promote motherhood. We are so extreme and so far apart that it's come to a place where we need to have a real conversation of, you know what, we all need our own safe space. Do you feel that way? Yeah. From the left and their ideas and their policies we respected them for a long time, but now they're like bullies, and they will not leave us alone, Brian, and they're trying to control everything to the point where they're literally coming for our kids and telling us, too bad, Mom and Dad, you have no say in how your children are educated and their own bodies and protecting their own bodies. And so I think it's a conversation. Does it mean civil war? No. We don't want. Does anybody want civil war? No, absolutely not. It's about avoiding civil war. Is it secession? No, it's not secession. It's shrinking down the federal government to what it should be, because right now it's an overgrown monster that is ruining everyone's lives.
And putting more power in the states.
More
so
power
if you
to
live
the
in
states.
California and you believe in all those things, but then it's up to you to you can stay there if you want to go to Texas or Florida to do that.
And guess what? Well, let me add on.
Yeah.
It's not a radical extreme idea, everyone, because the polling shows that on both sides of the aisle they support this idea. People just support it.
Yeah.
That blue states, they want to have their blue states and their ideas. Red states, we want to have our red states and our ideas, and we're sick and tired of the fighting. I think it's a good thing to say we're all tired of the fighting.
Yeah. Marja Taylor Greene joining us here at CPAC 2023. Let's move our attention over to the Ukraine. You've been very open saying that you're not for just a blank check of sending money to Ukraine on this geographical territorial dispute. What say you?
So I voted for the first resolution to support the people of Ukraine, but since then I have voted no to every single bill that funded war in Ukraine. And this is common sense, everyone. Ukraine is not a NATO member nation. They are not a member of NATO, but yet we have NATO 100% and basically running our military, and Zelensky demanding all of your dollars, and now Zelensky says send your sons and daughters to die in Ukraine. Absolutely not.
Yeah, you talked about that today on your speech. You
because
in the
I believe
camera
in protecting kids.
And you said, Zelensky, take your hands off our kids.
Yeah, you're not coming after our sons and daughters. Absolutely not. And you know what our military should be doing? Our military should be defending our southern border, because we are being attacked every single day. We're attacked by the Mexican cartels that are bringing deadly fentanyl poison into our country and killing over 300 Americans every single day. And no, they're not saying we want fentanyl. They think they're taking other drugs. And these drugs that they end up getting a hold of are laced with fentanyl poison that's coming from China into Mexico, and the cartels are selling it, and they're murdering Americans. Our military should care about that. That's what Washington, D.C. should care about. We should also care about where are all these kids? All these unaccompanied minors, we have lost track of them. We don't know where they are. We know that they end up working as child labor. We know that we know that they go missing. Are they victims of sexual abuse? Are they being sold into child sex slavery? Human trafficking is massive across the border. So yeah, you know, when it comes to Ukraine, the United States government that's paid for by all of you should carry out our border and should not be funding a war over in Ukraine. We should be negotiating peace.
I agree.
It's very simple.
Okay, before I let you go, there is no doubt you're probably one of the most attacked members in Congress, not only on social media, but in real life on the streets. You talked earlier about an incident that happened last week in a restaurant. How has life changed for you? You survived 2 primaries.
Yeah.
You
not just survived
destroyed
them.
your
Yeah.
opponents. How has your life changed now that you're in Congress, one of the highest ranking members of Congress? But what has your life changed outside of Congress as far as people coming after you for what you believe in?
Well, my life has changed drastically. As a matter of fact, my legislation offends some people so much that they've tried to kill me for it. The Protect Children's Innocence Act, the bill I introduced, after that I introduced that bill, they swatted my house 6 times. They literally tried to have me murdered. And then just recently, a man in New York pled guilty to planning to murder me. And then guess what, everybody? The judge decided to send him home, go back home to wait his sentencing. So yeah, people are literally trying to kill me for the stances that I take and how hard I fight about it. But my life outside of, or inside and outside of Congress, I'm still the same person.
You're the same person.
Oh, absolutely. I work out. I have a lot of fun, do a lot of things. I think a lot of people would find my life pretty exciting, and we have a good time.
Apparently, she's got 32 million views on Twitter of her doing chin-ups, and apparently that melted the internet as well. Before we let you go, a lot of Trump 2024 chants have been, break out and randomly here at CPAC. What's your thoughts on Trump going into 24?
Oh, I'm all about supporting President Trump. I absolutely love him. My favorite president. I know there's going to be a primary and people will do that, but let me tell you something, and I've been saying it all along. One of the things that got me attacked for, Brian, is after the 2020 election and after January 6th, I still proudly stood publicly and I said President Trump is the leader of the Republican Party. Still, he was then and he still is today. And President Trump, and the polling shows it, he is so far ahead. He's going to win the primary, and then we'll be sending him into the general election in 2024.
Margie Taylor Greene joining us here at CPAC 2023. Thank you so much for your time. You've got a bunch of people to talk to. There you go. We'll take it back inside.
Welcome to the MyPillow 2.0 commercial. Miss Makeup.
Well, you look good.
And action.
You're sleeping even better. We've got the best pillow ever. MyPillow 2.0.
It's a great name for a product. Good. Cut. We got it.
Welcome to the set of the MyPillow 2.0, the most amazing pillow in history. That new technology, you still have the MyPillow's patented fill, but now we have new technology we didn't have back when I invented MyPillow that's going to help you sleep. It's absolutely amazing, and you're the first ones that can check it out. Go to mypillow.com, use the promo code on your screen, and we brought back the buy one, get one free.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
Check out our friends over the Birch Gold Group. Get that free information kit today. Okay, we love Trump. Champs have been breaking out all over this place. And who doesn't like Trump merch?
Who doesn't like Trump merch? I mean, he's running in 2024. You guys loved him in 2020 and 2016, so why not?
Why not do it? Okay, patriotaddict.com. Patriotaddict.com is a great new partner of today's broadcast as well. They've got this T-shirt club, and I don't know about you, but I love a good, comfortable T-shirt, especially after you wear a suit and tie all day.
Nice and soft.
Nice and soft. And if it says Trump on the back or any kind of American flag, it makes it even better.
Of course.
They have a T-shirt club, and you can join that T-shirt club for free today. And get this, your first T-shirt is on the house as well. That is free. So, free T-shirt, free membership. All you got to pay is $249, I think, for shipping and handling. Not a big deal. Do that. It's only for CPAC for today. So please go check it out. Patriot Addict. How many like American-themed shirts do you have in your closet?
Way too many. I actually have a box full of all of my political merch, but I think you guys should still go out and get a free T-shirt to gear up for 2024 because you should have rally parties when you're watching RSBN rallies.
Great point.
You should have a rally party, invite all your friends, and everybody should have a free T-shirt.
What a great point. And that's a great way to get it. So go to patriotaddict.com, put that promo code RSBN, and you'll get that free membership. And plus your first T-shirt is absolutely free. Just pay $2.49 for shipping and handling. We can't give the shipping and handling away.
Yeah.
You gotta ship it to you.
And that's such a low cost for shipping and handling.
Such a low. That is true. That's a good
you can
point.
Find some quarters.
That's a good point. All right, so go check it out. Those are two great partners of today's broadcast. We certainly appreciate it. Check out our friends over the Birch Gold Group. Get that free information kit today. Okay, we love Trump. Champs have been breaking out all over.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all MyPillow bedding. Get MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. We also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles, like plush, waffle, or gossamer, for as low as $29.98. We even have pet blankets from small size to the ones for your car. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding, including MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. Get all your shopping in while quantities last. Please order now. Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank you for your continued support by bringing you the biggest bath sale ever. Get my 6-piece towel sets for the lowest price ever, only $39.96. His and her bathrobes, 50% off. Bath mats for as low as $17.49. And I'm also excited to announce the original My Slippers are back in stock. And now they come in even more colors and wide sizes. They're made with the same great patented technology. And yes, you'll still save $90 a pair. So get the biggest savings ever on bath sheets, bath mats, washcloths, hand towels, bathrobes, slippers, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and get deep discounts on all MyPillow bath products, including our 6-piece towel sets. Regular $89.98, now only $39.96. Get all your shopping in while quantities last, so please order now.
Inflation.
Yes.
And just the instability of the U.S. and global markets. And when it comes to retirement, well, you got to make sure that your money's safe. So we've got a special offer just for CPAC, and these Birch Gold Group wants to make it really easy to take that first step in investing in gold and precious metals. You can do that right now by texting the words RSBN to 989898. That's RSBN to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. And get this, we talked earlier about inflation. How much was the check that you would have to write to pay off the deficit? It was like $200 and something thousand from every U.S. citizen.
It would be insanity.
It would be insane. We don't have that money, and neither do you, and neither should you. But you need to protect your savings. So please talk to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Text RSBN to 989898 to take that first step. And doing gold and Grace, no one's saying you should put all of your assets into gold. That would almost be foolish in a way to put all your eggs in one basket, so to say. But you should diversify as much as possible. So go check out our friends over the Birch Gold Group.
And think you're doing, what they want you to do, but you've really got to be concerned with your board, your shareholders, and your customers. So as customers, everybody in this room can have a tremendous impact, and not just by stopping. In other words, if for example, AT&T drops Newsmax.
They did.
Yeah, right. Don't just cancel DirecTV. Call AT&T and tell them why you're canceling. You've got to get out. You have to make what you're doing known. It isn't just enough to say, I'm going to stop buying this. I'm not going to buy Coke anymore because it's woke. I'm going to buy Diet Dr. Pepper, which is better, by the way. I'm not going to buy Coke. But let Coke know why you're doing this, because that's what will impact.
Well, I want to pick up on that, because I believe in the last 12 months in particular, the right and people in this room in particular who have been super active, we've gotten some wins. We've actually gotten some wins on the board when we've stood up and said no. They can't just roll over us anymore. And I guess the question is, what do you think, Speaker, has changed? Do you think that we're organized better, that there are groups that are, do you think we've just had enough? What is it? But I feel empowered more than ever before.
I think people are just fed up with the current administration in Washington, and they're looking for states to take action. And, you know, we are a republic.
Who do you listen to? I mean, I'm always amazed when you talk to a politician. What comes into your phones, your email, what DMs do you get? What do you go, okay, I've got a problem, or I'm doing well?
It comes, it's for us in the House of Representatives, we listen to the people that elect us in Oklahoma. We carry the priorities to our legislative session. Our legislative session is only 4 months every year. But it's a collaboration between the other conservative states in the union too. My relationship with, let's say, Speaker Cameron Sexton in Tennessee, it's great to be able to pick up the phone, collaborate and exchange, hey, how is this affecting your state? What are you seeing? And build a coalition to move this type of pieces of legislation through to protect the people of our states. So it's a multi-faceted issue, and we have to be motivated and inspired to really not only just focus on our state to get it right, but to work with these other states to help them. And coming with ESG, we have been working to come up with model legislation. And Andrew, thank you for your input. And Senator Braun was here yesterday. I appreciate his involvement in championing this issue in this bill that we saw go through both the Senate and the House this week in Washington on this Department of Labor rule. We have to fight this at all levels, but in the state of Oklahoma, we have no one to blame but Republicans for not getting things done. So we are highly motivated. Every day we were in session working for the people.
Yeah. Andy, you touched on cancel culture a little. Let me ask you this. From a conservative standpoint, you look at a company like Disney that has gone like woke plus. What is your advice? I mean, you touched on it for a second. Don't just cancel call. But do you say to a parent, don't get Disney Plus, don't watch Disney movies, or do you just call Disney? I mean, what is it? Because how do we strike that balance between being active and protest?
Well, the more active you are, the more effective what you're doing. It's going to mean more. If you don't go to Disneyland or Disney World for a vacation, and it's because of their woke policies, call them and tell them that. If you just don't go, it'll have an effect, but it'll have a much more meaningful effect if you go there. Look, Disney's aware of this. I mean, you don't offend half your target market, and not realize what you're doing. I mean, they're aware that they've messed this up, and they've lost control now in Florida of the land in which Disney World stands, thanks to Governor DeSantis, who deserves a round of applause. So they're aware that they've messed this up, but the more pressure you can put on them, the easier it makes the CEO to resist the internal culture. They've made so many changes that their culture has now changed. So when you're running that company, you want to make changes. You got to move. It's like moving the Titanic. It's not like turning a speedboat. You got to move. You got to turn the Titanic. And when you let them know that supports what they're doing, it makes it easier for them to do it.
And so. Do you guys think that when you mentioned talking to the Speaker of Tennessee, is there a collaboration among the states to say, hey, I know I've talked to a lot on my show with Jimmy Petronas in Florida. I mean, they've done a great job in Florida of pulling out of BlackRock and saying, we're not going to let BlackRock invest our funds. Is there collaboration among the states to saying, hey, we've had a win, look at what you guys can do?
Absolutely. And when 25 states in this country make a move like that, we send a very clear message. and that changes a dynamic. But you cannot, I don't want to underscore the fact of the point that Andrew's making also. It's the people of our country also. Government can't do everything. They can't protect against everything. The people of this country have got to engage and act with your own money and make a protest vote by changing your business, whether that's Disney, whether it's the financial institution that you use, the investment company that you use. If you want to get people's attention, you have once again, the man with the goal makes the rules. Well, and ultimately, that's the people of this country.
I think about the instance of Goya Foods, when the CEO of Goya Foods went to see President Trump, and he said something positive, and they tried to cancel him. In fact, everyone went out and bought garbanzo beans just to buy them, and said, screw you, we're going to support, Goya and President Trump, and they were benefited. So, I mean, that's another example of going out and voting with our pocketbooks and showing that we'll stand up for principles. But yes. I think that gets back to this idea of we've got the ability to vote with our wallets too, just as much as the left. Yes. And if we stand up and do the right thing, that happens, right? I mean, that's the takeaway.
And that's what I believe the far left is ultimately concerned and scared of.
Right.
The people of this country activating and making those decisions with their pocketbooks.
Andy?
Yeah, the left doesn't want a second economy, and that second economy would be an economy that's supported by conservatives. And you do start to see the widening out there now, where some companies are going left, some companies are going right. The ideal world would be a Milton Friedmanish kind of world, where everybody actually just focused on making profits, generating returns for investors, doing the kinds of things companies traditionally did. It's the change. It's that emphasis on this environmental, social, and governance investment criteria that's really had a terrible effect on our economy. I'll quote Joe Manchin. He said yesterday that ESG puts politics over the interests of 150 million retirees in this country. And Manchin isn't always right, but he was right yesterday.
Well, I want to thank you both for having this wonderful conversation. I think the big takeaway is, we've got power. Let's be active. Let's go out there and vote with our wallets. Let's have our voices heard, and let's get things done. Thank you for being a wonderful audience and being here.
Thanks, everybody.
Sean.
Anyway, thank you. By the way, I've got a great new book on fake news. I'll be signing it at 12 o'clock down in CPAC Central. I'll see you down there. Oop.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, the Biden crime family. Please welcome, from Kentucky, Chairman of Committee on Oversight and Accountability, James Comer. Editor-in-Chief of The Federalist, Molly Hemingway. And your host, former Congressman and CPAC board member, Bob Beaupre.
Welcome. Is everybody having a good time at CPAC? It's a great crowd and another great program. I'm really privileged to have Lolly and Chairman Comer with me today. Let's get right to it. Mr. Chairman, first to you. I don't know that there's anybody in this crowd, but maybe there's somebody outside that's paying attention to this. Why in the world should we even be interested in this investigation. The Oversight Committee has begun on the Biden family, and what's the end game? What legislation or what fixes are you anticipating coming up with?
Everybody should be concerned because this is a threat to our national security. I mean, we all agree in Washington, even the Democrats, that China is our biggest threat. And what the average American is concerned about is China taking over the world. Every American was watching those balloons go over. They're angry that China's buying farmland. Well, what we're finding out is part of what the Biden family influence peddling involved was the Biden family were trying to work with China to get their foot in the door on the American energy industry, to try to help them not only buy liquefied natural gas, but also to buy ownership in the drillers. So this is an instance where our energy industry is a significant threat to our national security. And who was helping China navigate the federal bureaucracy? The Biden family. So we need to try to get to the bottom of this, and I think the American people deserve the truth. And at the end of the day, there will be a legislative fix. We're going to fix this to where there's a clear line as to what a family member can do with respect to a president of the United States as far as doing business overseas, and to increase the ethics and transparency laws to where this never happens again.
Molly, the chairman mentioned a threat to national security. How big a threat is it? And I mean, you've followed this story about as close as anybody I know, and for as long as anybody I know. How big a threat to national security? How deep in the Biden family does it go? We all know about Hunter. We know a little bit about Joe. What else is there to dig into?
Right. People are familiar with some of Hunter Biden's business dealings, but I don't know if they understand how much the entire Biden family has been involved in this pay-to-play operation for many, many years. So it's not just Hunter, it's also most prominently Joe's brother James, who's been involved in he's been investigated as well for some of the pay-to-play schemes that he's been involved with, or alleged pay-to-play schemes. But also other family members, nieces, and it goes beyond that. The reason why it's interesting is precisely for what Chairman Comer said. The way that the Biden family has made money is by collecting funds from foreign governments or oligarchs, compromised people, in exchange for favors to be named later. This, of course, affects the American people. And it happens to be that a lot of their business has been in China and in Ukraine and other places where we have every right to know exactly what was traded, exactly what was going on, and how it has affected American national security.
Mr. Chairman, so she's laid out that this is pretty extensive within the greater Biden family. Are you going to be issuing subpoenas on all those various members, the people, and can you compel them? Can you force them to testify?
We're going to do whatever it takes to get the truth, whatever it takes. We're starting with everyone that was involved in the Hunter Biden influence peddling scheme. I'm pleased to report we communicated with 4 of those people this week, either directly with the individual or with their attorneys. So we are making progress. We've just been chairman of the committee for 5 weeks, and we've already made contact, and I'm pleased to say are getting some cooperation from some of the people involved in the influence peddling.
Molly, let's stay on that theme for just a little bit. When everybody's going to laugh at this, I know they are. When Joe Biden was campaigning, he said that he never talked to Hunter Biden about any of this China business. We find that curious now, and especially a guy named Tony Bobulinski, I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly. He kind of blew the whistle on that. But we haven't seen much of Bobulinski since then. Are we going to see him again? Should we see him again?
Well, if we could just revisit this, too. We had, from the 2015 to the current moment, an absolute paranoid conspiracy theory that the Trump family had engaged with Russia and had stolen the 2016 election. This was a widely held conspiracy theory. And if you recall, the Trump family actually was engaged in global business, like legitimate global business. It would not have been that crazy if they'd had involvement with Russian interests. Then you have the Biden family, which has no legitimate business interests in all these foreign countries. You have Joe Biden saying, not just that he never talked to Hunter about China, but that he never talked about his China business, but that he never talked about the Hunter Biden business at all. You had an eyewitness account, Tony Bobolinsky, saying, well, that's not true because I personally spoke with Joe Biden about this. But you have all sorts of other evidence as well. You have meetings between Hunter Biden affiliates in Ukraine with Joe Biden during the vice presidency. You also have interesting stuff coming out with the classified document scandal. So the classified documents, which in Joe Biden's case he's mishandled going back to his time as a senator, involve a lot of things that almost read like they would be bulletins of interest to someone who is trying to do a pay-for-play type operation. So all of these things are really important. I also want to say the reason why this investigation is so important is that the Department of Justice should have been investigating this. And they, in fact, had been investigating some of this. But because of our politicized Department of Justice, they shut down investigations. They did not help with these investigations that were looking into different aspects of the Biden family business. The current U.S. attorney looking into it is highly understaffed, and he's operating out of a very small office that doesn't have the resources necessary. And even though there's a conflict of interest, Merrick Garland has not named a special counsel, which is in complete violation of rules there. So what's being investigated is very important.
Quick follow-up to both of you. How far back in the president's career does this go? He's been in D.C. almost since Lincoln. A long, long time. So how far back does this go? Molly?
I just want to say that there are so many, we have an overclassification problem in this country, particularly, it's not so surprising that you've had Biden, Trump, and Pence all brought up with this classified document issue. It happens. The fact that some of these classified documents that Joe Biden is accused of mishandling date to the Senate has kind of shocked the town. Because whereas these type of information is kind of flowing all the time in the executive branch, you actually kind of have to work hard to mishandle documents when you're in Congress. And some of them do date to his time as a senator.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Right now, today, we're going from today all the way back to Burisma. We're trying to focus on that. There's enough information there. I think the American people are going to get a good taste of what the Biden family business is about. And what Molly said is exactly right. The Democrats like to compare to what Trump did. Trump and Kushner, they have legitimate businesses. I know what their businesses are. They own real estate. They own golf courses. They own apartment complexes. They have employees. What's the Biden business? They don't own anything. They don't sell anything. They don't manufacture anything. What is the business?
Being the big guy.
The business is influence peddling. And there's a term for that. It's called being a foreign agent. So one of the things the Department of Justice could have already indicted, it looks to me like it's pretty clear that Hunter Biden and possibly the president's brother were essentially foreign agents, which they weren't registered, and there should be ethics laws that say immediate family members can't be foreign agents for foreign countries. So, they don't have a legitimate business, but they were getting paid excessive amounts of money from some of the worst countries on the world. If there's any bipartisan agreement on putting sanctions on certain countries, I guarantee you those countries are where the Biden family were profiting.
Stay on this topic for a little bit. If you can expand on what you've already requested in the way of documents and evidence, please tell us. And if I understand some of the news reports right, the U.S. Treasury, disappointingly, but maybe not surprisingly, is stonewalling you a little bit, given the Heisman on what's called suspicious activity reports.
Yeah.
What's that about, and can you break the logjam?
Well, I have a banking background, and suspicious activity reports, or SARs, are things hardly no American will ever get. And the Biden family has at least 150, and I believe more, from, it looks like, around 13 different banks. Since September the 11th, the chairman of the House Oversight Committee or the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee has had access to these suspicious activity reports. That would be under President Bush, under President Obama, and under President Trump. When Joe Biden became president, he snuck in right at the very beginning and did what's called a rule change, not an executive order, but a rule change. He changed rules to where the chairman of those committees couldn't have access to suspicious activity reports. Now, why would he do that? No, most members of Congress didn't know what a suspicious activity report was at the time, and no member of Congress knew that the Biden family had so many. So he's clearly trying to hide evidence of potential wrongdoing. I mean, his family has over 150 of these. I was a director of a bank.
150?
Over 150. When a suspicious activity report is the bank notifying the Treasury Department that we believe our client could have potentially committed a crime. Now, no bank wants to issue those because when you do, you are inviting the bank examiners into the bank. I was a director of a bank for a long time. The last thing you want are the bank examiners in the bank any more than they already are. You're not going to issue one of those on a good customer. You're certainly not going to issue one on the son of the President of the United States or the brother of the Vice President of the United States unless you're pretty certain potential wrongdoing occurred.
Yeah, I spent a number of years in banking too, so I know exactly what a SARS is, and you're right, 150 to one family. I've never heard anything even close to that.
Never. That's probably a record, and I'm being serious. I've talked to...
Not a good record to have either.
No, not a good record.
My goodness. It's incredible. I had no idea. Molly, there's been a lot of focus, of course, on the famous laptop, the laptop from hell. And I'm guessing that Chairman Comer, as well as the Judiciary Committee, are going to be digging into that. What are the substantive charges that might come out of that part of this whole scandal?
There's so many different interesting things about the possession of the laptop. First and foremost, I think the fact that when it was discovered, we had big tech and big media conspiring, colluding to suppress open discussion of this, interfering in a U.S. election. That is a major issue. But the laptop, obviously, for those who have suffered through seeing some of it, there's a lot there. And a lot of it is salacious and not probably relevant to your investigation. But a lot of it just deals with the actual business dealings that Hunter Biden was engaged in over the course of many years. And so it is important that the oversight is being done on this, also because while the FBI had possession of this, they were not apparently sharing it with some of the arms throughout the Justice Department that were doing investigations into the Biden family business. They seem to be protecting the laptop from being open to examination. And so the laptop gets a lot of news because of the salacious stuff. But what's really important, and what's important for the American people, is how are U.S. interests compromised by having powerful families in bed with China? We know so much about how the Biden family has made so much money through China. Is that the reason why we are not doing what we should be doing to take them on as the threat that they are? And it's not just the Biden family, by the way. It's other important families in D.C. that make so much money from the communist Chinese government that they're unwilling to do what we need to do in taking them on. Things that never would have happened when we were engaged in a Cold War with the Soviet Union, where it was all hands on deck. We are in a society right now where we have Hollywood and the media and our most powerful politicians in both parties actually working with China and making so much money off China that it's a national security problem. And I'd say first and foremost is the Biden family, which, they've been involved for a long time. They've made a ton of money this way, and it's reflected in how Biden has spoken very softly about China, how he seems to have not been aggressive in countering the threats that they pose, whether economic or military. And there's no question that voters have every right to know what's going on here.
I want to ask the same question to both of you, and this is a very personal question, but I bet it's one that everybody watching here has as well. With the closeness that we already know that the Biden family has had with China specifically, has China got the goods on them? Have they got their hand on a lever to exert that influence? I mean, isn't that what this is really all about?
That's what our investigation's all about. And make no mistake, this is an investigation of Joe Biden. And to determine whether or not Joe Biden, first of all, lied to the American people. I think we're going to be all right on that answer. But secondly, is Joe Biden compromised because of the millions of dollars that his family received? Not just the money directly sent to an LLC, which served as a pass-through to Hunter and to Jim Biden, but also to the University of Delaware and the University of Pennsylvania.
Right.
I mean, Biden, the 4 years he wasn't in office, he drew a salary from an entity that was, by all accounts, funded through China. So when you ask when President Biden met with President Xi several months ago, why didn't he bring up the origination of COVID-19? Why did they let the balloon fly over? Why are they continuing to let China manipulate our currency and get away with secret talks with Russia and trying to be the player on the world stage? Is it because he's compromised? And that's what the purpose of this investigation is. That's why it's of the utmost importance to our national security to determine whether or not this president's compromised.
Molly, you want a piece of that?
I'll just also say it's not just China. I mean, there was a previous Senate investigation into the Biden family business that did have access to some of these Treasury documents. They showed that the Bidens were receiving money from Ukrainian interests, Russian interests, oligarchs throughout the world. And it's not just that we're not doing what we need to do to take on China. It's also that the Biden family has been just intimately involved with Ukrainian interests. And unfortunately, Ukraine has a massive corruption problem. And so some of the focus there, it relates to China in the sense that how we are waging this war in Ukraine is drawing Russia and China closer together, but it's bigger and broader and on a much more global scale than just China.
Mr. Chairman, so far, I mean, you're into this thing pretty deeply, I can tell already. What's maybe the biggest piece or several pieces of information that maybe the general public isn't aware of that you've already uncovered?
I think, first of all, the thing that struck me is how much money the Bidens got from China. It's more than what's been previously reported. And the fact that it's pretty clear that Joe Biden was involved. And that's what the Democrats have said. When we won the House, we flipped the House, we went back to Washington for a lame duck session. Jim Jordan and I had a press conference because Jordan's on the Oversight Committee too. We had a press conference to announce we were going to formally start this investigation in January when I became chairman and had subpoena power. And the press said, oh, this is Russian disinformation. There's nothing in the laptop. There's nothing to see here or whatever. Today, just a few months later, now the press is acknowledging, just like the Twitter executives did in our first hearing, that the laptop was real. They made a mistake suppressing it. Now Jordan's going to talk to those 51 intelligence commissioners and let them explain why they signed that letter saying the laptop was Russian disinformation. But the press is now saying, well, yeah, Hunter Biden, he probably did some bad things. But look, he had a drug problem, and Joe Biden wasn't involved. Now, the first part of their explanation is right. The second part, it looks like Joe Biden was very involved because Joe Biden claims he never met with any of these people. I mean, some of them flew on Air Force Two with Joe Biden when he was vice president.
There are pictures of him
There are
having
pictures,
dinner.
there are emails, and we've spoken. We have met with people that were in the room with Joe Biden when these business deals with his son were being involved.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Molly, again, you've acknowledging that you've dug into this thing pretty deeply yourself, and thank you for doing it. What surprises might still await both the chairman, the committee, and the rest of us in this investigation as it unfolds?
I don't know exactly, but I think one thing that's interesting is there's such a broad nature of criminal allegations, and we seem to get an indication months ago through leaks to the media that there were going to begin to be some charges against Hunter Biden. I mean, he's done things that if you or I had done them, we would already be in prison, like on gun charges alone. But they didn't do it before the election, which kind of makes sense because you don't want to meddle. Well, it would make sense if there was any consistency in our Department of Justice on that. But if they were legitimate and if they weren't corrupt, it would, and if they were consistent in how they did this, not doing things before the election would be understandable. But now here we are months later and we still haven't heard. So I think we might be interested in what it is they're going to do there. And I do think people would be surprised by the breadth of influence peddling that was going on. And just, things that we maybe already know but haven't gotten enough attention. Like, I always think about that $80,000 diamond that was given from a Red China affiliated person to Hunter Biden, which we learned about because of like divorce paperwork. What are you expecting to get in response, you know, in return for that kind of gift? And that's just like the kind of stuff that we happen to know about. There's so much more that we have yet to learn.
You mentioned big tech a little bit ago, and I should have followed up probably right there, but let me ask now, both of you, big tech's role in at least trying to keep the blankets on the bed, keep this covered up for as long as they could. That's obviously going to be part of the investigation. Can we hold them accountable too?
It's such a massive problem, the role that big tech has in suppressing freedom of speech and freedom of debate, and truly election meddling. There is no question that every American had the right to know what the Biden family business was doing and what it was involved in. And it wasn't just that most members of the media did nothing to investigate it. It's when one brave newspaper, the New York Post, did get the goods on this and began reporting it. There was this concerted effort, a conspiracy, a collusion to shut this down, and many people should be held accountable. I don't actually know exactly what that means, but people need to stop giving propaganda press legitimacy. They are actively harming the country. They do not have the right to harm us in this way. And so I think that people who are victims of this should stop giving them any legitimacy whatsoever. Yeah. Something needs to be done about big tech. And frankly, the typical conservative response is insufficient. Typically, conservatives will say, there's nothing we can do about this destruction of the country because they're a private company. No, they're more like another country. They're more like another government. And they are so powerful, and they have such an outsized effect on our, on the freedom of our elections, on the security of our elections, on our ability to just be free people and debate the truth. Something must be done. And I sure hope your colleagues are going to wake up and realize that something really needs to be done there. And then another part of it is that we have all sorts of agencies who are involved in this conspiracy to suppress conservative debate and information. We've had some reporting recently about this Disinformation Inc. It's a global billionaire-funded operation to say that if you are the New York Times and you lie for years about the Russia collusion hoax, you're good media. And if you expose what the New York Times is doing, well, you can't be trusted. They give that information to advertisers and other people like like search engines, and it ends up being that the New York Times gets to grow and the conservative media is declining. We are in an information war, and it's being waged by government agencies. They are funding some of these things, and so that's another area that really needs to be taken on if we want to have even any hope of being a free people.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to add anything to this exposing that, I mean, at a minimum, it'd be nice if we knew the truth about big tech and the media's role in covering this up.
Well, that was part of the commitment to America, to hold big tech accountable. There are committees that are supposed to be doing that right now, energy and commerce primarily. They're looking at Section 230 and some of the other things that we've all talked about. I'll tell you what my committee's doing, the House Oversight Committee. We just passed, it was my bill, passed out of committee, the Protecting Speech from the Government Act. Basically, it prevents what the FBI was doing. Right now, the Hatch Act apparently didn't apply to social media activities. So we've expanded, this bill expands the Hatch Act that would prevent and allow us to hold FBI agents accountable. We didn't know until Elon Musk released the Twitter files that the FBI had a special unit of 50 people at least. They didn't have the authority to do it. They didn't have the funding to do it, but somehow they had 50 employees that did nothing but police social media. And they were policing social media against conservatives. They were censoring conservative speech. But we can't hold, there's a loophole in the law, apparently, that allowed them to do this. The government has no business in censoring speech, whether it be conservative speech or liberal speech. That's a First Amendment right. That's a violation of the First Amendment. The government shouldn't do that. This bill will make it not only illegal, but allow them to be prosecuted for that.
I want to be sure and ask you before you get away. We started CPAC yesterday morning with Chairman Schlapp and Chairman Jim Jordan from the Judiciary Committee talking about the investigation that he's undertaken. So knowing the both of you a little bit, I know that you've separated the turf a little bit, and you've got your responsibilities. He has his in Judiciary. How have you divided that up? What should all of us expect from your respective investigations?
Well, Jim's the GOAT. Jim's the LeBron James of the House Republican Conference. And Jim gets more words per minute in than I do. I don't know if anybody's noticed that. But Jim's focused on the Department of Justice. He's focused on the weaponization of the Department of Justice, the weaponization of the FBI. He's also on the Oversight Committee, so he knows what we're doing with respect to the Biden investigation. Part of the problem with the Biden investigation is overreach by the Department of Justice. There are a lot of questions we have for the Department of Justice as to why has Hunter Biden been able to get away with this. No other American would have gone this long without being indicted. But for whatever reason, the Department of Justice hasn't done anything to Biden. So Jim's focused on that. He's also a key person on the Oversight Committee focused on the Biden family influence peddling. So we work together really well. We communicate every day.
Well, thank you for doing it. Let me ask both of you the same question as we wind this down. As I sit here, Mr. Chairman, you're in Congress. I was in Congress, privileged to be there for a little while. Molly, you've observed the buggers for a while, so you've got a perspective as well. I know what human nature is. I understand that we are a fallen nature. I get all of that. But I honestly struggle with how anyone, Joe Biden, whomever, could somehow think that this is all okay. That after that many years of, call me naive, call me whatever, I always thought we were supposed to be held to a little higher standard. Yep. Not that the rules didn't apply, but in fact, they were more onerous.
But you already said this, right? Like, this is a man who's been operating in Washington, D.C. for more than half a century, and he's gotten away with it the entire time. It's not just him. It's other people who are involved in some fraudulent activity. Money is very tempting, and but that's why it's important, why we have a system of government that has these checks and balances that is supposed to limit corruption, and so hopefully that's what will happen here.
Yeah, it's very obvious. Joe Biden's very arrogant. He's very entitled. He thinks that the law does not apply to him, and obviously he thinks that applies to his family as well. One thing I've noticed in 6 years in Congress, I've been in Congress 6 years, it seems like the members get worse, most of the members get worse the longer they stay. One of the greatest things that this Republican majority can do, and I hope we do it, I'm for it 100%, is pass term limits. We need term limits.
Right.
Well, I think we're in good hands with Chairman Comer and Chairman Jim Jordan leading this investigation. It's a shame we've got to have one, but I think it's the investigative part is in good hands. I also think it's critically important that we have a media that's willing to tell us the truth and expose the problems that exist out there. So join me in thanking Molly and Chairman Comer. And thank you all for being here. God bless you.
CRT. We are joined now by Philip at the Birch Gold Group. And it seems like, Philip, every week after week, there's a crisis in the economy, putting investors on pins and needles. But what they're finding out is an option with you guys might be best for securing their retirement.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, the Biden economy is a disaster. Stock market down 20% almost for the year so far. Inflation, of course, the government cannot get a handle on it. 40-year high inflation. We've seen food prices surge over the last 12 months, the highest level since 1979. So the Biden economy is an unmitigated disaster. However, we at Birch Gold Group, of course, specialize in precious metals, gold and silver. They are safe haven assets, and they're very conducive for climates like this, right? Inflation drives them up. When we see corrections in the stock market, it drives them up. So they're very, very useful tools to protect against, like we said, what is a disastrous economic situation in front of us.
And you guys have made it really easy for that person to take that first step in getting that information kit. And it really is all involves a simple text.
You're absolutely right. All people have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. What that will give them is an information kit. It'll talk you through the precious metals markets and will help people, provide the information in terms of how they can protect themselves in climates like this.
Because, Philip, when you look at what's happening around the globe, it's just not U.S. investors. It's world investors are really nervous of what's going on right now.
You're absolutely right. This isn't just a U.S. issue. It's global. And that means that there are even less options for investors today, right? Bonds aren't working. They're losing to inflation with such low interest rates. Stocks coming down at a massive rate. And it looks, based on the numbers, that we've got a lot more to come. There aren't many options. So I think everybody today needs to be thinking about how to diversify and to hedge using safe haven assets like gold and silver.
And like Philip says, it's easy to do. Just text the words Trump to 989898 to get that free information kit from the Birch Gold Group. They are the experts in precious metals. And Philip, I can't thank you enough. And I know a lot of our viewers that have tuned into you guys and called and made that first connection to get that information. I know they appreciate what you guys are doing as well.
Thank you so much. It's our pleasure. It's what we enjoy to do. We like helping people, and now's the time to be looking at it.
Philip, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian, as always.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former senior advisor to the 45th president and host of the Kimberly Guilfoyle Show, Kimberly Guilfoyle.
Yes, we do. And thank you to Mercedes and Matchlab for having us all here, an incredible group of fearless patriots. And we are just getting started. And thank you all for joining the conversation and being part of the conservative solutions to returning our country to prosperity, for growing the America First movement, and for wanting to make America great again. We are gathered here in our nation's capital at an inflection point in our nation's history, a point where Joe Biden, the Democrats, big tech, and their willing allies in the media are hell-bent on taking their far-left agenda mainstream. And frankly, destroying all of our lives. But we're not going to let him do it, are we? That's right. We're going to say no to open borders chaos, defunding, police disasters, attacks on U.S. energy independence, surrendering to climate alarmists, reckless spending, turning our schools into far-left indoctrination centers, no more lockdowns, lawlessness, far-left lunacy, censoring viewpoints who dissent, and then, of course, calling you a bigot if you dare to question any of it. Did I miss anything? Under Joe Biden, yeah, there's a lot more, right, Matt? Under Joe Biden, sadly, we are a nation in decline, a nation sowing doubt among our allies, and a nation emboldening our biggest adversaries. Remember the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, which would have never happened under President Trump, where we abandoned our fellow Americans, surrendered to the Taliban as chaos ensued. Did Joe Biden take responsibility for any of it? Has this administration ever accepted blame for any of their delusional, destructive, diabolical, and dangerous actions? We all know the answer. And it's why we are here at CPAC, because all of us in this room have one message to Joe Biden. It is time to put America first. To put common sense, hard-working Americans first. To put our brave Border Patrol first. To put our police and first responders first. To put parents first. Leave our children alone. To put the residents of East Palestine, Ohio first, like President Trump did while Biden was in Ukraine. God bless President Trump. It is time to put all of us, all of Americans first and not last like Joe Biden and his administration have done. And I have seen the far left failures in places like California, and we don't want that. Keep that there, right? That's what Democrats want for the rest of the country. Where Democrats are in charge, crime goes up, costs go up, and quality of life goes down. It's why we as America First conservatives have an obligation to lay out an agenda that centers around border security, national sovereignty, free and fair trade deals, law and order, school choice, safety and security, peace through strength. Foreign policy, freedom of speech, thank you, CPAC. The right to keep and bear arms. We love our Second Amendment. And election integrity, never let another election be stolen in this country. And while the entrenched politics, we are fed up with securing our borders. These people have not done anything to secure the borders. We are fed up with one bait-and-switch spending bill after another. Fed up being pawns in their cheap political games. Fed up with being told we're the problem for calling it out. We have the courage to call it out. And most of all, fed up with the far-left failure in the White House who can't even string a sentence together or walk up and down a flight of stairs. Really? No more of the bend and snap Joe Biden. We got to quit him. Let us not forget, under Donald Trump, we achieved historic energy independence. Under Biden, we're now begging evil regimes to pump more oil while we drain our strategic reserves. No more. Under Donald Trump, we took out the world's top terrorists, and Putin didn't invade anywhere. But under Biden, hostile actors are ramping up their aggression. China is as emboldened as ever, and Beijing Biden refuses to hold them accountable. Under Donald Trump, we achieved historic peace deals in the Middle East. We saw robust wage growth, even amid a phony Russia hoax, and endless investigations against Donald Trump and the family. Under Donald Trump, it was a time for success. A vision for a better future, a whole lot of hope, and a whole heck of a lot of winning. Are you tired of winning? No, we want Trump back, let's be honest. But the Democrats, big tech, and the media would rather see hard-working Americans fail and suffer than admit to any of those successes. While we might find comfort in believing that their behavior is just a matter of incompetence, the truth is actually far more troubling. The pain they are inflicting is intentional. Because meanwhile, we continue to confront a totally compromised and corrupt two-tiered justice system. While there's one rule for Democrats, there's one rule for the rest of us. They have weaponized our agencies, the DOJ and the FBI. And it's one of the many reasons why you have all shown up here today and had the courage by just even being here. And for me, returning us, this country, to greatness is just that, courage. That's what we need to have. We're here to celebrate the innovation, the prosperity, the accomplishments, and the success of America, and not to be ashamed of it. We are proud to be born free Americans, are we not? To promote the values that make this nation great, like free speech, free markets, freedom to pursue your own happiness, freedom to accomplish your goals without the heavy hand of government getting in the way. Now remember, this country was founded on an experiment of self-governance and democracy, and we became the greatest force for good the world has ever seen. But now more than ever, there are nefarious forces at work to make us apologize for it, to make us ashamed for what we should be proud of. Because remember what this is all really about for the left. It is about undermining your ability to make the decisions that are best for you and for your family. It's about getting you to surrender your dignity and entitlement to a state that runs on never-ending victimhood. And it's about silencing and censoring anyone who dares to speak out. It's why we together have to and we will stand strong. And remind our fellow Americans what this country really stands for and what its full potential really is. And the good news is, conservatives all across the country are rising up to meet the moment, registering new voters, running for school board, battling for our children, and battling for our future. We are the backbone demanding action and accountability, the backbone demanding that government be responsive to the needs of hard-working, common-sense Americans, because the time for real accountability is long past due, and the time for action could never be more urgent. We have to remind ourselves that our mission does not come without responsibility. It's why I'm here at CPAC. It's why now more than ever, free and independent voices are so valuable. It's why I have a new show on Rumble where facts come first and where news is done right. They cannot cancel or censor us. We have to be relentless in the battle to protect and preserve the American dream. And it's why I am so proud, deeply proud, to introduce our next incredible speaker, who shows no fear, who stands up to the left-wing rage mob every single day, who is America first always, and who stands shoulder to shoulder with all of us in our quest to take this country forward, take this country on the road to prosperity, and to take this country to a place where we can and we will, say it with me, make America great again. And here now, the son of the 45th and I think 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization and host of Triggered with Don Jr. on Rumble, please welcome Donald Trump Jr.
What's going on, CPAC? I don't know, guys, but this feels like MAGA country. All right, so a little surprise for all of you. Check under your seats. if there happens to be a gold chocolate bar underneath there, that's a VIP. Oh, I'm not joking. That's a VIP ticket to my father's reception tomorrow at CPAC. Because your president, President Donald Trump, will be here. He's not out raising money from the billionaire Chinese sympathists like others. You know, Matt, they're going to do that. Well, others didn't show. I was like, yeah, they're raising money from the people who don't necessarily believe in America first, but because they need their money. So who's got gold bars? There's one. Another. You're a lucky man, sir. Any more? They may do some more. Look at that, another one there. Well, I think you guys will have an awesome time. Yep. There's people gaming the system. What are you, Democrats? You're trying to get under other seats? They're ballot harvesting, Matt. By the way, my political speech for the day, if we don't start doing the same thing that Democrats do, none of it matters. All right, remember that. Like, we have to be ballot harvesting. For the first time, perhaps ever, we're actually winning on the issues, but we can't implement all of the things that we want, like the logical things like same-day voting, paper ballots, ID checks. Like, even the socialists in Europe are like, you seriously don't have those things? Like, they're left of some of the lunatics on the left here, and they're shocked that we don't. But guess what? While we want all those things as Republicans, we'll never get them if we don't actually play the game, right? The left has weaponized COVID. They weaponized the pandemic to change the playing field. And guess what? We can't implement the things that we want if we're not in control. So in the meantime, until we take over those institutions, usually in the state legislatures, it won't matter. So we have to play the game on the battlefield that they've laid out. We have to start playing the game aggressively like they always do. And if we don't do that, it won't matter. You could have whoever, the greatest candidate in the world, the greatest policies in the world, and a guy like John Fetterman would be able to beat them. Hey, guys, I'm the one that's willing to say this stuff because someone has to, because it's insane what's actually going on, right? And when I said, like, I don't know, it's sort of weird that Pennsylvania managed to elect a vegetable, they criticized me as being ableist. I didn't know what that was, but there's always an ist, right? There's always an ist, and it doesn't matter what you're talking about. And apparently an ableist is someone who discriminates against those with disabilities. I said, well, I'm not discriminating against an ableist. I'd love for John Fetterman to have, like, good gainful employment. Maybe he could be, like, a bag guy at, like, a grocery store but, like, is it unreasonable for me to expect, as a citizen of the United States of America, to have a United States senator have basic cognitive function? Like, well, you make a solid point, sir. Why should a United States senator be held to a different standard than the president of the United States himself? So we have to fix all of that. Right? But again, we can't fix it until we play the game their way. The other way we have to start doing that, folks, is we have to start voting with our wallets. Okay? The number one thing that we can do to make sure that our values exist into the future is fueling the patriot economy. Just this week, I mean, this wasn't even going to be my speech until yesterday. I started a news app with my friend Taylor Butterwich because I got sick of, perhaps me because I'm so immersed in this stuff. I knew about the Hunter Biden story, but no one else did. It was in the New York Post, which is like the second oldest newspaper in America, but big tech made sure no one else ever saw that article. We now know that like 17% of Democrats wouldn't have voted for Joe Biden had they heard of this. So under the auspices of build your own, right? We've been always told, build your own. Now we try to build our own and then Amazon Web Services throws you off. Or Apple won't let you on the App Store. Or Google does the same. They say build your own, but they don't really mean it, right? They're not like, oh, you just do it your own. Like, we're going to put up every roadblock possible to make that happen. But we took the advice and we built our own. We created an app that simply aggregates news, MXM News, like minute by minute. We take articles from the left, articles from the right. I mean, I looked yesterday. We had stuff from like Mediaite on there, like not exactly what we'd call conservative material. And Taylor, while operating the business, goes to check our account balance and finds out that we have zero in our operating account. There was about $750,000 in there the day before. Calls the bank, he calls me, he's like, hey, we have a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Like, that's not good. Calls the bank, finds out, oh yeah, you'll get a cashier's check in a day or two. What? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, we closed out your account. I was like, wait, PNC Bank. Okay, yeah. Like, this isn't like, and by the way, it's not like we're creating news. You know, like if I was talking about the Wuhan lab leak story as the most obvious thing in the world for the last 2 years, which I've been doing, like, I'm not even creating that. But because I'll show you the New York Times alongside a Breitbart and let you make up your own mind, that still to them is apparently an offense. Think about that. PNC Bank, major national bank, but we've seen it all, right? I had Chase cancel something to do credit card processing, I think it was, for something I was speaking, because I was speaking at an evangelical event. Now, we understand based on the testimony of Chris Wray the other day that apparently, like, practicing Catholics are domestic terrorists. Just like concerned mothers not wanting their children to be indoctrinated with critical race theory, not wanting their children to be pressured into permanent life-altering sex change surgeries by their rainbow-haired teacher without parental involvement or consent. You know, those aren't people to worry about, but practicing Catholics, concerned mothers, those are the real threats, you know? Remember the guys that always commit the crimes? Like, yeah, they were on our radar. Yeah, they were on your radar, but you were too busy monitoring someone's grandmother who was within 500 miles of January 6th in D.C. You know, not doing their actual job, but this is the FBI. You'd think, no way. They're above reproach, but the FBI is doing it. We've seen the DOJ. We've seen the treatment of the January 6th prisoners. We're now watching our banks do this to us. Guys, we got to fight back. I've said it on this probably stage last year. It's like, they could take out the most powerful man in the world, the President of the United States, like they did to my father. Because if you have one guy going out there by himself, all the slings, all the arrows can be put on that person. They cannot do it to us if there's 175 million Americans willing to stand up for themselves, for decency, for our values. I mean, think about what we're up against. A major U.S. bank was able to cancel, and just canceled, our ability to do banking. We didn't even get a call. It was like getting broken up with by text. Like, you know, no reason. It didn't matter what, you know, hey, you're letting people, it wasn't, again, we're not even creating news. We're aggregating it. Check out MXM. You'll actually see both sides of the story, and you can formulate your opinion. And I'm so confident that we're right on our side that I'm willing to actually let you see the leftist viewpoint, because you will realize that they are insane. Why aren't they willing to show our side? Because they too realize that they're insane. Right? So what we have to do is we have to be involved in this. It's sort of amazing. I think Michael Seifert's here somewhere from Public Square. Another one. Great guys. San Diego-based company. He was sitting there at home. He was sick of going to a coffee shop that was taking his hard-earned dollars and giving it to leftist radical causes that would throw any one of us in the gulags, with or without cost, right? They would do it just because of what we believe. So he created a list of the conservative companies that shared his values, turned it into a website, and now Public Square has gone national. They're actually going public. But we have an obligation, if we want to exist, to support those kind of businesses. You're going to search it anyway, right? You're going to go on Google and find out what's the restaurant. I did it last night. Okay? I had a table of 20. I called at 8 o'clock, say, hey, we need a reservation. We got on Public Square. We found a restaurant that signed up because I know I could go there and not get booed, even in D.C. I won't mention the restaurant because they'll probably get canceled if I do, but it was sort of nice for me. We walk in, we're with Carrie Lake, and we're with Matt Gaetz and Nigel Farage. Like, it was a pretty conservative crew. That would have had a hard time probably eating in D.C. without getting yelled at. Now, I do well with that, but it's fine. But sometimes you want to just avoid it. And so we were able to find that. We have an obligation to get out there and support those kind of businesses. Because again, once we show the other side that there is pain in their wallets, I have to say that because someone will aggregate that and say that I was advocating for violence. No, but they can cancel us at any second. I mean, imagine being a guy at a bank being like, you know what, I'm just going to cancel Don Jr.'s news app. What could happen? And I have a platform of like 10 million people on Twitter, millions on Truth, millions on Facebook and Instagram. Like, I have the ability to fight back. And I did, and I put it out there, I put a tweet, and we had some pretty powerful people jump in on this, like the Speaker of the House. I would not have wanted to be PNC's bank's comms guy last night. That was probably a long evening. But again, they probably knew at least some of that was capable, and they still don't care. Right? This morning, right as I was getting on stage, it was a mistake. Upon further review, bullshit! Okay? It wasn't a mistake. Okay? Have you ever noticed the mistakes only go one way? You know? So go check out Public Square. Check out MXM. Support those businesses that support your values. Put their kids through soccer camp and soccer practice rather than funding, 10-month abortions. Some of the insanity that we see on the other side. Again, you have a choice. Exercise it. But the other side is, they're willing to do it. They don't even care anymore. Look at this. Another perfect example. Glenn Story right here from Patriot Mobile. I promise you, folks, raise your hand if you don't have a phone. Well, I got to keep my phone away because I know, I'm on every FBI list imaginable, so I just got to keep it away because, they're going to drone me one day. You all have a phone. You all are going to use it. Well, you can give your money to AT&T, who has, in the last month, tried canceling Newsmax, who the month prior to that took off OAN out of millions of homes. The parent company is actively attacking conservative mindset. Again, nothing extreme. It's Newsmax and OAN. It's just the stuff that we all believe. That's extreme. We can't let them even have an opinion. We can't let them have a voice. So if you're going to have a phone, you can give your money to AT&T and watch it get weaponized against everything that you believe, or you can go to Patriot Mobile. It's that simple. But we have to start thinking this way, folks, because if we don't, it's over. It's not just about the political landscape. We discussed ballot harvesting again. That's number one, right? There's a reason you can win House seats because that's so localized, but you can't win the national because you can't go to California. There are people in Pennsylvania, I guarantee you, that have no idea who was even running for the United States Senate that voted. No, it's true. Of course. Because you could not listen. If you listen for 5 seconds to anything John Fetterman, you said, okay, he's clearly unfit for office. That's not, you don't have to be a doctor to be like, maybe there's something wrong. The Democrats knew he had these issues, and they ran him anyway. By the way, they had someone who I probably don't agree with on anything, but was at least able to function, maybe not quite as radical, Connor Lamb. They could have ran him, but they knew even in the primary that this guy had these issues, and they ran him anyway because they want a radical extremist that wants to release murderers. And this is the party of the left today. Right? There are still incredible, great, moderate Democrats in America, but they have no one representing them. Because you can't win if you don't espouse the lunacy of the left today. You can't get the California, New York, Soros money, whatever it may be, and win. You see the prosecutor just this week who misgendered a biological male in San Francisco, I guess it was, and Soros-funded George Gascon, punished this prosecutor for misgendering a child rapist. The child rapist doesn't really need the punishment. The prosecutor who misgendered him is the one that needs to be taught a lesson. That is America. under Joe Biden. That is America under Democrats. That is an America that none of us recognize, and it's an America that's going to stay that way if we don't fight back and say enough is enough. So guys, that's our message, right? We need a president that is not owned by other people, right? There's a reason the billionaire class, even the billionaire conservative news class, wants someone other than Trump. It's because they want someone that needs them to take their call. You know, there's a lot of the billionaire class, even on the Republican side. It's like, yeah, we're really hard on China, but like, don't be that hard. Like, we still want our widget for a quarter-cent cheaper, and we'll destroy the American middle class to do so. Make no mistake. Okay? I want the guy that doesn't need to take that call, that isn't entirely beholden to them, that is showing up to speak to the people, not showing up to speak to those who would rather go much softer on China. We didn't need this job to begin with. My father certainly didn't. It was a lot easier to shut the hell up for me and be a real estate developer from New York. Unfortunately for the Democrats and many rhinos, and many, that is not our style. So guys, don't forget to vote in the CPAC poll, but most importantly right now, vote with your wallets. Support those who are supporting you. Help them engage in the battle for our future and for our very existence. Because if you don't think that it's on the table, you have not been watching. Thank you very much, CPAC. You are the best. Thank you.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd, we show the energy, we show the enthusiasm, we interview people, we show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy, it's so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice, because nobody else will give them a voice. Instead, they take who they really are and turn them into something that they're not. They try to say that these are white supremacist gatherings and they're neo-Nazis. They spin all these false narratives, but in reality, there are Filipinos, there are Thai people, they're Chinese, they're Brazilian, they're Cubans, they're Africans, they're Jamaicans, they're Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports this president. Everybody supports American ideals of liberty, truth, freedom. We can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us, to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you, and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank you for your continued support by bringing you the biggest bath sale ever. Get my 6-piece towel sets for the lowest price ever, only $39.96. His and her bathrobes, 50% off. Bath mats for as low as $17.49. And I'm also excited to announce the original My Slippers are back in stock. And now they come in even more colors and wide sizes. They're made with the same great patented technology, and yes, you'll still save $90 a pair. So get the biggest savings ever on bath sheets, bath mats, washcloths, hand towels.
A rabbi, a Christian, and a cardinal walk into a bar. Please welcome founder of the Jack Brewer Foundation, Jack Brewer. Host of the Church and Culture radio show, Diehl Hudson. Rabbi Shlomo Hayem. And your moderator, host of It's Not About Us on CPAC Now, Elaine Beck.
If you'd all stand to your feet really quick as we go to the throne and honor God. Every head bowed, all eyes closed. Father God, we come to you humbly, dear Lord Jesus, and ask that you bring your Holy Spirit upon this entire room, Father God. Blessing the Slaps, Father God, CPAC, and everyone that has anything to do with this event, Father God. Give us the strength through your word, Father God, and everything that we say, let it not be of us, but a representation of you. I ask you these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Wow. You know, nothing like bringing God right into the room and into our hearts and opening with a prayer, because that's what we're here to talk about today is our wonderful Lord and how he serves us every day throughout the world, not just this country. So welcome to everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful time at CPAC this week. And I'm very pleased to be able to sit here with these wonderful gentlemen that all represent different religious backgrounds, but are all serving one God that we all love so much and rely on. And as the name of my show is, it's not about us, it's because it is about our God. So it's my pleasure to get to introduce these wonderful gentlemen. And I'm going to start with Rabbi Shlomo. And I want you to know that last year when we went to the CPAC in Israel, and it's a wonderful place to go, let me tell you. When we went there, I met a partner of his by the name of Yehuda. He introduced me to the rabbi, and it's been a growing relationship between CPAC and Israel, and they are now working with us as well. So welcome, Rabbi Shlomo.
Thank you so much.
And next we have Diehl Hudson, and he was the co-writer with Matt Schlapp on a wonderful book that they wrote called The Desecrators. And if you haven't read it, please read it. I read it, and I'm telling you, they really hit the nail on the head with what the desecrators are about and what we need to do to make things better in this country. And then, of course, Jack Brewer. Jack is was a football player. Come on, you go ahead. You can let him know how much you appreciated what he's done. But moreover, what he's doing right now is so wonderful. He is actually working with AFPI's Center for Opportunity. He also has done so many things. I was joking with him backstage about how he even played for the Cardinals, and I'm from Arizona, so I love all of that, and so many of us follow football. So, but what you're doing now is such an amazing thing, and I'm going to start with Diehl, though, on the questions. Diehl's like, what is it? So, Diehl, let's start with you. There has been widespread rioting, looting, and political violence in America the last few years. What are the spiritual implications of the desecrators on American culture?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you. And the rioting, the looting, the pulling down of images of great men and women who have made this country, who have created its basic institutions serving the common good is exactly what desecration is.
Absolutely.
The word desecration is used most often when someone goes into a church, breaks a window, pulls down a statue, messes up an altar, or even disturbs the act of worship itself. And desecration, what Matt Schlapp and I wrote about in our book, is precisely the act of attempting to destroy what is sacred, our human sacredness, the sacredness of human life, the sacredness of community, of the unity and brother and sisterhood we have all over this nation. There is a sacredness to our patriotism, to love of our country. And I want to say this. We talked a little bit about in our meeting together about the Catholic Church. I am a former Southern Baptist minister turned Catholic. But I want you to know that between evangelicals and Catholics, we have a lot in common. In fact, in the 2022 election, 76% of evangelicals voted for President Trump. 50% of all Catholics voted for Trump. But when you look at those who went to Mass regularly, 59%. I'm going to add one number to that. In the entire electorate, Catholics stand for 12%, evangelicals for 12%. That's 24%. We come together, we can win. We must pray for each other. We must honor each other. We must see the good in each other and not immediately, because of certain headlines, we're all familiar with that, come to the conclusions that Catholics aren't powerful, don't have influence, that they can't go arm in arm with our evangelical brethren. I was in charge of Catholic outreach in Bush's first 2 election campaigns. Ralph Reed was in charge of evangelicals. We partnered and we won. That's what I hope you'll take away from at least what I'm saying today, if not from this entire gathering. Together we can win. We have to pray and we have to be positive about one another.
Thank you, Diehl. Very good. Next, we're going to go to Jack. Jack, being a, you head up AFPI's Center for Opportunity now. What opportunities are we missing out on because of this spiritual darkness that has taken a hold of our youth?
We're missing out on the opportunity to save souls. So many times we talk about politics, so many times we talk about, prosperity, but we forget what Jesus talked about. Jesus told us to go out and preach the gospel to every nation.
Amen.
All race, colors, and creed. He wasn't talking about your political party. He wasn't talking about your ideology. He was talking about people going to heaven. And so when we talk about the cultural issues happening in our time, that's because people don't understand heaven and hell.
Right.
People don't want to talk about heaven and hell. We want to sugarcoat everything and wonder why we have kids that don't have a fear of God that are going out riding in the streets. Why we have a country with 24 million fatherless kids. While you read the last verse of the Old Testament, and God warns us that if the hearts of the fathers don't turn to the children, that he will hit our land with a curse.
Amen.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're living in that curse. And it's up to the believer to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ unbashfully. Right now, our land, is cursed. When you go into public schools across America and kids can't read and write, they just had 27 schools in Baltimore, Maryland, where 0 kids were proficient in any class. In the United States of America, where we're pouring billions and billions of dollars into our education system, where millions of families across the world are only dreaming about coming to this land, are we going to protect it? Are we going to talk about the gospel? Or are we going to talk about our feelings?
Well, that's a wonderful answer. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then for you, Rabbi, you are joining us all the way from Tel Aviv. And Jack spoke about missed opportunities. What is happening to families in Tel Aviv?
So, first of all, I want to say thank you for having me all the way from Israel, and I want to bless everyone here.
So happy to have you.
So I think that that's part of the problem that we see across the world, and it's also hitting Israel a little bit less, but where we forgot to sanctify family. We forgot to take responsibility for family. It can be cool to be something else besides building a family. And I think that what we see today in Tel Aviv, ever since I moved there 14 years ago, part of what we preach is let's build a family, let's have children, let's educate, let's build something that has a future that is built on values. Whoever held the Bible in his hand knows that one of the number one values is family, is being able to not look at the here and now, but look at the future. Look at our children and grandchildren, know that we're leaving behind a set of values that they will continue in the same way. And it was sad to me, I remember the first time when a couple came up to me, and they're like, why should we get married? We live together for ages, and we're modern, and why do we need... And I said to them, because there's that point in the Jewish tradition, it's called the chuppah, right? There's the point where they both stand under the chuppah and they get married. And I said that point is the biggest message you will ever give your kids. Why? Because it's the point where I've never played poker in my life, but I've seen enough movies where you push all the chips to the middle and you say, I'm all in. And that is exactly the message of building a family, is being all in to values and building and a continuation of the future.
Thank you. That was a wonderful answer. Now, we're going to get low on time, so I need a little shorter answers this time, but you guys are doing wonderful, and I'm sure everybody's enjoying this, but we're going to go a little deeper right now. Deal? Are these rampant spiritual forces of the darkness signs that we are in the end times? What do we need to pray for to combat the desecrators in our culture?
We should always act as if we were in the end times.
Yes, I like that.
The Bible says we don't know when the end times will come. The Bible says we shouldn't even try to figure it out. The Bible says there will be an end times, and there will be tribulation in preparation for it. But the point that is made throughout Scripture, both Testaments, is that we should be ready. And what being ready means is fighting the fight, saving souls. It all begins with saving souls. You're right. Because when souls are saved, they gain muscle. They gain muscle mass. They learn to be articulate. They learn to stick their face out in places where they may get it knocked off. But that's what we have to do. We have to be bold, and God will make our cups runneth over if we do that.
Amen. Thank you. Jack, being a former NFL safety to devoted philanthropists, what do you need to teach our youth to empower them to rise above their circumstances and create value versus destruction?
We got to bring them hope. And you only can bring them hope through the gospel. First and foremost, we have to stop putting them into these public schools that don't teach them the 10 Commandments.
Amen.
They don't know right and wrong. So how's the kid going to make those decisions if they don't know right and wrong? We have to start teaching our kids what sin really means. What sin means. And for adults, sin is just not the sin of commission that you commit. There's also a sin of omission.
Right.
If you stand on the sidelines and do nothing to protect the commandments of Christ, you are committing a sin.
Amen.
And so, amen. I like to say an amen.
That's me.
So if you are not willing to go to the depths of what the gospel teaches and preach to these children, then you are to blame for their souls being lost.
Amen.
The word of God says by the blood of the Lamb and the word of your testimony is how you overcome the evil one. And the evil spirits are everywhere. And so let's empower ourselves, but start off by teaching the kids the basic 10 Commandments. What would you think the great Moses and Jesus would think looking at a society that doesn't teach kids the 10 Commandments?
Amen.
We should be demanding every single public, private school give parents the option to give their kids the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Absolutely.
And before, last thing, I know time is coming up. If we don't bring the paddle back in these schools, the word of God says if you spare the rod, you hateth your son. It's not for us to put our feelings and emotions on how we feel about that. Some kids need their butts whooped.
Amen.
And they tearing up the streets, they robbing and they stealing and they filling up our juveniles. They need to start getting their butts whooped and being taught right from wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, it's so funny. I came out here with these questions because they needed to be answered. And you guys are doing such a great job. And I know usually panels, we just, talk back and forth and stuff. But, the power that God is bringing with your words is so meaningful to all of us. And it just gives me such hope. Rabbi, I'm going to finish with your last question. And it is, the family is the core of any nation. Any successful nation is built on strong, secure, and healthy families. What values do we need to restore in our Judeo-Christian culture to protect families?
So I think there are 3 core values we need to bring back to family, and it is also to education, like you said beautifully. I think we need to start teaching responsibility, accountability, and positivity. And I just want to elaborate on all 3. Responsibility, again, comes back to that thought that I'm not here and I'm not alone in this world.
Right.
And there is a continuation, and there will be a tomorrow. And what do I want that tomorrow to look like? And when I take responsibility for that, then I take action. Accountability is, like you said beautifully, Jack, and thank you so much for sharing that, is about, if I'm taking responsibility, I will be held accountable. And if I don't educate my kids, then they will riot and they will do things that are wrong. And if I don't teach my kids right from wrong, or I don't teach what building a family is all about, then it won't exist. And then we will have the cultural problems we have today. And my third point, and I think that that's something that I hope that I can just do more of, is positivity. We focus so much in this world on the negative.
Amen.
The culture, the education, the media just pumps into our brains day in and day out the negativity and what he has and what you don't have. And there's just like that simple lesson that I think all our religions have taught us so many times. It's just, I heard a great saying, and that's what I want to end with, is so many times we look at other people and we say, oh, the grass is greener on the other side. So someone taught me a great slogan, the grass is greener where you water it. And if we start watering our grass, it's going to be very green and it's going to be incredible.
I love that. That's great, great. Well, I'm so glad that you all were here to hear all of this. These are some men of God that, to me, that's who I look up to. And, our pastors, our ministers, our priests, our rabbis, these are the people that set the stage for all of us. And what a great way they've stood on this stage today to talk to you. And so I want to thank each of them, and I want to thank you, and I want to remind you that the one thing that I always talk about on my show, It's Not About Us, is the love of God and how the good things that are happening in this country. And right here at CPAC, that's one of the best things that's happening in this country and around the world. So we'll be going to Israel again this year and many other countries. Don't forget your neighbor, your friend, your children, your families of all kind. Remember, they all need hugs, they all need love, and all that love comes from God. So thank you for being with us today, and God bless you all.
is talking about.
We're joined now by Philip at the Birch Gold Group. And it seems like, Philip, every week after week, there's a crisis in the economy, putting investors on pins and needles. But what they're finding out is an option with you guys might be best for securing their retirement.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, the Biden economy is a disaster. Stock market down 20% almost for the year so far. Inflation, of course, the government cannot get a handle on it. 40-year high inflation. We've seen food prices surge over the last 12 months, the highest level since 1979. So the Biden economy is an unmitigated disaster. However, we at Birch Gold Group, of course, specialize in precious metals, gold and silver. They are safe haven assets, and they're very conducive for climates like this, right? Inflation drives them up. When we see corrections in the stock market, it drives them up. So they're very, very useful tools to protect against, like we said, what is a disastrous economic situation in front of us.
And you guys have made it really easy for that person to take that first step in getting that information kit. And it really is all involves a simple text.
You're absolutely right. All people have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. What that will give them is an information kit. It'll talk you through the precious metals markets and will help people, provide the information in terms of how they can protect themselves in climates like this.
Because, Philip, when you look at what's happening around the globe, it's just not U.S. investors. It's world investors are really nervous of what's going on right now.
You're absolutely right. This isn't just a U.S. issue. It's global. And that means that there are even less options for investors today, right? Bonds aren't working. They're losing to inflation with such low interest rates. Stocks coming down at a massive rate. And it looks, based on the numbers, that we've got a lot more to come. There aren't many options. So I think everybody today needs to be thinking about how to diversify and to hedge using safe haven assets like gold and silver.
And like Philip says, it's easy to do. Just text the words Trump to 989898 to get that free information kit from the Birch Gold Group. They are the experts in precious metals. And Philip, I can't thank you enough. And I know a lot of our viewers that have tuned into you guys and called and made that first connection to get that information. I know they appreciate what you guys are doing as well.
Thank you so much. It's our pleasure. It's what we enjoy to do. We like helping people, and now's the time to be looking at it.
Philip, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian, as always.
Welcome to the MyPillow 2.0 commercial. Miss Makeup.
Well, you look good.
And action.
You're sleeping even better. We've got the best pillow ever, MyPillow 2.0.
It's a great name for a product. Good. Cut. We got it.
Welcome to the set of the MyPillow 2.0, the most amazing pillow in history. That new technology, you still have the MyPillow's patented fill, but now we have new technology we didn't have back when I invented MyPillow that's going to help you sleep. It's absolutely amazing, and you're the first ones that can check it out. Go to mypillow.com, use the promo code on your screen, and we brought back the buy one, get one free.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support. With everything going on right now, your rest is so important. That's why we're having the biggest MyPillow sale ever. Not only are my bed pillows as low as $19.98, but you can get the best body pillows ever. Regular $89.98, now only $29.98. Take your rest on the go with our Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows for only $14.98. And we have our new couch and accent pillows. They aren't just for looks. They have MyPillow's patented adjustable fill that gives you that amazing MyPillow comfort. In this economy, you get the best gifts ever for the best prices ever. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you get deep discounts on body, couch, bolster pillows, and so much more, including my original bed pillows for as low as $19.98. Please order now while quantities last.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd. We show the energy. We show the enthusiasm. We interview people. We show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy is so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice.
Please welcome, from Florida, Congressman Byron Donalds.
I love you too. She's loud. From New York too. From where at? What part? Oh, the Bronx. Oh, they're cool too. CPAC, how you doing? You know what, I gotta tell you, it's an exciting time on Capitol Hill. People were really concerned about, that first week. Y'all know what happened that first week. No need to relive the stories. But we were hearing the chatter outside the chamber. And we were hearing everybody say, man, what are these guys doing? Do they got this thing figured out? How are they gonna govern? Is this gonna succeed? What's gonna happen? Have they weakened themselves? And I remember I was telling a bunch of reporters, you just calm down. We're gonna get this thing worked out. And then we're going to do the job that the American people sent us to do. And what you've seen so far, and we're just getting warmed up, but what you have seen so far is House Republicans holding this administration accountable. And the press will always say, well, don't you think you should just get down to governing? And I always tell them, you cannot govern a nation if elements of your government have run amok. You have to make sure that all of the agencies and all of the bureaucrats have one goal, one mission in mind, and that's advancing the agenda of the American people. Not part, not some, not R, not D, but all of the American people. And that is what we are committed to on Capitol Hill. I actually love my assignments too. I'm on some pretty cool committees. You guys might catch this stuff on Instagram or Twitter, stuff like that. Time out, Twitter. Let's focus on them for a moment. I am so happy that they have been bought by somebody who actually believes in free speech. Because what was going on before was a travesty for America. Our adversaries across the aisle, they like saying that they're the ones who are fighting for the soul of America. But it is conservatives who have always been fighting for the soul of America. Because we don't really mind disagreeing with you. We can have debates. I actually like campaigns. They're fun. A lot of work, but they're fun. But if we're going to be in the battlefield of ideas, let's be in the battlefield of ideas. Let's not suppress ideas through the back door, because that's the only way you can win an election. Let's allow all of our people to have their voices heard. Let all of their ideas flourish. It's not for you to agree. It's not for you to agree with me. It's for you to decide which way do the American people want to go. That's what this is about. So when we're in oversight and we're talking to the old Twitter execs, and you hear the bias in how they viewed a lot of this stuff with the Hunter Biden laptop, and they said, well, we just made a decision. We just felt this was the right thing to do. And I'm looking at them like, in what world is the right decision to suppress information? The New York Post is one of the longest standing newspapers in the history of America. Who told some mid-level exec it's cool to suppress their information and their reporting? So what we're fighting for is an America where all thoughts and all viewpoints are allowed to be flourishing in our country. And if there's one thing I'm going to promise you, is that we are going to succeed on that front, because people are tired. You know, I remember in America, this was back when I was apolitical, not in politics, regular person, loving life. And I remember people would have their political debates, and you would have family members say, oh no, we don't talk politics at the table. We're here to eat and enjoy each other. And somewhere along the way, we've had families become divided just over politics. That's not healthy for our country. Our country cannot survive that. We can survive a lot of things. But what we cannot survive is being at each other's throats to the points where even families can't remain families. But you don't do that by silencing a family member. You do that by, at the Thanksgiving table, well, after the turkey, because you got to make sure the turkey gets done. Because mom ain't going to be happy if you arguing over the turkey. Let's finish the turkey first, and then let's get to the arguments. When the Cowboys are winning on Thanksgiving, I'm a Cowboys fan. So when the Cowboys are winning on Thanksgiving Day, you see, this is why I love free speech, because we can't even agree on who America's team really is. And we know America's team are those Dallas Cowboys. But I see you, Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes, listen, Patrick Mahomes is a bad boy. That's a bad man right there. Anyway, back to this. Don't boo me anymore, okay? Don't do that anymore. But let me tell you right now, that's what we're focused on. Last thing I want to really bring up. What's the future going to look like? As conservatives, our job hasn't changed, but the way we go about our job has to change. Our job has always been a constitution that is strong, that covers all 50 states, that protects individual rights and individual liberty, that allows for free commerce and free opportunities, that allow all who come here and all who are born here to flourish using their God-given talent to seek the American dream. That is still the mission for conservatives. But the path forward is going to shift some. It's not good enough just to talk to conservatives. It's not good enough just to talk to Republicans. We have to take our message to all areas of our country. There are urban corridors in our country who have had enough. Y'all saw what happened to Lori Lightfoot. She gone. You saw what happened to her. Bye, Lori. You have voters in Chicago who have said enough is enough, and they want better. But it's not just good enough to point out what they do wrong. We have to show what can be done right. We have to talk about how in urban communities, a child's opportunities in education matter so much more than how many dollars you throw at education. We got to explain to parents that if you're at the head of the line, not some administration, not some principal, not some bureaucrat, that's the pathway for your child to be successful. That's part of my own story. Because my mother, Meredith P. Brown, Brooklyn, New York, she said, no, I'm in charge of my son's future, not you. We got to take the message to urban communities. You have mom and pop businesses. They employ 3 to 5 people, that there's a better way for you to have access to capital. Not a heavy-handed government with a bunch of alphabet soup agencies that don't even know what they're talking about, y'all. These people are dumb. They don't know. You got to explain to them the best way forward for you to be successful is a robust financial system. Yeah, you got big banks, but we need a whole lot of small banks. And we need them all through America. And what stops that is the reckless, dumb policies that have come out of Washington, D.C. for far too long. And if we explain that to business owners and to parents and to churchgoers and to community activists in urban corridors, if we give them another opportunity, another shot, another viewpoint of what politics actually means and what policy actually stands for, then we can save the greatest nation man has ever known. So CPAC, that's my mission. That's what I'm about. That's what I'm going to be doing. And if you catch me on other networks, you know, talking to Joy Reid or somebody else, you know, I did do that too. You know, but when you catch me on these other networks doing this, the whole reason is to spread the message of conservatism. God bless you guys. God bless the CPAC. God bless America.
Nikki Haley made history, taking the oath of office to become the first woman to serve as governor of South Carolina.
I think my difference is
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank you for your continued support by bringing you the biggest bath sale ever. Get my 6-piece towel sets for the lowest price ever.
United Nations, and she's accepted. Daughter of Indian immigrants is considered a rising star in the Republican Party.
There is a new U.S. UN. You are going to see a change in the way we do business. For those that don't have our back, we're taking names.
She's so tough. And she is so consistent. And you just know you're not going to move her.
America will put our embassy in Jerusalem. That is what the American people want us to do. And it is the right thing to do. No vote in the United Nations will make any difference on that. What we witnessed here today in the Security Council is an insult. It won't be forgotten.
I like the message that Nikki sent yesterday at the United Nations.
This was the finest hour for Nikki Haley, I think, standing up for the United States, standing up for Israel.
Nikki Haley delivered absolute fire and brimstone. She dropped it right on the head of the Russian ambassador.
Haley shows us what American foreign policy looks like with the spine.
I wear heels. It's not for a fashion statement. It's because if I see something wrong, we're going to kick them every single time.
The biggest reason socialism is gaining ground is because capitalism's defenders are too afraid to speak up. We can't keep quiet. The truth matters, and it's time to tell it.
America is too nice. Too nice. Stop being nice to these thugs and these tyrants that want to kill us.
And if this president signs any sort of deal, I'll make you a promise. The next president will shred it on her first day in office.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former governor of South Carolina and ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley.
It's great
great to be back at CPAC. I'm always happy to be here with my fellow conservatives. In case you didn't notice, the liberal media's heads are exploding about my run for president. And we all know why. The media can't stand the fact that I'm a conservative. Think about it. I'm a woman, I'm a minority, and I'm the daughter of immigrants. I am proof that liberals are wrong about everything they say about America. When I launched my campaign, I said every politician over 75 years old should be required to take a mental competency test. Have you seen D.C. lately? We should start with Joe Biden, and we shouldn't stop there. Now, Don Lemon didn't seem to like that too much. He claimed I'm not in my prime, in which I responded, hold my beer. I'm 51. That's younger than Don Lemon. It's also younger than Hunter Biden, and it's 30 years younger than Joe Biden. But Don says women have to be in their 20s or 30s to be in their prime. And the left say we're sexist. Liberals are the most sexist by far. For the record, I was right. Every politician and judge should have to take a competency test. If you want to start at age 50, I'm good with that too. I didn't say the same for sexist middle-aged anchors, but Don Lemon proves CNN should probably consider that as well. Liberals attack me because they don't like who I am or what I say. I'm running for president to stop America's downward spiral toward socialism and end the self-loathing that has taken over our country. I'm running for president to renew an America that's strong and proud, not weak and woke. When I look to the future, I see our country rededicated to freedom and opportunity. But when I look at the present, I see the total opposite. Joe Biden and the Democrats are giving us oppression, poverty, and lawlessness. This is not the America that called to my parents 50 years ago. And make no mistake, this is not the America I'm going to leave to my children. The Democratic Party is now a socialist party. Bernie Sanders and AOC, at least they own it. Look at how much taxpayer money that Biden has wasted since he took office. On Joe Biden's watch, we hit $31 trillion in national debt. He's put us on track to add $20 trillion more in the next 10 years. And by the way, some Republicans have helped him do that. We need to stop with the earmarks and pet projects once and for all. Joe's only regret is that he hasn't spent more. He wants more handouts to illegal immigrants, more bailouts to rich college students, and more carve-outs to big labor and big business. He doesn't mind spending so much because he knows it's your money that he's spending. And the only thing Joe Biden needs to spend more of is more time in retirement. One of my heroes, Margaret Thatcher, said, the problem with socialism is you end up running out of other people's money. This failed president is trying to prove it. But the socialist Democrats don't just want to spend our money, they want to take our freedom. They think they have a right to order us around, from light bulbs we use to the words that we speak. And now they want to ban gas-powered cars and gas stoves. When it comes to destroying our freedom, the socialist Democrats will never stop. It's time for the American people to stop then. Socialism is weakening our country at the worst possible moment. We need an economy that can outcompete China. But the only competition Democrats want is the one on who's most triggered. We need families who are thriving and confident. But liberals have given them the highest inflation in 40 years and the lowest confidence in history. And we need our military to be stronger than ever. But what does Joe Biden have our troops doing? Taking gender pronoun classes. Now, I'm the wife of a combat veteran, and that disgusts me. Our troops already know the difference between men and women. They also know that we need a different commander-in-chief. It's not just our military. On Biden and Harris's watch, this woke self-loathing has swept our country. It's in the classroom, the boardroom, and the back rooms of government. We're told our country is flawed, rotten, and full of hate. Joe and Kamala even say that America's racist. Wokeness is a virus more dangerous than any pandemic, hands down. I have traveled the world and back, and I've seen what's out there. America isn't perfect, but the principles at the heart of America are perfect. And take it from me, the first minority female governor in history, America is not a racist country. I will get the self-loathing out of our schools. I will get the self-destruction out of our culture. And once we make America proud, we will make America strong. And this starts by bringing back law and order. In my administration, police and Border Patrol will know that we have their backs. And criminals and illegal immigrants will know that we have their number. And I'll restore faith in our elections, too. As governor, I signed voter ID in 2011. The media went crazy, and I was vilified for it. They said I was trying to disenfranchise voters. So I called their bluff. I said, anyone that is unable to get an ID, we will go pick them up, take them to the DMV, give them a free ID, and return them home safely. Out of 5 million people in South Carolina, you know how many people asked for a ride? 25. Now South Carolina has more people voting than ever before. And it's racist to think that minorities are incapable of getting an ID for themselves. I'll make America strong at home. We'll have safe streets, secure elections, and a strong economy that lifts up everyone, not just a select few. And I'll restore our strength in the world. I'll make our armed forces of the United States more powerful and capable than ever before. Never forget, a strong military doesn't start wars. A strong military prevents wars. I'll bring the same strength to the White House that I brought to the United Nations. As ambassador, I said we'd have the backs of our allies. But I also told them that anyone that didn't have our backs, we'd be taking names. Remember what happened when we moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? 128 countries condemned us. So I took names. I went to my office and I had my staff put a list together. They listed all 193 countries. The second column, I wanted them to say the percentage of times they voted with the United States and against the United States. And then I wanted the last column to show how much foreign aid we gave them. Guess what? We give billions of dollars every year to countries that undermine America every day. They stab us in the back and then they turn around and have their hand out wanting money. Some of them even support terrorists that try and kill our troops. To this day, we're giving foreign aid to Pakistan, Iraq, the Palestinians, and even communist Cuba and China. We need to stop trying to buy friends, and all we're doing is paying off our enemies. When I'm president, we will stop giving money to countries that hate America. Our enemies think they can walk all over us. I mean, did you ever think that Americans would look to the sky and see a Chinese spy balloon looking back down at us? It was a national embarrassment. Make no mistake, Communist China is the strongest, most disciplined enemy we've ever faced. We need to hold China accountable, and we need to start with COVID. And before we even talk about the cartels, we need to confront the fact that China is the one sending the fentanyl across the border. I can't believe that Biden is letting China get away with so much. Chinese companies now own more than 380,000 acres of American soil, some of it right next to our military bases. What are we doing? We should never let enemies own land in our country. And we should tell every single university, you can either have Chinese money or you can have American money, but you don't get both. China thinks the American era has passed. So do our enemies. But they're wrong. America is not past our prime. It's just that our politicians are past theirs. It is time that we have term limits once and for all in Washington, D.C. Americans deserve better than the way we're living today, and I'm confident we can take our country to her best days. The plan I'm calling for will do just that. It's fundamentally conservative and profoundly American, and I know we can unite our people. But real unity doesn't come from faint hearts or watered-down compromises. Real national unity comes from boldly proclaiming our national purpose. It comes from standing on principle and persuading opponents to stand with us, like I did when I was governor and when I was ambassador. I'll take this message far and wide in the days ahead. But I have a particular message for you, my fellow conservatives. We've lost the popular vote in the last 7 out of 8 presidential elections. Our cause is right, but we have failed to win the confidence of a majority of Americans. That ends now. If you're tired of losing, put your trust in a new generation. And if you want to win, not just as a party, but as a country, then stand with me. I'm here to ask for your vote, but I want something else even more. I want us to inspire our country again. Together, we can summon our fellow citizens to look past the failed ideas and leaders from Washington and find the courage to be part of the solution. I truly believe we can make this vision real in our time, because that's what I've seen in my entire life. As a brown girl growing up in a black and white world, I saw the promise of America unfold before me. As the wife of a combat veteran, I saw our people's deep strength and the courage to defend it. As governor, I saw our state move beyond hate and violence and lift up everybody in peace. And as ambassador, I saw that America is still the standard. When we speak, the world listens. Where we lead, the world follows. Who we are, the world wants to be. This will always be the greatest nation in human history. Now we have a duty to make it greater still. This is my purpose. This is our mission. Let's save our country from weakness and wokeness. Let's bring back a nation that's strong and proud. If anyone can do it, it's the American people. And I have faith that we will prove it again. Thank you, and God bless America.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd, we show the energy, we show the enthusiasm, we interview people, we show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy is so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice, because nobody else will give them a voice. Instead, they take...
Please welcome former Trump 2020 senior advisor and host of The Right View, Laura Trump.
We got any Patriots in the house today? All right, I love it. Well, gosh, it seems like it really wasn't that long ago that we were all here together. You guys remember the last time when we were all here together, right? The economy was soaring, jobs were plentiful, we had the lowest unemployment in American history. We had trade deals with Mexico, with Canada, and with China. We had peace agreements in the Middle East, 2 meetings with Kim Jong-un of North Korea to denuclearize the Korean Peninsula. Our military was strong, our border was strong, and America's future never looked brighter. But how quickly it all changed, right? Who would have thought that just a couple years later, man, we would be where we are right now? The truth is, under Donald Trump's leadership, America was great. Under Joe Biden, America is crumbling. It's absolutely sad to see in every possible way. And we see it in so many spaces in our lives, whether it's the sky-high grocery bills that never seem to come down, whether it's pain at the gas pump, being repeatedly embarrassed on the world stage by not just the president, but the vice president as well, our dangerously open southern border, or perhaps most concerning to a lot of us, the woke ideology that permeates every facet of our society, including and especially in schools and our children. Now, the Democrat Party once claimed to be the party of women. Where are the ladies at here today? They tried to say they were for us, for women, mothers and daughters. Today, it is undeniably clear that there is no stronger party for women, children, and the future of America than the Republican Party, ladies and gentlemen. But you don't have to take my word for it. Just look at the Democrats and their actions. They continue to diminish what it actually means to be a woman in every possible way they can. They want to allow men to compete against women in sports. And as much as I hate to say it, men are biologically different than women, and men, you got an advantage on the women. It is not fair for any man to compete against a woman in the sports arena, period. They're 100% okay with young girls mutilating themselves beyond repair to push their sick agenda. And perhaps most offensive to anyone who has earned the title of mother, and ladies, we earn that title, do we not? They want to take that away too and call us a birthing person. I can't think of anything more offensive to moms. It's so outrageous. What happens if you raise the most basic concerns? Of course, you're labeled a bigot, you are canceled, you are called a problem, and they do everything they can to destroy your reputation. Now, the Democrats thought all they had to do to show us that they're on our side, ladies, was throw some identity politics our way and install a woman as vice president. What do we think about that? Now, I don't know about you ladies, I can't think of a worse representation for our gender than someone who not only did not have the qualifications for the position, but has utterly failed at every single task she has been given, right? I have an idea. Don't do us any favors as women. We don't need any special treatment, okay? How about you let us be these strong women we are, and we will earn it all on our own, ladies. What do you think? As a woman, let me be the first to say that I don't need your help to achieve a position. I only want a position because I earned it and because I am the best person for that job. Don't choose me based on anything other than merit and merit alone, right? That's all we want out there, and that's fair and that's equal. And so many people wonder why. Why is this all happening? Why the war on women? Why the wide open southern border? Why allow criminals to roam free? Why try to indoctrinate and sexualize our children? Now, the truth is, this is not just a war anymore between Republican and Democrat, left and right. This is good versus evil at this point in the United States of America. We all feel it. And the truth is that those who are pulling the strings absolutely hate this country. They want to fundamentally transform it, and they've been happy to tell us that in no uncertain terms. So how do you do that? How do you fundamentally transform a country? Well, you tear it completely down to rubble, and then you build it back in your perfect globalist image, and that's what they think they're going to do to our country. What do we say to that, ladies and gentlemen? Absolutely not. We're not going to let that happen to America. While there are so many issues that plague our country right now, none are more important to me than our children. You can judge a society by how we treat the most vulnerable in our society, and no doubt those are our kids. And as a mom of 2 young kids myself, I often think about what kind of country are we ultimately going to be leaving to them? What will they think of America one day? How will they view America? How will they view this world? And whether it's critical race theory, woke ideology that permeates every nook and crevice of our society, or an educational system failing at even ensuring that our students meet the most basic standards of reading and math. Man, do we have some work cut out for us here in America. It's time for our leaders, from moms and dads on the school board all the way up to the President of the United States, to stand up for our future by standing up for our kids. That's what we need to be doing in this country right now. No child should be forced to go to a failing school, period. School choice should be afforded to every single American family to ensure that we hold our schools accountable for our children's education. Right? Seems pretty basic. Remote learning was bad enough for our kids, for their education and their development. Now these woke teachers want them to memorize 50 different genders and sexualities. You got pronouns. It's too much for kids to handle. No child should be learning about anything sexual from a teacher, period. And no school in the United States of America should ever teach our kids to hate our country. They should not be teaching a single child that one race is superior or inferior to another. They should ensure that our children grow up knowing how truly blessed they are to live in a country that guarantees the equality not of the outcome, but the equality of the opportunities we have here in the greatest country on the face of the earth. I got to tell you guys, it's been quite a ride for our family. An interesting one, of course. 6 years ago, don't forget, no one gave Donald Trump a chance to become president of the United States. People thought it was a joke, a publicity stunt. No one ever thought it would actually happen. Once he became the 45th president, those same people worked overtime to get rid of him and get in his way at every single turn. And despite it all, despite everything he had coming at him, look at what he achieved. And don't forget, look at what they took away from all of us, right? Because we would not be in the situations we are right now in the United States of America with Donald J. Trump as president. We all know that. And 2020, I think, was tough. That was a tough time. Tough to have a guy who campaigned out of his basement, who had the mainstream media bolstering him at every possible turn, and a guy who inspired absolutely zero people declared the 46th president of the United States. I don't think anybody in this room was pretty pleased with that. But a wise man once said, sometimes by losing a battle, you find a new way to win the war. Now, that wise man, of course, was my father-in-law, the 45th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. My friends, our fight to save America has only just begun. And I can promise you that no matter what, and no matter how long it takes, our family and my father-in-law, Donald Trump, will be here fighting alongside you every single step of the way. Now, I don't know about you guys here, but 2024 cannot come soon enough. Are we ready to get Joe Biden out of the White House, ladies and gentlemen? Are we ready to take back the Senate in 2024? Well, I know you guys have a big speaker coming up tomorrow. Donald Trump, anybody going to come see him speak? I can't think of anybody better to be the 45th and the 47th president of the United States than my father-in-law, Donald J. Trump. Anybody want to see that happen in this room? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in this fight with you every single step of the way. He will see you here tomorrow, and we will see you in 2024 when we win one more time. Let's go do it, guys. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the RSBN booth. We are live at day 2 of CPAC. I am Liz Willis, and I am joined by Alex Caldwell. Alex?
Liz, it's been great getting to work CPAC so far, especially getting to work with you. It is great work. Oh, well, you're so humble, Liz. But it really has been a good time, and we've had a lot of really interesting speakers and a lot of interesting guests on. It really has been fun.
I love it. I've really enjoyed getting to know all the RSBN viewers that showed up as well. So thank you for everyone that's come over, stopped by the booth, and said hello. So we are just in between speakers right now. We just saw the beautiful Laura Trump. Not just beautiful, that's almost a discredit to her. She's also so smart and hardworking. We see her so much out on the campaign trail. So kudos to her for just really supporting her father-in-law and his mission and promoting the America First agenda. And so we just saw her on the main stage, and we're going to go back to general session in just a little bit. But we wanted to come out here, say hello, talk about what's going on, what you can expect tomorrow, and we wanted to talk about this beautiful book right here. We have the Kid's Guide to President Trump, and it is completely free. Completely free, that's right. You can go to freetrumpbook.com. I want you guys to check it out. I'm going to see if I can... Here.
So we can...
Let me use your microphone. Okay, so here, we're going to open it up, and you can see some of the illustrations that they use within the book. Now, this book is for children. It is completely free. If you go to freetrumpbook.com, you can put it in their bedroom, in their library, in your school's library, and it highlights different accomplishments of President Trump under his administration. So it is a great thing, honestly, to be armed with, because you would never know when you're going to meet someone and they're going to be like, why do you like President Trump? Okay, well, would you like my answers numerically or alphabetically? Because I have a list, girlfriend. Promises made, promises kept. Mike Huckabee set this book up and put it together so that you could have it for free. I think there's a very small shipping and handling. That's, that's just a nice little example of what is in here. But we're so grateful for all the hard work he put into that. We've talked to many parents here, and they are struggling so hard. I just spoke to a mother. She actually said she has a son on the spectrum, and she's not just dealing with that, as if that's not difficult enough as a parent, but he is now wanting to transition, because of this crazy propaganda. It is happening, y'all. So make sure your kids have just the proper materials so that when they grow up, their minds are healthy and informed. It's really sad to see what parents are having to go through right now and fighting for their children. So if you have a child, or if you're an aunt or an uncle, I'm an aunt, go ahead, go to freetrumpbook.com. You can thank Mike Huckabee for putting this all together and making it available to you for free.
It's also nice because a lot of times you see in libraries nowadays, books really aren't appropriate for children anymore, and in a lot of cases. And this is actually something that parents can give to their children without having to worry about their child coming into contact with mature content, which really, that shouldn't be something we have to even discuss. I feel weird even having to discuss
it's so
this,
weird.
But unfortunately, this is something that's happening in schools all across this country, and it's not even in just blue states. But
You're
we're
right,
seeing
Alex.
this in red states, even places like Florida. You have schools that are doing things like this, and it's very disappointing to see. So it's always nice when you have a piece of literature that parents can see, and they don't have to go through and pre-screen this for their children, which they really shouldn't have to do in the first place.
You're absolutely right. I remember I was doing an interview just yesterday. A father from Illinois was fighting his local school board to remove some of these pornographic novels from his high school children's school library. And I felt so dirty just even doing, the interview needed to be done. But just talking about this stuff, it's not something that should be so mainstream. I looked at some of the images that were in this book, and I'm not comfortable with it. I can't imagine wanting to push this onto young children's on their innocent minds. The beauty of children is that they're born into this world innocent. That's the most beautiful thing about them, right? Why would you want to mess that up?
It really is sad.
That's evil. It's a battle of good versus evil right now.
It really is sad, and we do have to invest into our nation's children and put our resources into that, and we have to protect them. I mean, we have to protect them from a lot of what these places are doing in terms of this graphic literature or even indoctrination in a lot of cases. So it is nice to see people such as Governor Mike Huckabee standing up for children, which, by the way, his daughter, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the former press secretary under President Trump, just won the governor's race in Arkansas.
First
and I believe
female, right?
First female governor in the state of Arkansas. What an accomplishment. So many records broken during the 2022 midterm cycle, including Sarah Huckabee Sanders, again, the former press secretary under President Trump. So it really is great to see some of those glass ceilings. I don't want to say, but she broke that glass ceiling. It was amazing.
What a family.
Being able to do that. Huckabee is such a good family. And I've heard that they're both very nice, down-to-earth people as well. Even President Trump has spoken very highly about them. Even during the debates when Mike Huckabee and President Trump ran against each other in 2016, even Trump came out and he said, look, Mike Huckabee, he's a good guy. Had Sarah Huckabee Sanders in the administration as well.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Now, I'm listening to you. I'm also pulling up the agenda here for today, the CPAC agenda. They're going to have Mike Pompeo taking the stage in just a little bit, followed by, we're going to have Mercedes Schlapp later, Brandon Judd, who's the Border Patrol president. They are going to be relaunching Walkaway and that movement. Ben Carson will be speaking today. So there's a lot of great, a lot. They put so much effort into this agenda. And then Steve Bannon will be taking the main stage. I know our audience is going to enjoy that. Nigel Farage. And then a few others. And then at the end of the day, today is the Lincoln dinner. So it is the big, fancy, formal... I don't know what's happening. Big, fancy, formal dinner that's tonight. Everyone dresses up, ball gowns. Okay. And then the tickets are about $400.
Yeah.
And
well, I think we're going to
that's
have
really
to.
expensive.
I think we're going to have to wrap it up though right
Okay,
now, Liz,
okay.
because we are going to get ready for a special guest, but we are going to throw it into the studio real quick and be right back.
Toss to a quick break.
We're not just any news network. We show the crowd. We show the energy. We show the enthusiasm. We interview people. We show the smiles on everyone's faces as they fill into one of these venues to support their president, to support their values, their beliefs, their flag, their country. We show all of that to you. We bring it right up to you and make it personal, as if you're with us here experiencing it for yourself. This is one of the things that we pride ourselves in doing, is showing you on the ground experience of how people are seeing it and experiencing it for themselves. Just the energy is so electric and exciting. People recognize us everywhere we go. We have to stop and take photos. There are thousands of people that come up to us after each event and ask us to keep fighting for them, keep showing the truth. They thank us. They thank us for giving them a voice, because nobody else will give them a voice. Instead, they take who they really are and turn them into something that they're not. They try to say that these are white supremacist gatherings and they're neo-Nazis. They spin all these false narratives, but in reality, there are Filipinos, there are Thai people, they're Chinese, they're Brazilian, they're Cubans, they're Africans, they're Jamaicans, they're Americans. There are people from all over the world, to be honest with you. Everybody supports this president. Everybody supports American ideals of liberty, truth, freedom. We can't thank you enough for supporting us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are almost entirely viewer supported. This isn't just our network, it's your network. This is a network for the people. This is a network that's about truth, delivering the truth, showing what's actually happening in the world from the perspective of the average person. We don't take money from big corporations. We don't take money from billionaires and big donors. We are all about the people. We're an independent media corporation. Your donations keep us to support Right Side Broadcasting. Go to our website, go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. Send your checks to our physical address or donate via Super Chat during our live streams. God bless you, and thank you for supporting Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to CPAC here in Washington, D.C. We just got done listening to Laura Trump speak, and she now joins me here at our booth in CPAC at Washington, D.C. Laura Trump, thank you so much for coming on today.
Hello. Well, thanks for having me.
All right. So for those of our viewers who might have missed your speech, what were some of the things that you covered?
Well, I tried to remind people, of course, of the good old days, which really weren't that long ago, when Donald Trump was in office and how successful America was on every front. And I really focused in on our kids and really the woke ideology, I think, that's permeating our schools and our youth right now in America. It's very concerning to me as a mom of two young kids that this has such a stranglehold on the culture of our youth right now. And I really think it's something that needs to be focused on.
Well, as a mom, you said, of two kids, has it been difficult trying to balance helping your father-in-law, President Trump, with his campaign, as well as trying to raise two children?
Well, every mom out there knows raising kids is a full-time gig, so yes. But to me, I don't think there's anything more important than ensuring that the future that I will leave one day to my kids is set up correctly. And I think that, of course, that is with Donald Trump as our 47th president. And so I'm here to help do whatever I can along with the rest of our family, and I'm honored to be able to do it.
Well, how has the campaign trail been going so far? Because President Trump, he announced a couple of months ago, right after the midterms, he was going to run again for president. How has the campaign been going so far?
Well, I mean, this is very early, I think, for most people to have announced that they're running for president. Obviously, I think it's my father-in-law and two other people at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I think by the summer, things should ramp up and get a little more interesting. I think for him, he's been trying to do kind of smaller events, round tables with people up to this point, and really talk to the American people kind of one-on-one in many respects, and get an idea of where are they now, what do they need now, what is it they're hoping to see as we head towards 2024.
He is one of those few politicians that actually goes out and tries to connect with voters. And even as a billionaire from New York, you wouldn't expect somebody like that to just be able to relate to people who work in the Rust Belt, but yet he goes out and he holds rally after rally and meets with all of these different people working in different industries. I'm curious, though, when do we think we may see another President Trump rally?
Oh, well, I think he will have something planned over the course of the next month or so. I think his goal has been to be doing one major event a month. So I believe he has something planned in Iowa in March. And then I imagine sometime in April, maybe you'll see another big Trump rally. But you're right, the blue-collar billionaire is what they call my father-in-law, and I think it's such a great name for him.
Right. I bet it is difficult, though, being in the public spotlight all of the time. What challenges has that presented, facing attacks from the media or Democrats with you and your family?
Oh, well, they've made it very easy for us. No, I'm just kidding. It's been crazy. I don't think anything can fully prepare you for the onslaught. And, you know, it would be different if my father-in-law had run as a Democrat. We all know that. And that's the sad truth of all of it. Systems continue to be weaponized against anyone that has an R behind their name and not a D behind their name. And that's not the way it should be. But look, we're a strong family. We know we're in this fight and fighting for the right things and the right reasons. And so for us, I mean, they can bring it on all they want, but we've done nothing wrong. And then you kind of look over at like a Hunter Biden laptop sort of thing and you say, why aren't they investigating that? Why is there such a double standard? Why is it that it's 10% for the big guy and yet it's always our family that seems to receive all the attacks? But you know what? We're happy to take the arrows if it's for the good and the future of this country.
We were discussing actually the Hunter Biden laptop earlier on RSBN, and we said, had Donald Trump Jr. or your husband Eric Trump,
one of my
if
dogs,
they had done that, it would have been game over.
Yeah.
It would have been all over the news. They would have been arrested. It would have been horrible. It would have been a big thing. But now, since you are running, President Trump is running now for president. He could have retired after 2020. He could have retired. He didn't need to run again. He didn't need the money. He could have just retired. It would have been an easy life for all of you. What made him want to do this again and step back into the swamp and into the fire that everybody is really just throwing at him?
Yeah, well, look, he didn't need to do this the first time. I mean, Donald Trump, don't forget, was beloved by pretty much everybody. Think about how much Hollywood and Democrats in general really loved Donald Trump. All the people who fight against him so hard now, they were some of his closest friends and his allies back in the day. The reason he did it the first time is the same reason he's doing it now. It's because he loves America. And quite frankly, I don't think even he knew the depths of the swamp until he got to Washington, D.C., until he saw how bad this fight really is and how much you need someone who is willing basically to give it all up, which he is. And he has given up so much. And he's not finished. You know, there's a lot that is left to be done for him. And I think when you see how quickly the decline of this country has happened under the leadership, I have to put that in air quotes because it's absolutely absurd, of Joe Biden and the Democrats, you need someone who has been in there before, who has done it before, and who's been successful before to bring it back. And I think he knows, just like the American people, that there is only one person running for the White House in 2024 who has done the job and been successful at doing it. It's Donald Trump. So I guess he's willing to go back in for more. God bless him.
Well, after 2020, we saw a lot of Republicans even jump ship, like people like Mitch McConnell, and they really just abandoned him after President Trump basically got people like Mitch McConnell elected. He was likely going to lose if it wasn't for his coattails. So do you think it will be easier now that you know who your real friends are going forward into 2024, and from an election standpoint and from a governing standpoint, now you know who you can trust?
Well, experience is golden, and we certainly have a bit more experience now than we did the first round. That said, you know what? You really are constantly learning in this game, and the kind of tides and currents are constantly changing. I think it'll be easier in some respects because we know what to look out for, and my father-in-law certainly knows what to look out for. But I think it might be a little bit harder because don't forget, they never expected Donald Trump to win in 2016. They were caught off guard. And now, I can assure you, they will do everything possible. The people who didn't want him in the first time definitely don't want him in again because he exposed them. He showed just how dirty and disgusting all these people are. And he made their lives pretty tough whenever he actually kept his promises for America. They will fight tooth and nail to keep him out. So the fight is real. The fight is probably even harder this time. But at least we have a little experience under our belt.
What kind of issues do you expect him to fight for going forward into 24? Because certainly the issues from 2016 to now, some of them have stayed the same and some of them have changed a lot. So what can we expect to see him campaign and make make promises for?
Well, gosh, I think we have to get our border closed. We cannot have a
Yeah.
country if we just have a fully open southern border with millions of people allowed to just pour in unchecked. We don't know who they are. We don't know their intentions. And obviously, it's a burden on every system we have in America. That has to be fixed. We have to reestablish our standing on the world stage. I mean, the damage that has been done by Joe Biden, starting with the exit from Afghanistan, but now leading into Ukraine and the war between Ukraine and Russia, which we all know never would have happened if Donald Trump had been in office. We have to reestablish that and reestablish our footing on the world stage. We need energy independence and dominance again, because that's something that my father-in-law did that I don't think Americans appreciated when it happened.
Right.
They sure appreciate it now whenever
Right.
things have gotten so out of control with the gas prices, and really making life better for people. And Donald Trump did that by making sure that everyone was employed and that we did have true low unemployment in the United States. So obviously I think those are key issues, and people feel those things every single day, and I think he's going to hit a lot on all of that.
Well, Laura Trump, thank you so much for coming on today.
Thank
It was
you.
an honor to have you and being able to sit next to you and discuss some of these issues with you. We wish you the best of luck with the 2024 campaign, and we're going to be excited to see everything that happens, and we will certainly be there at every event
Thank you.
to cover the president.
More to come. Yeah.
Of course. We are going to throw it back inside now, but Laura Trump, everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome to the My Pillow 2.
What is up, everyone? You're watching Your Freedom Rising. Shout out to RSBN for the stream. How's everyone doing? Hope your day's doing good. My day is going well. Started the stream this morning. Went to a prayer meeting. Stopped into the gym. They're doing some renovations there. And I'm on my third cup of coffee. So what's up with you all?
Amazing pillow in history. That new technology, you still have the My Pillow's patented fill, but now we have new technology we didn't have back when I invented My Pillow that's going to help you sleep. It's absolutely amazing, and you're the first ones that can check it out. Go to mypillow.com, use the promo code on your screen, and we brought back the buy one, get one free.
Nice.
Best night's sleep in the whole wide world. Visit mypillow.com.
Fire their M1
Never
main
gets
battle
old.
tank, going 20 miles an hour down the road, firing in a moving vehicle. They wanted to be good. They wanted to be excellent. They wanted to protect our way of life. They were men of deep character. They didn't talk about what they did. They had a shared commitment to, and they had a confidence in America that we can never lose. And this is how we get back the trust of the American people.
Right.
I've seen this. I've seen this up close. I've seen America's most senior military leaders obsessed with pronouns.
Wow.
And less obsessed with the only noun that matters to a soldier, victory.
Right.
Some would have us, some would have us abandon this commitment to equality in the name of equity. That's craziness. They would exchange the bravery of the civil rights movement for the cowardice and victimhood of grievance politics. But here's the good news that I will leave you with today. There's signs that they're not succeeding. That gives me enormous hope. Equality, this basic idea that each of us is endowed by our Creator with these unalienable rights and we are equal in the eyes of the Lord, is the antidote to the poisonous lie of equity, wokeness, and identity politics. We're going to do better. And on this, there is no room to give an inch. There's no room to waffle. There's no room for weakness. We should not be ashamed, embarrassed, troubled. We should be proud of the fact we stand for this central idea. And when we do that, we will renew the bonds that those of us together, that tie us together as Americans in ways that no other nation had. I saw this. I traveled to 100 and some countries as Secretary of State. We can sustain this American miracle. Our families, our places of worship will be at the center of that. These places, our schools and our places of worship, are the cradle of the American miracle, not Washington, D.C. We're here today. We sit here today in the swamp, this place where your money goes to be flittered away for purposes that are inconsistent with the very value set that you know and you cherish and you love. It's not about the state or the bureaucracy. It's about being a nation once again, bound by a common set of ideas that have animated us since our very founding. Let's get back there. Conservatives will lead it. Let's fight to preserve not the deep state. I worked with it for 4 years.
Wow.
But a nation that is deeply grounded in the values that make us exceptional. With family as its bedrock, America, freedom, and collie are the thing that will bring us back together and the thing that will convince the next generation that our conservative ideas are the place that have made America so great. When our schools teach kids to be ashamed of America, when they teach the 1619 Project instead of our founding, we're at risk. Xi Jinping is counting on us teaching our kids this crap. You're not going to let it happen. A politicized history of America fronted by the teachers' unions will lock parents out of our schools. And they'll keep so-called gender transitions hidden from parents. This is immoral. This is evil, and it is dangerous. Families may not pass freedom on in the blood, but as President Reagan said, they're the surest and most effective place to raise a generation that is proud to call America home.
Yeah.
For me, most crucially, and I think for everyone in this room today, freedom is the story of the capacity of us to practice our faith, our religion. We were founded by religious people seeking that freedom. Let's never walk away from it. When the bars are open and the churches are closed, this is not an America any of us know or love.
Yeah, for real.
Christians, Jews, Muslims, being pressured to abandon their beliefs that have been central to their faith for millennia. Small business owners being forced to do things that are inconsistent with their faith, to choose between their faith and their livelihood. We can't let this happen.
No.
I worked terribly hard as Secretary of State, and we did good work on religious freedom around the world and here at home. It's a shame. It's a shame that that freedom here at home is under assault in ways that it is in other parts of the world as well. But we know this. They can cancel some things. You're not going to cancel God. Not happening.
Right. Right.
We can never, and I know none of you will ever give an inch in making sure that this American miracle, this faith, this capacity to worship in the way we choose is at the bedrock of who we are.
Right.
We've made it clear. The American people have made it clear. It is not enough to say we're different from liberals. We need to be different. We need to act differently.
Right.
When I walked the halls today and got a chance to meet you, we are different.
Mm-hmm.
We're defining our commitments and our words and our deeds. We need true believers who understand the stakes of our fight and who are unafraid to act on it. It requires men and women who are fierce, like everyone in this room today. I know you wouldn't be here if you didn't believe these things.
Right.
I'm entrusting you, I'm empowering you. Go do it every place you go, in your workplace, at your schools, at the PTA meeting, at the Little League Park. Talk about the very things you talk about when you're in the halls of this place today. I believe a conservative return to what matters will get us back to the right places. I'm convinced that we can do it. We sometimes hear each other talk and we get pretty down. We watch the things that are going on and we become more timid. We must do just the opposite. The American miracle is powerful. You are part of it. You will lead us back to the right place. We are going to restore a conservative America that has at its core our founding ideas of our Judeo-Christian tradition.
Right.
The fight has started. We're in it. There's no turning back. We have a responsibility to act consistently that every day and stay in the fight.
Right.
I'll always do that. I know you'll join me. God bless you, and may God bless the great nation of the United States of America. Thank you all. Thanks, everybody.
In God we trust. In God we trust. Shout out to the chat. You're watching Your Freedom Rising.
Every week after week, they're
Shout out to RSBN.
putting investors on pins and needles. But what they're finding out is an option with you guys might be best for securing their retirement.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, the Biden economy is a disaster. Stock market down 20% almost for the year so far. Inflation, of course, the government cannot get a handle on it. 40-year high inflation. We've seen food prices surge over the last 12 months, the highest level since 1979. So the Biden economy is an unmitigated disaster. However, we at Birch Gold Group, of course, specialize in precious metals, gold and silver. They are safe haven assets, and they're very conducive for climates like this, right? Inflation drives them up. When we see corrections in the stock market, it drives them up. So they're very, very useful tools to protect against, like we said, what is a disastrous economic situation in front of us.
And you guys have made it really easy for that person to take that first step in getting that information kit. And it really is all involves a simple text.
You're absolutely right. All people have to do is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. What that will give them is an information kit. It'll talk you through the precious metals markets and will help people, provide the information in terms of how they can protect themselves in climates like this.
Because, Philip, when you look at what's happening around the globe, it's just not U.S. investors. It's world investors are really nervous of what's going on right now.
You're absolutely right. This isn't just a U.S. issue. It's global. And that means that there are even less options for investors today, right? Bonds aren't working. They're losing to inflation with such low interest rates. Stocks coming down at a massive rate. And it looks, based on the numbers, that we've got a lot more to come. There aren't many options. So I think everybody today needs to be thinking about how to diversify and to hedge using safe haven assets like gold and silver.
And like Philip says, it's easy to do. Just text the words Trump to 989898 to get that free information kit from the Birch Gold Group. They are the experts in precious metals. And Philip, I can't thank you enough. And I know a lot of our viewers that have tuned into you guys and called and made that first connection to get that information. I know they appreciate what you guys are doing as well.
Thank you so much. It's our pleasure. It's what we enjoy to do. We like helping people, and now's the time to be looking at it.
Philip, thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian, as always.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support.
Shout out to the chat. Hope everyone's doing good. You're watching Your Freedom Rising. We are streaming CPAC thanks to RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting. Shout out to them. Shout out to Mike Lindell, true American patriot.
$29.98. Take your rests on the go with our Roll and Go Anywhere My Pillows for only $14.98. And we have our new couch and accent pillows. They aren't just for looks. They have My Pillow's patented adjustable fill that gives you that amazing My Pillow comfort. In this economy, you get the best gifts ever for the best prices ever. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you get deep discounts on body, couch, bolster pillows, and so much more, including my original bed pillows for as low as $19.98. Please order now while quantities last. Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything to myself and my employees. To thank you, we're having the biggest sale ever on all My Pillow bedding. Get My Pillow bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases for only $9.98. In this economy, instead of buying a new bed, rejuvenate your bed with a My Pillow mattress topper for as low as $99.
Gentlemen, up next, the Lighthizer Doctrine. Please welcome former United States Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer and co-host of CPAC Now, Mercedes Schlapp.
Oh, come on. You guys sound a little tired. Were you out late last night or something?
Well, my third cup of coffee, yo.
Parties that we're missing? I mean, come on. This is so great. Are y'all having fun yet?
Yeah.
Okay, did you enjoy Nikki Haley and Mike Pompeo?
Oh, yeah.
I know. Great patriots in the movement. And I have another great patriot with me, a former White House colleague, I would say, as our former U.S. Trade Representative, very important job. Ambassador Lighthizer, thank you so much for being with us at CPAC.
It's my pleasure to be here.
So trade, you would think trade is one of these like very complicated issue dealing with negotiations and talking about the doctrine, the Lighthizer doctrine. I really like the title. How would you explain the Lighthizer doctrine in terms of what works in trade policy?
So, first of all, let me say, it's a pleasure to be here. And what we did in trade in the Trump administration was, in my judgment, one of his most important accomplishments. And if it wasn't for CPAC and Matt and Mercedes and all of you backing us up, trust me, it wouldn't have happened. Because during that process, we not only fought with almost every country in the world, but we fought with free traders, big business, lobbyists, globalists, corporatists, and I could go on. And if we didn't have the backing of real Americans in the conservative movement, it would not have happened. So let me just start with that. Now, in terms of, I'm not sure that President Trump would call it the Lighthizer doctrine. He might, he might refer to it by a different term.
He might call you and be like, what is this about the Lighthizer doctrine? I thought it was a Trump doctrine.
So, yes, exactly. And if he said it was a Trump doctrine, I would not argue with him. So what did we believe? If you look at trade policy, at least since the 90s, has been a policy of free trade, globalism, corporate profits, maximizing consumption, price optimization. And what did we do? We wanted a policy that started off with, what kind of America do you want?
Right.
It's not important how much your third TV cost. It's important that we have strong communities, we have families staying together, we have kids respecting their parents because they work. So we started off with what I consider to be a very bedrock conservative philosophy. Worker first. America as producer, not America as consumer.
That's right, America worker first. Let me ask you with this question, because this is an interesting debate that the Republican Party has been having, right? We're normally the free market Republican Party, trade with everyone, but President Trump and your team changed that. What was the change that you made and when they would say the word, I remember when we would have these White House meetings in the Roosevelt room, they would bring up the word tariffs, and some of the Republicans and some of even our own colleagues would start sweating. They're like, what do you mean tariffs? We can't put tariffs on. So walk us through why the change, because we know President Trump did support tariffs, which in the Republican world is not necessarily considered something positive.
In the first place, let me say, in the Republican, in the conservative world, can I just take 1 minute on the kind of the history of this?
Yes.
So as conservatives, we like to think about values and tradition. All right, so what do we start with? We start with Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist Papers. He was in favor of tariffs, government subsidies appropriately done, and ultimately a national bank. We'll set that last issue aside. Then you had Henry Clay, who talked about something called the American system, and that is to build up manufacturing, make America a manufacturing powerhouse. Tariffs, government subsidies, building the Erie Canal, ultimately the railroads and the like. That became the policy of the Republican Party by the time of Lincoln, and it remained the policy of the Republican Party at least till the Second World War. During that time, we became the greatest country in the world economically. We had, by 1890, we had the biggest economy in the world. I don't believe in applause lines. I just talk through them. I'm trying to get through so much stuff. So
you're like my history professor.
And then now we've got World War II. Okay, that's fine. Eisenhower comes out. Eisenhower's worried about the Soviet Union, and that's a smart thing to worry about. Then you move forward from him. You have the president that I worked for first, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was an American first president. Ronald Reagan put limits on automobiles coming in from Japan, on semiconductors, on steel from everywhere in the world, on carbon steel. He promoted American agriculture, he promoted American manufacturing, but he demanded that these people respect our market. So that is basically, and I would say there is nothing conservative about free trade, and in fact, the opposite. Free trade is really about consumption. Consumption's about materialism. That is the opposite of values, which is what conservatives are for. So that was the fundamental change. Was it difficult? Yes. You have a lot of Republicans who had gotten into a habit of thinking, oh, we are for free trade. What that devolved into is we're for corporate profits, we're for cheap TV sets, and the cost. A liberal would say, well, the cost is fine. We'll just give those people money and take away the dignity of work. And what a conservative was saying is, well, we'll retrain them. But that also was sort of unrealistic, because you're not going to take a steel worker and have him code, right, or build semiconductors. We need an America that has basic values and that takes care of itself, and that is the difference. Ronald Reagan followed it, and Donald Trump started a worker-centered, community-centered, family-centered trade policy, and that was a revolution, and we did it. And then I would say the second thing he did, which was every bit as important, and in this area of trade and economics, is he raised the alarm on China. It's impossible for us to remember back 6, 7 years ago how people thought about China. Now everyone assumes that they're a problem, but people didn't assume that 6 years ago. And I fear that if the current administration gets another term, that they're going to go right back, get rid of the tariffs, get rid of the things that Donald Trump did to raise the alarm on China and to level the playing field with China.
You brought up the current administration. Okay, you all can say boo now. The Biden administration. One of the interesting things that we were talking about is Biden came out and said, we seek competition, not conflict with China. Your thoughts on that?
So, all right, now I want you to stay with me for a second. We have two issues. We have a security military issue and we have an economic issue, okay? We have the two issues. So basically you have four possibilities. You could have a military conflict or no military conflict, economic conflict or no economic conflict, right? Those are the only four options. Obviously, to have neither is basically just surrender, right? Letting the Chinese have their way. To have a military confrontation is something that we want to avoid. And the way to do that is to have the strongest economy in the world and stop transferring $350 billion a year, $6 trillion in the last 20 years to China to build up its military and the like. So to go back to my analysis, the two options are, one, the smart people say, let's prepare militarily, but not do anything economically. And what I'm suggesting is we should right now try to avoid the military and do everything we can to take them on economically. And that means strategically decoupling our economies. And President Trump, President Trump this week on Monday, and if you haven't watched this thing, watch it, all right? President Trump laid the cards down. He said, here's my position on trade. And in that, he called for tariffs to get back to balanced trade. But even more importantly, he called for tariffs and decoupling. He didn't use the term, but you read it, with China over a 4-year period. And it's absolutely essential that we do it. And when I have all these other candidates come out and say, China's a problem, China's a problem, China's a problem, my response is, tell me, where are you on decoupling? Because if you're not for decoupling, if you say we got to get tough with China, but yet you want to continue to transfer $300 billion a year and all of our technology to China, you want to continue to do that, but yet you want to be tough on China? It's madness.
Right.
We're not going to beat China with the military alone. We're going to beat China economically. And
Right.
right now, they are winning. Trust me, they're winning.
Wow.
And we're letting them win. And it's crazy. So
Enabling
these
them.
are the two things that, in my opinion, will cap off the first Trump term, the great accomplishments, change the way we think about trade towards workers, towards communities, towards families, and take on China. And unfortunately, all we did in 4 years was a good beginning. And at some point, we have to now finish it.
Let me ask you, President Biden, he's kept these tariffs on China. Is there concern that he's going to move away from them? What do you think? What do you think the plan is for the administration on dealing with China from a trade perspective?
So I mean, let's be honest. The people tend to think of administrations as sort of monoliths. They're not a monolith. There are people in this administration that are good, smart people and see things more or less the way we do, all of us. There are people in that group, but I don't think the president's one of them. So there are people that are giving him advice, good advice. Do this, do this, do this. And for now, at least, he's kept the tariffs in place. My fear is that that's largely because of politics. That's my fear. I don't think he understands. And if you see everything he says, none of it seems to get the fundamental point. All right, this is the threshold. The threshold is they have the biggest army in the world and they're growing it. They have the biggest navy in the world and they're growing it. They're building nuclear facilities all across China. They've armed the South China Sea. All right, they're flooding the United States with fentanyl and responsible directly or indirectly for probably 70,000 deaths. They are spying on us. They're involved in espionage. They have this balloon that goes across. If you don't cross the threshold and say they are an adversary, then none of the things that I'm espousing make any sense.
Right.
And my fear is that he doesn't understand that, or that there's some other motivation that I don't know about. But if you sit there, I tell people 7, 8 years ago, a sensible person could decide they weren't a threat. Now, I said they were a threat, and I have for quite a while. But no sensible, honest person can say that now. You're either ignorant and don't know what you're doing, or you somehow are compromised.
Let me ask you, for Americans, should we be concerned about trade deficits?
So the answer is yes. And President Trump's second video that he let out this week is just on trade deficit. So, and for those of you who want to spend a pleasant 30 minutes, I did an article in The Economist a year ago, which you can get online, and you can get the first one for free. So I'm not subscribed. I'm not subscribed to The Economist. I wouldn't do that to you. But basically, trade deficits are an enormous problem. I'll spend 1 second to describe it in a second, though. First of all, what's the trend? Last year, our goods deficit was $1.2 trillion.
Wow.
And our overall goods and services deficit was almost $1 trillion. Almost $1 trillion.
Wow.
Before COVID, under the Trump administration, we had 5 of 7 quarters in a row where the deficit came down. You're not going to have it drop off like this, but it was coming down like this. Now these people it's probably 60% bigger than it was when we left. It's literally. So what is the problem with a trade deficit? Other countries get this money, and what do they do with it? They ultimately have to buy assets in the United States.
I want to squeeze in this last question before we have to get off stage here, because we were looking.
We're selling out the country. And I got to say this, the negative investment, how much foreigners own here versus how much we own overseas in the United States right now is $16 trillion.
Wow.
So are you worried about the trade deficit?
Yes.
$16 trillion
Wow.
more they own here,
16
including China. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. We're running against the clock here. Real quick, last question. What was your best negotiating tool for these trade agreements?
So, in the first part, I've been doing this a long time, and I know most of the tricks. I'll tell you, the number one tool is knowing that I could pick up the phone and say, Mr. President, do you have my back? And knowing that Donald J. Trump, in every case, had my back. So when I said we're going to do something, nobody doubted it. And it was for that one reason.
One of the toughest negotiators, a great ambassador, our U.S. Trade Representative, Ambassador Robert Lighthizer.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. You are watching Your Freedom Rising. Thanks to RSBN for the live stream of CPAC 2023. How's everyone doing out there? It's a rainy day here, and the rain is good. Gotta have rain. Good day to be inside, hanging out, watching CPAC. Hope everyone's day is going well.
They aren't just for looks. They have MyPillow's patented adjustable fill that gives you that amazing MyPillow comfort. In this economy, you
feel free to drop in the chat. Show you guys the t-shirt design I've got going on here. The Your Freedom Rising design. In God We Trust. Moon Landing. USA. I can ship these for $20. 2 for $35 and 3 for $50 shipped to your door. Just let me know in the chat and I'll get you the info for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Open Borders Kill, a two-part discussion. Please welcome your moderator, host of The Sarah Carter Show, Sarah Carter, and her first panel from Utah, Attorney General Sean Reyes, former Deputy Legislature of the Mexican Congress, Rosie Orozco.
All right.
Please sit. I gotta tell you, I can't even begin to explain how happy I am to be here with my good friend Rosie Orozco, a true hero in the fight against human slavery, and the Attorney General here, Sean Reyes from the great state of Utah, who is fighting that battle every day. If you don't know who they are, you will today. These are the real heroes against human trafficking and the border.
Wow.
Zuduri, I see you right there. I'm gonna start this session with Rosie Orozco, former congressional member of Mexico, stood up to the cartels, passed the very first legislation against the cartels in Mexico to stop human trafficking and slavery. And today we have a survivor, Zuduri, who is sitting here in the front. Please, Zuduri, párate, por favor. She was rescued. I'm going to ask that you put a picture up here of Zuduri after she was rescued. It might be a little shocking for all of you to see this, but I want you to understand how real this is. The border is not just about numbers.
She looks so happy.
The border is not about being anti-immigrant. Law and order on the border is about saving lives, both our children's lives and the lives of children like Zuduri, who spent years in captivity being beaten and abused by the cartels.
Man.
Rosie, When you look at this picture of Sudhuri and you see her here sitting today,
And
what
smiling.
goes through your
She was
mind?
so happy looking.
Well, all the pain that many of these children have suffered, the trauma that it is years to help them to overcome. I'm very proud of people, girls like Sundari, because she had the opportunity to have a blank page. I hope you already have a blank page in your hand, because we all deserve to have a new story.
Yeah.
If you can give them a
Amen.
blank page, Sundari, because it is so important. Her story is in my fifth book, Blank Page, and she is somebody that was 5.5 years, even with chains in her, it is more than 600 bruises outside of the body. Imagine the inside.
Wow.
I know. I didn't show a lot of the photographs that we have because I think it would just be too overwhelming. I know most of you know me who are here from Fox News and my work at the border and trying to expose what happens along the border in an effort to try to save lives, I hope, and to open people's eyes as to the horrors of what we were facing and what we are facing. Attorney General Sean Reyes here is a hero. So many people don't realize that we have so many heroes that aren't public like you. I know you're the Attorney General, but you have gone above and beyond. You've worked in Colombia to save and rescue children, along with Tim Ballard with Underground Railroad. Yeah.
And in Mexico, too.
And in Mexico, just recently in Mexico, in Tulum. But this is not, I'm not talking about this just about the children that live overseas. This is about all of your children and grandchildren. And a wide open border that literally is killing our children on both sides. I'd like you to talk a little bit about your recent trip, Attorney General, and tell people what you've been doing in an effort to stop this.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And let me acknowledge you. You've been such an incredible support to all of us in the fight over many years. So hats off, quite literally, to you to give us a voice and to give survivors and victims a voice. And my dear friend, La Diputada here, who, like you said, is a hero. There's so many working in our community that don't get a lot of credit. And I want to, before I even start, give credit to CPAC. Thank you to Mercy and Matt and the team for having this panel here about human trafficking. I don't think we've ever had a panel in all the years that I've come to CPAC solely about human trafficking. Now, as a subset of the border issue, which is a huge issue, and we're going to talk about that later, but there's so many facets of this. And let me say this. When I first became AG, I hired some consultants out of DC. I know, bad move. And they said, stop talking about human trafficking. It's so depressing. No one wants to hear it. You're never going to get reelected. So I fired them, and I kept talking about human trafficking because I was so torn up. My soul hurt so much seeing the hell that too many of these men, women, and little children were in. Now, I've had the mainstream media tell me, stop talking about it. You talk about it too much. But I promise you, Sarah, I will never stop talking about this because these are our children. It's their innocence, like you said. It is something we should be shouting from the rooftops. It's something we should be praying about every single day. I can't understand why, with tens of millions of people globally and hundreds of thousands here in our own United States who are modern-day slaves, the fastest growing criminal enterprise globally. They say the second most lucrative, but I think it's even surpassed drugs for those of us in the fight. Why we aren't talking about it more. Now, the rescues that you talked about, we do get a lot of attention on that, and I think rightly so, it's important. But really the heavy lifting is the work that Rosie and many others are doing on the healing side and empowering and helping victims regain even a piece of their lives. So this is the last thing I'll mention. One of the great privileges of my life was being able to speak at the 2020 Republican National Convention on the final day. And I spent my short 4.5 minutes focused on human trafficking. Why? Because I wanted to bring attention to what our president did during his administration. No one would talk about it, no one recognized it, but Donald Trump and his administration, Ivanka Trump, Heather Fisher, who was our first human trafficking czar in the United States, people like Robert O'Brien, Matt Whitaker, all of these giants, and They did more in a short amount of time than all other presidencies combined in the history of the United States to combat human trafficking. And I think it needs to be said. So my commitment is that I will do everything in my power, not just investigating and prosecuting domestic cases, which is what my other state AG colleagues do so well with me, but to go and help in other countries, whether they're actually literally our children or not. They're all our children, and we need to be lifting our brothers and sisters around the world, whether it's sex trafficking, labor trafficking, organ harvesting, in conscription, or any other types of illegal adoption. It is all the same. It's human slavery. And I need people in this audience to just get fired up and join us in the fight.
And I'm going to tell you why I believe, and for a lot of Americans, this is tough. You think to yourselves, like, why are we talking about this? Like, why do we care about human slavery? We should be focused on our national issues. This is a national issue. This is the biggest business in the world. In the world. And I am not saying that it is something that is going to go away tomorrow, but I'm saying it's something that we can fight and get rid of. Because it's the biggest business, hundreds of billions of dollars, you have groups like Al-Qaeda, you have our adversaries, you have the cartels raising that funding, utilizing that funding to target our children and our country in the United States. And while we're asleep at the wheel, they are doing their job. It is the reason why President Trump was so adamant about this and about shutting down the border. And we're going to talk more about the border in a minute with Brandon Judd and District Attorney David Sunday. But this is the reason why we have to fight to save these lives. And Rosie, I want to go straight to you because you have homes, you have rescued so many children. Matt and Mercy and I and others from CPAC, Sophia, we were able to go to Mexico and visit some of these homes. These homes are kept very secluded, very private. The cartels, obviously, so you understand, have targeted Rosie. She is here today, but she is in hiding from the cartels and from these monsters. Tell me a little bit about the homes, what we can do. I know we don't have a long time here, but what the audience can do to help fight back and to do the right thing.
Well, first, to have the same heart as Matt and Mercy. They were very busy in CPAC Mexico, but they had the time with Sophia, with you, to go and visit. And anytime you want to go in Zoom, it is possible because they are very secure. They were having a very fun time because it was, they had to go with you with the eyes.
We had a fun ride. So I'll give you guys like a little insight too. Because it was so secluded and private, nobody could know where the houses were. So the funny thing is, and it is kind of funny, not for me necessarily, but Matt and everybody in the vehicle had to be blindfolded. Nobody could know where I was driving them. I was the only person with the address, along with Rosie, to where this home was, where they have the children. Imagine some of the children are as young as 6 years old, 5 years old, to teenage years. These kids have been trafficked for sex. They've been trafficked, been used and, as slaves by some of these cartels. And these cartels are extremely powerful, and some of them try to find them again or try to locate the people that are stopping this. And remember, these hundreds of billions of dollars go to buy. They go to buy influence, not only in Mexico, but believe it or not, here in the United States as well. Here in the United States as well, where we are the biggest, actually, purchasers of children in the world.
Man.
Sadly,
We better repent
and that's a fact. So I
that.
had to blindfold everybody in the car, including Jack Posobiec, and I don't want to leave him out of this because he did show up. And we drove through Mexico City until I got to the house. The interesting thing was, I was sure I was going to be pulled over by the cops. I thought I looked like a cartel leader, but it didn't. It didn't happen. We made it there. We made it there safely to both homes, and they had the opportunity to see all the kids.
And the good news for you is that the ambassador at large in the Trump administration, now John Cotton Richmond, is now the head of one of our organizations here in the United States, Atlas Free. So a man with such a heart that made the best impact in the history of the United States now leads an NGO, so I'm so happy about it. They are helping our shelters.
That's fantastic. As far as the work that you see Rosie doing, Attorney General, here in the United States, I mean, the battle really is the narcotics that we're seeing, the deaths that we're seeing on our streets, the children that are being exploited here in the U.S. And because of the wide open border, and this is something that I'm going to be talking about, we have seen children brought into this country under the Biden administration, into our communities, without any guardianship, without anybody, no supervision.
Wow.
We don't know where these children are going. We don't know who, in fact, 40% of them have just disappeared into the fabric of our country. What can be done? What, as an Attorney General, are you doing to put a stop to this?
Well, you've really stated the crisis well, Sarah, because the cartels aren't even fighting with each other now because it's such an open border system and there's so much profit to be had, whether it's through fentanyl or human trafficking. There are billions of dollars coming up of those illicit drugs and sex every single week. You talked about much of adult pornography, and certainly all of child pornography is a form of human trafficking. Prostitution is a form of human trafficking. And what I need more than more prosecutors, although I could use a lot more investigators and prosecutors, is for, again, this God-fearing, incredible, influential group of people to help us across a number of things. We need more awareness and education, certainly. We need better laws and policy to be able to empower us in investigations and prosecutions. We even need law enforcement to change their strategies, to put victims first, to have very trauma-informed, victim-centric approaches to this. We need the private sector to lean in, right? We need businesses talking about this. We need them incentivizing their employees to educate themselves, to learn more. And then we need to also hold other private sector businesses like big tech, social media accountable, because they are a large driver as well. We're suing a number of them. We're investigating others. So between big tech and the border, I would say those are the two largest multipliers or exacerbators of the issue. It was already an epidemic, but now with an open border policy under this administration and social media becoming so rampant and sextortion being a gateway to this and all these other devices that predators have, it is an American issue and it's a global issue. And I just, again, want to thank you for letting us talk about it and focus on it and ask everyone to join us in the fight, whether it's Yaku Boyens that you support, whether it's Tim Ballard and Operation Underground, Glenn Beck and the Nazarene Fund, Jerome Milan. There's so many out there. Find somebody, find a group that you can stand up with.
And Kaleido. Yeah, Kaleido, which is Rosie's group, guys. Kaleido.
Amazing.
You guys have done such incredible work. I'm going to give you the last word. I know we got 5 seconds. I'm leaving it to you.
Well, if you want to prevent, you can prevent in ontraffic.org. If you want to help the children, you can do it in Kaleido. Kaleido, well, you can see our friend Sundari, how happy she is now with the Pope Francis, because she went there, and that's why it's important to help the victims. If you are going to do something against human trafficking, why don't you stand up? And we tell Sundari, we are going to help somebody. We are going to prevent. We are going to help also all the organizations that Sean said. But thank you, CPAC. Thank you, because you are setting the example. You are the example of somebody like Sarah who is doing something to end human trafficking. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. A new story for America.
All
This
right.
is a blank page news story for America.
That is good
for
stuff.
Mexico, bipartisan and binational.
And I promise you I'm going to be
Awesome. Let me know what you guys think. That was a good talk about fighting human trafficking, the cartels, and worldwide.
Patrol Union President Brandon Judd and York County, Pennsylvania District Attorney David Sunday.
Great to see you. Boy, you guys got your work cut out for you.
Just a little bit.
I know, just a little bit.
I saw that.
I think we started with the human trafficking just so you could get an idea. You could see that these victims are real. There are real children out there suffering every single day, and every single day, either Texas DPS, which I love, God bless them, and the Border Patrol, and all of our law enforcement officials who are out there at the border every single day trying to protect our nation, including our district attorneys like David Sunday. I see these photographs of children being trafficked, or I see fentanyl coming into our country. Now, I'm going to start with you, Brandon, and then I'm going to go to you, District Attorney. One of the biggest issues that we've been hearing about a lot is fentanyl. Yeah. I've seen it on the streets in Philadelphia. I've seen it in San Antonio. I see it everywhere I go, from small town America to our biggest cities. Our children are being poisoned. We have counterfeit pills out on the streets that look like Adderall, that look like ibuprofen.
Wow, man,
and I'm going to segue here. One of my son's best friends took an ibuprofen. His name was Joe.
Oh, man.
He believed it was an ibuprofen a friend gave to him. He had autism.
Oh.
And he died immediately
Oh,
after
man.
taking
God bless the
that
family.
fentanyl tablet. And he, So a lot of us have been affected by this.
Yeah. One of my best friends passed a few months
The
ago.
left always says, hey, look, it's all
Went to
coming
his
through the
funeral.
ports of entries, not the in-betweens. What are you seeing as Border Patrol Union? You're the head of the Border Patrol Union. I know how hard you're all working every single day. What are you seeing? What is the reality of what is happening on the ground versus what we are being told by the media and by the left?
I'm constantly seeing the liberal left want to deceive you. They're constantly lying to you. They're telling you that one thing is happening when in reality the exact opposite is happening.
Right.
When you look at the constant flow of fentanyl that is coming into the United States, they're going to say that it's a port of entry issue. The ports of entries are an extremely secure location. The OFO officers can go through every single vehicle.
Right.
They can inspect every single person that comes through the ports of entry. Because it is a secure location, of course, that's where more of the seizures are going to take place. But what we see on the border today, we are seeing the cartels flood our resources with illegal immigrants.
Right.
And that pulls our agents out of the field. And when they pull the agents out of the field, they create these artificial gaps in our coverage. And with those gaps, that's when they bring the fentanyl into the United States. And that's why we're seeing 100,000 United States citizens dying every single year of this poisoning. It's not an overdose issue. It's a poisoning issue. If you can take one aspirin and die because you thought it was an aspirin, that's a poisoning issue. And these cartels know exactly what they need to do. And the worst thing about it is they're being aided by the liberal left. They're being aided because they're constantly lying to you. And because they're lying to you, they're generating billions of dollars of profit because of those lies.
And those billions of dollars in profit are a national security threat to our country, are they not, District Attorney? I mean, you see in York County what's happened in Philadelphia, what's happened in your own county, what we're seeing in Kensington, coming from the border directly into our communities. I mean, describe what you're up against.
I can tell you right now, every state is a border state, every single one. So when those when you have fentanyl that crosses a border, where does it go? I can tell you right now in York County, we've been fighting the opioid epidemic since 2014. We've been fighting it nonstop with aggressive policing, with getting treatment for people, with training, with education for kids. And something has been changing over that time period. What has been changing is the lethality of the drugs that are coming in. So what has changed, it went from heroin to stronger heroin. We're now at fentanyl.
Same here in Ohio.
And the one thing that has not changed during that entire time period is where it was coming from.
Oh, man.
And that is absolutely critical component to this. It is. And that's something that absolutely must be addressed.
And let me address this, and I'm going to go right to you, Brandon, on this, and then back to you, District Attorney. We have seen that the precursor chemicals that are coming into Mexico are working hand in hand with the drug cartels is coming from China, one of our greatest adversaries. They completely understand what is going on here. They absolutely are aware that these chemicals are pouring into Mexico, that the Mexican cartels are then utilizing that to send these counterfeit pills into the United States. We also know now, based on evidence, that the Chinese are laundering, the Chinese Communist Party and their banking system is laundering the money of the drug cartels from the United States through the Chinese banking system so that we can't even touch it. Why did it get to this point? How did our government allow this to happen to us? Why are we under siege right now in our own nation and can't even protect our own children from this scourge?
Right. It's all about policy. When I entered on duty with the United States Border Patrol 25 years ago, what we saw was a lot of mom and pop organizations that were doing the smuggling. Today, that is completely gone. Everything is controlled by organized crime, these criminal cartels. And one of the scariest aspects of that is now China is involved with these cartels. China has infiltrated these cartels. Now we have a very, very dangerous country who hates us that are involved right in Mexico that is coming into the United States. Everything that we're seeing is now being funneled through China. If the Chinese get control of these criminal cartels, we can expect to see everything go up exponentially. And the deaths that we're going to see on the street are going to be even more. We have to look at border security, and we have to make it a nonpartisan issue. We have to look at this and say, this is what's best for our children. This is what's best for the United States. Who cares about all of the liberal activists that exist in the West Wing right now? Who cares what the base wants? We have to look at it and say, what is best for the United States? What's best for our children? And that's the problem right now. Everything goes back to politics.
Yeah.
Everything is about politics today. They don't care about you. They care about getting reelected. They care about power. And it's all about themselves. It's not about you, and we have to get away from that.
I'm going straight. I agree. You brought up a really good point, and you did also, and you touched right on it. It's not just the lives that are lost, it's the cost all across the board. What about those that survive? They get a Narcan shot. How are they brain damaged now? Are we seeing not only 100,000 people that have lost their lives, but we're also seeing hundreds of thousands of young Americans that have now become, I guess, capacitated.
So, you know, I have a son in second grade. So as a DA, it can't always be the easiest thing to have a son in second grade. And what I can tell you is, you know, you're talking about, from your personal experience, fentanyl coming over the border. Before I came here yesterday, I sat down with some of our undercover drug police in York, which is an hour and a half from where we're sitting right here, Pennsylvania. And I said, what are you seeing? What is happening out there? And they said that we see fentanyl in cocaine, we see fentanyl in heroin, we see fentanyl in pressed pills because people have their own pill pressers. We see it in meth. We see it in everything. And what has happened is we have this whole community that has already been suffering from the opioid epidemic for so long that has now been given drugs that kill instantly. And if they don't kill instantly, they create a life of pain and suffering for children. And there is no hell on earth like the one that I've seen when I sit and I talk to parents who have lost their loved ones, or their loved ones are in the throes of addiction, and what they have to see happen to their children day after day, month after month, year after year, as they cease being the child that they knew and become someone else that ultimately dies because of this horrific poison coming into this country.
You know, it's almost hard to...
God help us.
It's almost hard to take in because what we're dealing with, and we've been dealing with a drug addiction problem, you know, in our country
over a
for
decade.
a long time.
Yeah.
But it feels like it has gotten so far worse, so much more than just addiction. This is about actually killing our children.
Man.
When you press pills that look like Adderall, when you have pills on the street that look like candy in colorful colors,
that's maniacal.
And you've got, you know, little kids, and you just don't know when they're going to run into that at a neighbor's house or somewhere on the street. I mean, you really are dealing with children being targeted, our society being targeted. How do we fight back when we have an administration that fails to see this as a problem, that
Right.
fails to do what's right at the border. This isn't about immigration. You and I have talked about this over and over again. This is about everyone. This is about people. This isn't about keeping people out. It's about protecting both sides and protecting the Western Hemisphere. Why won't the administration do anything about this?
Yeah, when you look at it, illegal immigration is the driver. It's what allows them. It facilitates all of their other traffic, whether it's human trafficking. And human trafficking, there's a huge difference between human trafficking and human smuggling. Human smuggling is when you bring somebody and you drop them off at their last point. Human trafficking is when you bring them in and they remain in servitude. They remain in slavery. That's the difference. And everything starts with illegal immigration. If we don't have the proper policies, and by the way, these policies don't cost you anything. We don't need more resources. We don't need more technology. We don't need more infrastructure. The burden should not fall on your shoulders. All we need is policy that doesn't cost you a penny.
Right.
And if we had the policy,
Wow.
we could shut the border down tomorrow.
Yeah.
We saw that under President Trump. We dropped to 45-year lows in illegal immigration
Wow.
under President Trump. It was policy. It
Right.
wasn't more money. We didn't throw more
Right.
money at the problem. It was policy. And if we had the proper policy,
Yeah,
the
which
problem
means
is,
they're
again,
doing
it
it
circles
on
back to
purpose.
politics. It circles
They're doing
back
it on
to
purpose.
what does the liberal left want?
Yeah.
The liberal left wants this chaos to continue.
Yeah.
They're continuing to push the chaos. Look at the activists that permeate the West Wing right now, and that tells you where it's all coming from.
And as a DA,
Wow.
you have to be astonished when you look at certain cities and you see district attorneys that have low bail, no bail policies. They give more rights to the criminals than they do to the victims. And I know all of you have probably seen that in your own community.
We have.
How do you handle that? How do you challenge
as the
that?
elected DA, I'm responsible for York County. And what we do in York County is, number one, we do everything in our power to hold violent criminals accountable and to put them in jail, period. We do everything in our power to arrest and prosecute people that are legally using firearms. We do everything we can to prosecute and arrest people who are committing sex crimes, anything of that nature.
Yeah.
There's a place for them, and it's called prison.
Right.
We also have a lot of people in the community that have severe mental health and substance abuse issues. I mean, our prisons have become almost a wasting place for people that are suffering with mental health crises.
Wow.
So while we're attacking on this side, accountability, on the other side, we're doing everything we can to work with all of our community partners to get treatment, to get help for people so that they will not commit more crimes. 95% of everyone that goes into a prison is coming back out. And of those 95% that come back out, half go back in.
Man,
and
I did twice.
The number one indicator is joblessness. So we actually, because again, necessity is the mother of invention, we do work with the Manufacturers Association, with businesses in our community to help people get jobs. Hey, I worked at UPS for 8 years before I became a lawyer. And I'm going to tell you right now that one of the greatest gifts in my life was coming up by working at UPS. And there's what a job can do for you is amazing, and it's something we need to get back to.
Yeah.
Get people back to work.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, like-
absolutely.
So-
Our economy.
Yep.
And everything, I'm going to leave the last word to you, Brandon, everything kind of rolls downhill. If we don't have law and order, like the district attorney said, he has that in place in York County. But if we don't have law and order on a federal level, what does that do to us?
What?
It leaves
Then
us
what?
in complete and total chaos. If you
Wow.
look at what's going on the border right now, it is absolute chaos. It is monstrous that we're allowing these cartels to operate the way that they're operating. We can stop it tomorrow. We just need the help.
Thank you
Right.
so much, you guys. I guess the answer is let's just follow the law. Let's follow
right.
policy. Let's put someone
Writing's on
in
the wall.
office who can do that for us. Thank you.
All right. That was awesome. Yes, I definitely have felt the effect of the fentanyl in my own community. One of the best friends of mine growing up, it was actually an overdose case. He had passed a few months ago. And so it is very tragic. No reason to be going to our 30-something-year-old friends and families' funerals. And Another one that was bizarre I just saw on the news the other night was I believe a 2-year-old baby. The family was at a rental house on vacation, and the baby was playing with the pots and pans, and somehow there was fentanyl residue on the pots and pans, and the kid literally overdosed. And thank God the family was able to get a first responder to come and perform the proper medical process to revive the baby and save the baby's lives. Praise God, saved the baby's life, and hallelujah for that. They said they were very fortunate, and the father was in tears. So that is what they're talking about when he had mentioned poisoning. So he's saying that actually the biggest threat to the people is the actual poisoning of mislabeled drugs, which is just a complete assault. And I couldn't imagine it would even be a money thing for the cartels or anything of that nature. It has, lacing street drugs with fentanyl, unless they're getting it for that much cheaper, which it's allegedly coming from China, some do say. And so I know they could produce it for pretty cheap. It is synthetic. And yet the thought of them putting it into aspirin, as she had said, her friend's autistic child passed away from fentanyl that was laced in just regular headache medicine, aspirin. Over-the-counter medicine being laced with fentanyl is just wild. And so to see those guys fighting that, hear their testimony about what's actually going on at the border, and it's just policy, he said. He said it's just the policy. They could literally fix the border problem for free with policy, and that just goes to show you that it is an intentional thing. And the only other answer to that would be total incompetence by this alleged administration. And so, yeah, I would not even call it as such an administration, because obviously they are not doing their jobs the way they should be done, and there must be accountability. So you guys are watching Your Freedom Rising. Shout out to RSBN, Right Side Broadcasting Network, for this live coverage of CPAC 2023.
And urban development. Ben Carson.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be back here with you once again. I just found out instead of 15 minutes, I only have 10 minutes. But I'm a surgeon, and I know how to cut.
Nice.
Not a problem.
Nice.
But, other thing that's easy for me is that I don't have to spend a lot of time working on what words I'm going to say, because I'm not politically correct. And so I don't really care about that.
Yeah.
I think that's a big problem in our society. We're letting media and big tech and people tell us what we can and cannot say. That's a bunch of garbage. We can say anything we want. A lot of people fought for our rights to say what we want to say. And I'm so glad we have the CPAC conference, because as the Bible says in the book of Isaiah, come, let us reason together. And that's what we do. We come and we reason together. Unlike the other side, which doesn't reason, they just like to impose and to mandate.
Wow.
And it doesn't lead to the kind of place that I think Ben Franklin and our other founders worked so hard to give us.
Right.
Our founders have gotten a bad rap by the people on the left. And they try to attribute all kinds of evil intentions to them. I wonder if they ever look in the mirror. That's where the evil intentions are. And there are no perfect people. There never have been any perfect people except for Jesus. and they crucified him, right?
Right.
So, you know, we need to stop applying all these litmus tests to people in the past and deciding whether or not they're good or bad people. You know, our founders were amazing individuals. They worked so hard. They studied every single government system that had ever existed in the history of the world. They were eclectics. They took the good things, rejected the bad things, because their goal was to have a government that didn't become like the other kind of governments, which naturally grow, infiltrate, and dominate the people. They wanted something that would allow us to remain free. And it was hard to get. And in 1787 at the Constitutional Convention, it looked like everything was going to fall apart. They couldn't come to agreement. And then Benjamin Franklin, the elder statesman at age 81, stood up and said, "Gentlemen, stop. Let's get down on our knees and let's seek wisdom from God."
Wow.
And they prayed and they got up and they resolved their issues.
Yes. Yes.
And maybe that's something that we should learn to do once again. You know, let's not run away from our Judeo-Christian roots and values and try to reestablish our own values, because there is plenty of evil out there, but it exists together with good. And we're the ones who get to decide which direction we want to go in. It makes a big difference. And, you know, we have a situation in our nation right now where we're going to go one way or the other. And, you know, when Franklin came out of that convention hall, he was asked, "What do we have here, sir? A monarchy or a republic?" And he said, "A republic if you can keep it."
Wow.
If
Powerful.
you can keep it.
Right.
We've kept it for 240 plus years so far. But we're in danger of losing it. We're closer to losing it now than we ever have been. We're closer now than we were at World War I, World War II, any of the other world wars, the civil rights movement, anything that's happened in the past has not led us to this point. And we must be extraordinarily vigilant now, and we must be willing to stand up for the things that we believe in. And we have to realize that we are together in this.
Yeah.
You know, America is strong when we are united. But we're letting people come in and divide us up on the basis of race, income, age, religion, political affiliation, gender, you name it, and they're trying to divide us up. And it's causing significant turmoil in our society. And you have to realize in the early days of America, we were able to live together in small communities, families of 20, 50, 100 people, 50 miles away from any other groups of people, sometimes speaking different languages, coming from different countries, different thoughts. They were able to subjugate all that for the common good. And not only were those communities able to survive, they were able to thrive.
Wow.
And to grow into an incredible nation. And that's because they didn't allow all those little factions to grow and to tear them apart. And that's what the Federalist Papers talk about. That's what Madison talks about, the factions, and how we must be careful, because no matter what we build, if we allow the factions to grow, they will destroy it all. We need to understand what's going on, why these people are working so hard to destroy what's going on here. But the good thing is, there are courageous people here, and there are people who are looking for what's right. And we have entered a new phase in our country. It's Asbury College versus Harvard.
Wow.
And I think, like in David and Goliath, Asbury's going to win.
Yeah.
Because it's starting to spread.
Spreading.
And the young
like
people
fire.
are starting to realize that those principles, such as love your neighbor rather than cancel your neighbor, are the things that helped us to grow and to become a strong country. And then we hear a lot about equity in our society. Have you noticed that? We want to have equal outcomes for everybody. Well, that wasn't what made us into a great country. You know, as the administrative state began to grow starting in the early part of the 20th century, they started thinking the government had to move this group up and move this group down to create equal outcomes. We hear about that a lot now. That's not who we are as a nation. That's certainly not who I am as a person. One of the reasons that equity lovers don't like people like me is because they say, you're not supposed to grow up in the environment that you grew up in and be successful because this is a horrible racist country. And you simply aren't supposed to be successful in that setting. What a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
You know, that,
right. I love this guy.
You know, that's not happening. But what is happening is that administrative state is getting bigger and more powerful. And look what they did during the Trump administration. They were after him from day one. They were making up all kinds of stories. You know, you had Schrock and Page saying, we got to make sure he doesn't get into the presidency. Senior FBI agents, you know, they're working and colluding with big tech to shut down certain stories and to elevate other stories, to favor one party over another party. And they have the nerve to talk about dangers to democracy. They are the danger to our democracy. And there's one thing that Senator Schumer said that I agree with, and I think it's probably only one, but he said in terms of the FBI and the various agencies that they had 6 ways to Sunday to get you if you disagree with them. And I don't know if he was saying that as a point of information or as a threat, but it is a threat to us, but we must be willing to stand up to that threat and recognize that it's us. We are the only ones who can fix this problem. The government's not going to fix it.
Right.
It's going to be we, the people, who have the courage to stand up. And you look at things like the way the administrative state handled COVID. And I could talk about that for a long time, but all I have to say, I think, is that the FDA, at the time that all this was going on, the head of the FDA is now on the board of Pfizer. Do I need to say anything more than that?
What a conflict of interest.
And at HUD, we had all of these deep state people who tried to stop the Trump policies, but we got them done anyway, and we're going to continue to get them done anyway. And one of the things that I'm announcing today is the Executive Branch for America. That's part of American Cornerstone Institute, and it is going to give people what they need to know, particularly college students, young staffers, what you need to know about the government so that you don't have to, so that you can hit the ground running, because we need to get these people in, because 90% of the career employees are people who live in this area, who have the politics of this area, who slow things down, who push things forward. We've got to be able to do much better than that by understanding this process. So that's what the EBA is all about. And this will help us to determine and answer the question, which Benjamin Franklin said, if we can keep it. It's a wonderful system that we have. Don't let anybody tell you anything that's different from that. But we're the ones who are going to have to do it. And if you want to know, can we keep it, find a World War II veteran and ask them what was going through their head And D-Day, when they are on the shores of Normandy, and all of those people were being shot, and they stepped over those dead bodies, knowing in many cases they would never see their loved ones or their homeland again. Why did they do it? They did it for you and me so that we could live in peace and safety. Ask them if we can keep it. We can with all of us. Thank you so much.
Wow. Woo! Man, that was good. It really was.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of the National Rifle Association, Wayne LaPierre.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. And I applaud all of you for being here today. You know, I've been coming to CPAC for years, and I'll tell you, it's always great to see so many young people here. You're the future of this country, and don't ever forget it.
Yeah.
You know, when I was young, I believed in our government institutions. I had then, and I still have today, a profound appreciation for the checks and balances, guaranteed individual rights, and the constitutional republic that our founding fathers established. I believed that this country was different than others in a noble and a virtuous way. And I learned very quickly that our freedoms need to be protected by all of us. In fact, I've spent much of my career fighting for Second Amendment freedom. Today, we're on the cusp of losing our founders' vision forever. Anti-gun, anti-freedom politicians are shamelessly and illegally using the awesome power of government to trample those rights, to exact revenge on their political adversaries, to destroy organizations and individuals who get in the way of their personal political agendas. Let me be very specific about what I'm talking about. Back in 2016, when the polls confirmed that the men and women of the NRA played a major role in defeating Hillary Clinton, our political opponents embarked upon a sinister scheme to wipe NRA off the political map.
Wow.
They plotted to weaponize the offices of state attorneys generals in nearly every anti-gun jurisdiction in the United States. And in New York, the governor's office and the Department of Financial Services, which is as powerful as any financial regulatory body in America, including the federal government, to put it simply, they unleashed the vast power of state governments and regulatory agencies in an attempt to crush and destroy us. It started in New York, when then Governor Andrew Cuomo and Maria Volo, who was head of the Department of Financial Services, they sent letters to the CEOs of all banks and insurance companies all across the country, making it clear that unless their financial institutions stopped doing business with the NRA, they would find themselves in the crosshairs of New York government agents, to be harassed, hassled, and persecuted into submission. They tried to blacklist the NRA. The message was crystal clear. If you are a regulated financial institution, you should drop the NRA or else.
Wow.
In fact, Cuomo stated it plainly when he said, quote, "If I could have put the NRA out of business, I would have done it 20 years ago." And he hoped to do just that.
Right.
This blatant weaponization of government power was designed for only one purpose: to silence our voices, to destroy the power of our collective fight for freedom, to cut out our tongues, and ultimately force NRA to shut its doors forever. In fact, listen to this. Their own press release that they sent out warned that companies doing business with the NRA, quote, had a responsibility to act and would suffer reputational risks if they continued partnering with the National Rifle Association or any other pro-Second Amendment organization. You see, Cuomo and Vullo knew that without a bank account, the NRA's ability to operate was threatened. We couldn't write checks. We couldn't process membership dues or contributions. And we couldn't pay our employees or even our electric bill. And as a direct result of their threat, there were banks and insurance companies that sure enough went out and severed their ties with the NRA. Not because they didn't agree with us on our cause, but because they didn't want to be targeted and crushed by Cuomo and the New York government.
Wow, mob.
This wasn't some backroom scheme.
Mob.
It was all out in the open, plain to see. Cuomo even publicly bragged when he said, and I'm quoting him here, "The regulations New York put in place are working. We are forcing the NRA into financial jeopardy. We won't stop until we shut them down."
Wow.
Well, the men and women of the National Rifle Association, and I'm so proud of them, didn't shrink from the fight. In fact, we sued them successfully. A senior judge in New York 3 times overruled motions to dismiss our claims, and the NRA was headed toward its day in court. But late last year, the Second Circuit Court of Appeals shockingly reversed a portion of the decision of the trial court and dismissed the NRA claims against Vullo. This decision, and I'm going to say it slow, if it's allowed to stand, would mean that government regulators can use their nearly infinite powers to silence and destroy any organization in pursuit of their own personal political agenda. This is one of the most chilling decisions ever rendered by a federal appellate court in our nation's history. And make no mistake, if this dangerous precedent is allowed to stand, any politician or government agency would have the license to use their regulatory powers and authority, including investigations, crippling fines, threats, blacklisting campaigns, abusive litigation, and more, to destroy any person, any company, or any organization they consider their political enemy. Is that the kind of America you want to live in?
No.
The stakes, me either. The stakes couldn't be higher. And so today, I'm proud to announce to all of you here at CPAC that the National Rifle Association of America has filed a petition with the United States Supreme Court seeking a review of one of the most important First Amendment cases in our nation's history. Because this case is going to decide if every American still has a guaranteed freedom of speech and assembly, or if government officials can weaponize their powers to take down anyone that they don't like. This just isn't NRA's fight. This is your fight. This isn't a liberal or conservative fight. This is a fight for all Americans, regardless of where you live. This isn't a Republican or Democrat fight. It's an American fight.
Right.
It's a fight for every American who's ever cared about their First Amendment rights. That's why many legal experts and constitutional scholars, and I'm happy to say the American Civil Liberties Union, that's right, the ACLU, are on our side. You know, the very idea that all of us right here and right now can speak together freely, collaborate, use our collective voices to advocate for the policies and principles we believe in, That's a special American freedom. And for decades, tens of millions of American gun owners and patriots have stood together under the NRA banner and fought for American freedom and Second Amendment freedom. Not with guns, not with violence, but passionately and peacefully with our First Amendment rights. For us, and for all of you, the most powerful weapon we have is our collective voice. I've always viewed the NRA's greatest strength as its ability to amplify the voices of Americans all across this country who carry a passion for freedom deep in their hearts. Our strong collective voice depends entirely on our First Amendment freedom to assemble, speak freely, and advocate for those causes we hold dear.
Yeah.
And you know as I do, if the government can take away our First Amendment freedom, the Second and all our other freedoms are not far behind.
Right.
So let me ask you, are you ready to saddle up and ride and fight for our freedoms, hang the lanterns, go out and sound the alarm?
Yeah.
Because it's time to be all in this fight, because all of our freedoms, all of our way of life, all of it is on the line. So let's fight for freedom. By God, let's save the First Amendment.
Yes.
And God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Woo! Yeah.
You know, we couldn't do CPAC Grace without some great partners in our broadcast. And one of the guys I want to talk about first is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, we've been talking about the economy, inflation, and just the instability of the U.S. and global markets. And when it comes to retirement, well, you got to make sure that your money's safe. So we've got a special offer just for CPAC, and these Birch Gold Group wants to make it really easy to take that first step in investing in gold and precious metals. You can do that right now by texting the words RSBN to 9889898. That's RSBN to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. And get this, we talked earlier about inflation. How much was a check that you would have to write to pay off the deficit? It was like $200 and something thousand from every U.S. citizen.
It would be insanity.
It would be insane. We don't have that money, and neither do you, and neither should you. But you need to protect your savings. So please talk to our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Text RSBN to 989898 to take that first step. And doing gold and Grace, no one's saying you should put all of your assets into gold. That would almost be foolish in a way, to put all your eggs in one basket, so to say. But you should diversify as much as possible. So go check out our friends over the Birch Gold Group.
Welcome to the My Pillow 2.0 commercial. Miss Makeup.
Well, you look good.
And action.
You're sleeping even better. We've got the best pillow ever. My Pillow 2.0.
It's a great name for a product. Good. Good. We got it.
Welcome to the set of the My Pillow 2.0, the most amazing pillow in history. That new technology, you still have the My Pillow's patented fill, but now we have new technology we didn't have back when I invented My Pillow that's going to help you sleep. It's absolutely amazing, and you're the first ones that can check it out. Go to mypillow.com, use the promo code on your screen, and we brought back the buy one, get one free.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
We're back here live at CPAC 2023 here at the beautiful Gaylord, and I am joined by the one and only, the amazing Kari Lake, former gubernatorial candidate of Arizona. And, when you walk by these halls here at CPAC, I think people still remember a little bit what happened in Arizona.
Oh, they do. What I'm hearing is keep going, keep fighting. Thank you for fighting. And when they steal another election in Arizona, and people just walk away from that, you're walking away from the people of Arizona. And so I decided when they did what they did in the election on November 8th that I was going to stand up and fight back so that we do have a voice and it counts at the ballot box. And so our case is moving forward, and people are following it. I think you know that because whenever you guys run a story,
we've been on it. And what is the very latest from Arizona? I know you've got a filing with the Supreme Court, if I'm not mistaken.
We filed this last week with the Supreme Court, and we're asking them to expedite the case, and we're asking that the 7 justices take a look at it, apply the law, and rule in our favor. When you apply the law, we believe we will get a ruling in our favor, because right now, if the Arizona Supreme Court doesn't take this up, and the lower court judge's ruling stands, they're basically saying that election procedures and election laws don't matter. You don't have to follow them. Yeah. Chain of custody doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. You don't have to run a smooth operation on Election Day. Don't worry about it. That's why it is imperative that the Supreme Court in Arizona take this case up and listen to it and rule on the law.
It's interesting as we meet, thousands of people. I have not heard one person say that they either voted for Katie Hobbs or even acknowledged they ever saw a Katie Hobbs sign. It was all about, like, you're the one that campaigned, you're the one that went out and fundraised, you're the one that went out and did the town halls.
That's right.
She didn't do any of it. So a lot of it doesn't really pass the common sense smell check, if you will, any of this stuff.
It's, again, what they tried to do in 2020 when we had Joe Biden in the basement. He couldn't draw a crowd of 10. President Trump was drawing tens of thousands of people everywhere he went. And they try to tell us that Joe Biden's the most popular president in history. Yeah. 81 million votes. Don't insult our intelligence. And the people of Arizona are tired of it. Katie Hobbs knows she didn't win. Everybody in Arizona knows she didn't win. She can't go out anywhere in public. She's getting booed at sporting events. She went to the most liberal town in Arizona, Tucson, and got booed at a basketball game. That tells you something.
It does.
Even the Democrats voted for me, and the independents as well. And we won, I believe, in a landslide. And we hope to get that word out and that the justices will rule and apply the law.
Okay, a little bit later tonight, you're the keynote speaker at the Reagan dinner, which is a very distinguished honor that you should have tonight. Give us a preview of your speech. And we talked off air, and it's all about this threat that we have from globalism.
Truly. I mean, this is why they're having to steal elections, because when we, the people, stand up and vote, we choose America first, common sense policy. And they have to bring that movement of we, the people, down in order to push globalism. They want the destruction of America. That's what it's about. And I think this is how we bring Americans together. We tell them what globalism really looks like. It looks a lot like communism. And right now it's not Democrats versus Republicans. It's not even establishment Republicans versus America First Republicans. This is about globalism versus Americanism. And I want for my children, and I know, Brian, you want for your children, that we have in America, the same America that we were able to live the American dream in. We want that for our children. So I think at the end of the day, Democrats are going to start coming over when they realize what globalism really is and what that will do to their hopes and dreams and their children's hopes and dreams as well.
How has your life changed post-election? I mean, you became a national figure, obviously, after the election. You still go to events. You went to Iowa.
Yep.
People are going crazy over you. How does it make you feel that you not only did you have an impact in Arizona, but you've impacted this country?
I think what it is they recognize in me a fighter, somebody who is not going to lay down and take our rights being trampled and take our elections being stolen. I will not lay down, and I'm not going to stop. This is a hill worth dying on, and people want a fighter. That's why President Trump was so popular, and he remains popular, because he's standing up and fighting. No matter what they throw at him, no matter what lies the fake news media lobs at him, no matter how they try to tear him down, he stands up and fights for us, and that is what the people want. And at the end of the day, we are all in this together, and I can't stress that enough. I think as people wake up to what the push to destabilize America, to have wide open borders, drugs pouring across, killing a young generation, our streets unsafe, the homeless crisis growing, it's not going to look good for America, and we don't want that. We don't want our money going over to Ukraine, starting a third world war.
Yeah.
We want some common sense.
Yeah, it's common sense.
And that's why I'm well known now and well received across the country. Everywhere I go, whether it's Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, Iowa, they say thank you for fighting. Well, this whole thing that the fake news is saying, like, don't talk about the elections. You're looking past. You're looking in the past. No, we can't move forward and reclaim our country unless we have fair, honest elections. So we have to fix what's wrong, and we need to reform our elections. And the people want that. I can tell you, from where I travel, they say, keep fighting. Thank you for fighting for election reform and election integrity.
Yeah, and I know that you're going to have your finger on the pulse there in Arizona as far as everyone's keeping Katie Hobbs in check. Like you said, she can't go anywhere without being scrutinized, and she should be getting...
Well, and she's been trying to dismantle all of the good things that have been happening in Arizona. Right. You know, the moms and dads worked so hard to get education freedom, ESAs for all. Some people call them vouchers, but basically in Arizona, the tax money follows the student. It doesn't go to some failing government school. It follows the student. We've worked hard to be on the forefront of that and make sure that our kids have those options. She's trying to dismantle that and take that freedom away from our kids and our families.
Well, the future for you, politically speaking, and I've told you offline, is huge. I think that it's limitless of what you can do in politics, but I think it's also limitless what you can do for just the American people as far as providing a faith and hope. People need hope right now because there's a lot of people have walked around here and they feel some feel lost because the government has let them down and they don't have any faith in the elections.
They showed up, they did everything right. They got involved politically, they got off the sidelines, they got involved in races that they cared about, only to see them stolen. There was a pallor of depression over Arizona.
Oh, I would
still
imagine.
There.
Oh, yeah.
And people just go, what do we do? We've got these intruders. I mean, they're really, I call Katie Hobbs a squatter in the governor's office. And the cartels have taken control of our state, and we don't want that. Yeah. But I do want people to have hope, because I don't just have hope in our case, I have confidence in our case. And I have confidence that the American people are never going to throw in the towel and quit. That's not in our DNA.
It is not in our DNA.
We have our founding fathers' DNA inside of us, and I just don't believe that we're quitters.
Are you taking a break at all? Are you trying to go find a beach somewhere, relax, maybe read a book, and just escape from all of this political circus that we're in right now?
A little bit of time off around the new year, and it's really hard. I'm somebody who enjoys time off and family time and all of that, but when you're watching your country fall to pieces, I have a hard time
think about anything else.
Sitting around vacationing when I'm watching the country fall to pieces. So I'm just not there right now. And for me, when I'm feeling this way, how I remedy that, when I'm feeling like, oh my gosh, we have very little time on the clock to save our country, I go out and I just work.
Well, when I wear my Carrie Lake hat, and I've got multiple hats, when I wear them around, I always get someone that says, Carrie Lake. I don't care where I'm at, what airport I'm in, they always love Carrie Lake. So we know that you're going to be here, someone that's going to be in our realm of politics for quite some time.
We can't stop. And really what politics should be, it should be a way to help people and to propel our America First movement, common sense policies. It's become ugly and dirty because we have so many corrupt politicians. I think I'm seeing a new wave of America First politicians who are in it not to be politicians. They don't want to be in office forever. They want to go in, get things accomplished, solve our problems, and then go back on with their lives. And I think that's kind of where we're headed.
Well, we love you. I know our viewers
so
love you because Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, we were talking about you the other day that when it comes to articles that people want to read about, anything with election integrity, Trump, you, all that stuff favors very well. So we certainly appreciate that, and I know that we all are praying for you. Is there a website that if people want to donate to your cause and to what you're doing right now, how do they do that?
Thank you for asking. Well, you can follow me on social media. I'm at all, Twitter, Facebook,
Which,
all
by
of
the
that.
way, you've got millions of followers, and Katie Hobbs has tens of thousands of followers. How in the hell does she win that election?
Well,
that's a whole other conversation.
Even she knows it.
Yeah, even though she knows that.
You can go, you can always go to carrielake.com, or we have a fund which is called Save Arizona Fund, FUND. If you want to help with our legal battle, it's much appreciated. If you just want to learn more about it, you can go there as well. I believe we have our new filing up that we filed with the Supreme Court. This is truly about, if the Supreme Court doesn't take this case, they will be putting their stamp of approval on corruption, on election officials who don't follow the laws, who don't follow the procedures, and we will have Banana Republic-style elections from here to eternity because they'll be giving the stamp of approval to that kind of an election, and I don't think anybody wants that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Carrie Lake, thank you so much for joining us. There you go, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank you for your continued support by bringing you the biggest bath sale ever. Get my 6-piece towel sets for the lowest price ever, only $39.96. His and her bathrobes, 50% off. Bath mats for as low as $17.49. And I'm also excited to announce the original My Slippers are back in stock. And now they come in even more colors and wide sizes. They're made with the same great patented technology, and yes, you'll still save $90 a pair. So get the biggest savings ever on bath sheets, bath mats, washcloths, hand towels, bathrobes, slippers, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and get deep discounts on all MyPillow bath products, including our 6-piece towel sets. Regular $89.98, now only $39.96. Get all your shopping in while quantities last, so please order now.
And welcome back to Day 2 of CPAC 2023 here in Washington, D.C. I'm Grace Saldana, joined by the Scott Pressler today. How are you doing, Scott?
Life is good. I'm glad to be here at CPAC with y'all.
I'm glad that you are healthy and you are back in action.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a rough ride for a little bit, but 5 months of recovery, and I'm ready to rock.
You're ready to rock for 2024. We're about a year and 9 months out or so from November, so what are you up to these days?
Well, even so, we've got elections this year.
Right.
So we've got Louisiana and Kentucky. We can flip those governorships from blue to red. Already been to Louisiana, had a lot of jambalaya. It was wonderful. And we also have here in Virginia and Jersey the opportunity to flip state legislative seats, and then also Pennsylvania and Wisconsin state Supreme Court seats. So literally after this, going straight to Wisconsin.
That is so important, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court has been in the spotlight recently for election integrity.
Oh, this is critical. So nobody's talking about it. This is the unheard news, is that right now in Wisconsin, we have a 4-3 Republican majority, right?
Right.
But one Republican is retiring. So if we don't win this seat on April 4th, then that will flip from 4-3 Republican to 4-3 Democrat. And in Wisconsin, we have voter ID laws.
Right.
So that means that voter ID laws could be attacked. Gerrymandering is on the table. Governor Evers, who's a Democrat, his unconstitutional stay-at-home orders were overturned. If they have a liberal Supreme Court, those stay-at-home orders could be deemed constitutional. So it's such an important election.
And it's a critical swing state leading up to 2024.
Wisconsin.
I mean, yes, Wisconsin. So what are you feeling from the people on the ground there? Have you talked to a lot of people online? You're all super active on Twitter. And how are they feeling about the Supreme Court election?
Well, the only bad news is, they had a spring primary on the 21st. You had 2 liberals running and 2 conservatives running. The bad news is the liberals took the majority of the vote. And while our candidate is Supreme Court Justice Dan Kelly, and that's wonderful, the fact of the matter is there were more Democrats voting in that primary than Republicans. And that's why I'm so focused that I want people to not just vote on Election Day. Yes, I'm thankful for those Election Day votes, but I want them to lock in their votes early, do early in-person voting, do mail-in voting, do absentee voting, lock in those votes early.
Early, that's right. So you launched a new PAC recently. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, the PAC is called Early Vote Action, earlyvoteaction.com. And so I'm focused on 5 swing key states, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, because the math dictates that if we win those 5 states, right, we're then going to be able to win the presidency. And I'm not saying we're going to lose these states, but for example, if we were to lose Michigan, if we were to lose Georgia, but we win those 5 states, we've won the White House.
Right. And we've seen what can happen in Arizona.
Exactly. Well, and I really want to speak to the viewer on this, because I know the viewer at home who is a big fan of right side broadcasting, as I am, of course. is you care about election integrity. And I know that you're maybe hesitant to do early voting and mail-in voting.
Right.
But look at what happened in Arizona. We all love Carrie Lake, and we were all supporting her candidacy. But the fact is, we told the Democrats where we were throwing the football, right?
Right.
We told them, we're waiting to vote on one day. What happened, y'all, on one day? 30% of machines had errors, right?
Right.
That is factual. And so therefore, it's my contention that had we done early in-person voting, had we done mail-in voting, Carrie Lake today would be governor of the great state 48. And Ab Hamadeh would be attorney general. And Blake Masters would be senator. And, you know, one more reason, and I know it sounds kind of stupid, but I know you're a Florida gal, right?
Right.
What happened the day before Election Day in Florida? They had a hurricane watch.
Right.
And your state 2 months earlier was devastated, right?
Right.
You were devastated on the East Coast, that cities and beaches were leveled by hurricane. And that's the importance of early voting, because in Nevada,
True.
we also had a snowstorm on Election Day. So the Democrats, they're not freaking out, right? Because they're happy that their people voted early. They locked in their votes. They did ballot harvesting. Meanwhile, Republicans are biting our nails because our people are waiting to vote on a snowstorm.
We have less intel. We need to have election preparedness.
Yes.
Yeah, and somewhat play the Democrats' game. Right now, it seems that they're playing it a lot better than us, and some of it's by the rules, a lot of it's not. So I'm really glad that you're out here doing the hard work, hitting the ground, and going to states like Wisconsin and Arizona.
Well, and as conservatives, I want to make it clear, we definitely are going to do everything legally.
Right,
and we're going to pursue it in the right way. And look, in states like Nevada, California, there's Congressman Matt Gaetz saying hello, Washington, it is legal to do ballot harvesting. And so that's why I'm actually writing a ballot harvesting manual for all 50 states. So that way, whether you're in Florida or California, you're going to be empowered with the rules and statutes of your state to know what you are legally allowed to do.
When is that going to be published?
Well, I don't want the Democrats to know everything we're doing. However, if you go to earlyvoteaction.com, you can sign up as a volunteer. You can sign up to do letter writing or phone calling for Wisconsin. And I will be making the ballot harvesting manual available at earlyvoteaction.com.
Awesome.
Top secret.
Top secret. So one thing our viewers are very concerned about is if the elections can be stolen, why vote? And I think a lot of people feel very discouraged after the midterms and after 2020. What would be your word of encouragement to people who feel that way?
Well, first I want to say I understand. I would say to those people who feel that way, I hear you, I understand. But if I can just be blunt, to those same people, I would also say, at the end of the day, I don't care if the ship is sinking. I'm going to ship with that sink. I'm going to sink with that ship, and I'm going to fight for freedom regardless, because I think freedom is worth fighting for, and I would rather do everything in my power to win and fight for it peacefully than allow our freedoms to be taken away from us while I'm sitting on my hands. And so I just encourage everyone, look at my story. I'm an average guy that decided to say I will and I can, and I want people to be empowered that you at home can also do that.
So how can people follow you and keep up on the trail?
Sure. You can go to earlyvoteaction.com, or you can go to @ScottPressler. I'm on True Social, Getter, Telegram, Twitter, Facebook, Parler, Gab. I'm on
everything.
Everything. And my direct messages are open, so you can slide right into my DMs. I'm very accessible, and would love to connect with everyone at home.
Awesome. Well, you are doing such great work. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of Right Side Broadcasting. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And with that, we are going to toss to a commercial break.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank each and every one of you for your continued support. With everything going on right now, your rest is so important. That's why we're having the biggest MyPillow sale ever. Not only are my bed pillows as low as $19.98, but you can get the best body pillows ever. Regular $89.98, now only $29.98. Take your rest on the go with our Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows for only $14.98. And we have our new couch and accent pillows. They aren't just for looks. They have MyPillow's patented adjustable fill that gives you that amazing MyPillow comfort. In this economy, you get the best gifts ever for the best prices ever. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you get deep discounts on body, couch, bolster pillows, and so much more, including my original bed pillows for as low as $19.98. Please order now while quantities last.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the booth here. We are live at CPAC Day 2. Just as busy as Day 1, if not busier. What do you think, Grace?
Absolutely. It is just as busy as Day 1, that's for sure. And we've seen a lot of interesting optics, a lot of famous people walking around. We got Carrie Lake, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I must say that besides Mike Lindell, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene had the biggest entourage by far.
She did. Marjorie, Lindell, Carrie Lake. I feel like the three of those.
The three of them, and it makes sense. They're the top figures in the conservative movement. They're all America first, pro-Trump.
It does make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to quickly also give a shout out over to Birch Gold. If you are looking to find a way to switch up your traditional 401k or IRA, you can turn it into a IRA with precious metals. If you want to learn more about doing that, you can type text RSBN to 989898. Now is a great time to diversify into gold with Birch Gold Group, especially because it's times of high uncertainty right now. We know what they have done to our economy. And the United States right now, Grace, if we were to have to pay off all of our debt, every single citizen would have to cut a check for $275,000.
That's
just
insane.
Absolutely insane. So if those figures worry you, as they worry me, text send RSBN to 989898. I'm sorry, everything is backwards today, but they will send you a free info kit. It is completely no obligations, nothing necessary. So if you're just like, let's see what it's about, I'm curious, again, you can text RSBN to 989898. We want to give a big shout out to Birch Gold Group. We actually were able to do an interview with them yesterday, so you can check that out too. And they are just a great company. Their values align with ours, and we think that they'll be good for you as well. Again, zero cost, zero obligation to get that free info kit. Text RSBN to 989898.
Wonderful. And, it is Day 2 of CPAC. I am not sure who is actually speaking for the rest of the evening, but it's going to end soon. I think it ends at 5 p.m., and we'll be back at 8 a.m. live tomorrow morning.
They've got some good people saved for this evening. It looks like we're going to have Steve Bannon speaking, of course, the host of War Room. Everyone loves him. And then Nigel Farage as well. He's going to be the final speaker tonight.
Definitely a fan favorite.
They have to cut it early tonight because they've got their Reagan dinner, their fancy dinner tonight.
Okay, that makes sense. But
Yeah.
we will have President Trump here tomorrow speaking at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. So you guys will need to tune in for that and tell all of your friends and family that he is speaking. And he's known for going extra long at CPAC. He loves CPAC. It's where he has the famous photo hugging the American flag.
Yep.
And so you guys will not want to miss this speech. I'm sure he's going to go over his new policy videos he's been putting out and what his plans are to tackle Biden's economy and what's going on with China and every other issue you guys care about. So make sure that you guys share our link from our website, rsbnetwork.com. It is pinned to the top of the website, and you can also find it on Rumble and all of our other platforms.
Yeah, I'm excited for President Trump to speak tomorrow. He's also going to be doing a speech in Iowa on March 13th. That's a Monday. We will be there broadcasting that. He's going to lay out his policy plans for education. So this man is just a workhorse.
He's on the grind.
I got the email and I was like, already? We're already doing this? We're 2 years out, but this is incredible. That's the type of man you want to see in office, leading your country, someone that wakes up every day and just gets after it, as opposed to whatever decrepit human being is crawling through the halls of the West Wing right now. Speaking of crawling and just never having energy, I want to talk to you guys about our friends over at Blackout Coffee. Blackout Coffee is amazing. And it's not enough to simply taste great. You want your coffee to be something that you're proud of. You want to support the company by knowing that they align with your conservative values. That's why we're telling you to give them a try. Again, we try to only partner with people that are going to align with your conservative values. That is so important. We are personally recommending this coffee because they are 100% committed to conservative values. You can get 20% off your first order by using promo code RSBN. Again, promo code RSBN will get you 20% off your first order. These are huge savings. All you have to do is go to their website. Go to their website and use promo code RSBN. It's blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. Again, that's blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. I need some right now. I would do anything for a little iced latte.
An iced latte sounds
You've given up
pretty
caffeine.
good. We both have, but I think we both had a little bit of caffeine today.
Does tea count?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
certain tea. Green tea counts, black tea counts.
But it's so low. So I don't do well with caffeine.
Me neither.
I really I get jittery. It makes me feel awful.
Right.
So that's why I don't.
But if I were going to drink caffeine, it would be a latte. A
Me too.
caramel macchiato.
And I make exceptions for events like this here at CPAC, Trump rallies. Those are days I call them caffeine days because I'm just like, I got to get through them. I have to beat my normal, just like, I got to have dragon energy to keep up with President Trump's energy. And those are the days where I pull out my coffees. But I do love tea. I love tea as well. We need a tea sponsor.
We need a tea sponsor. We need all kinds of sponsors. But
Again, you guys, blackoutcoffee.com. Make sure you're spending money with people that support you and care about your family and your values. You can save 20% off today by going to blackoutcoffee.com/RSBN. Feel free to buy some and send it to me because I need it. Especially if President Trump is going to start these policy meetings and everything all over the country. I mean, I guess we'll be in Iowa next week. We got to plan that out.
We heard a whisper today that rallies are starting up very soon from someone who is very close to President Trump.
I've heard whispers. Laura was saying maybe April in her interview. I'm hearing end of March.
Who knows? It could be sooner. He has been teasing them a lot,
What
sending
did
out a lot of
you
emails.
hear? Secret.
I heard from a friend. I've heard from a little
A
bird.
source, a private source. Okay.
A source came talking about rallies coming up soon, and they're very excited, and they want to get back out there with us.
Yeah.
So that's all. That's all I can say.
We do want to get back out there. We're excited. RSBN will be at all the rallies. You don't have to worry about that. We'll be broadcasting them. We'll send our teams. We're saving up for it right now because we're just anticipating him just going all over the country.
And we will notify you guys every single time that there is a President Trump rally. We will send you a newsletter. We'll post it all of our social media channels. You guys can find us, if you haven't already, on all of our platforms, including Facebook. We got Instagram, Getter, Gab, True Social, Telegram. You guys can find us on any of those platforms in addition to Locals. Make sure you guys head to Locals. It is partnered with Rumble that you can basically, it's an exclusive kind of thing where you can pay a certain amount of money per month and then you get access to special live streams with Brian Glenn or RSBN's beautiful Liz Willis.
And you need to start doing them too.
I know.
People want grace. Look at the face. Beauty and Grace.
So sweet. So
it's
kind.
It's a cute name. Beauty and Grace.
Beauty and Grace.
That should be your Instagram handle.
So you guys got to go to Locals and sign up for our exclusive behind-the-scenes content that you won't see on any of our other platforms. Our studio works very hard on it. So, and lastly, sign up for our newsletter.
Definitely.
rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. We send you out a weekly email that includes our top 5 stories in addition to other trending topics that all of our readers like you are clicking on. And we also have a column by V. Summer Lane. She's our associate editor here at RSBN. So we send you all the inside scoop on everything. We have plenty of platforms to do that on, and you can find us on all of them at RSB Network, Right Side Broadcasting Network. So,
is there anything surprising about your data so far from CPAC? I mean, like, as socials, is it just doing well? It's doing normal?
Yeah.
Anything? Any outlier in that data?
I feel like it's doing as usual, and we're posting a lot of photos of the interviews that we have coming up, which again, you guys can actually find all of those right now on our website. Any congressman or senator that we've interviewed today or yesterday, you can find it on our website or on Rumble. But in terms of outliers, I don't really have any
Pretty
outliers.
standard.
It's
Pretty standard. Okay.
It's pretty standard, but I'm sure there will be tomorrow when Trump takes the stage.
Again, President Trump will be speaking tomorrow. You said 5:30, right?
Yeah.
5:30. We're going to be live, though, at like 8 a.m. So tomorrow's going to be the big day. Everyone shows up. There's lines. Hopefully some of you will come in to see it. We're excited to bring you all things President Trump tomorrow. This is your one-stop shop for the entire day.
We actually did a truth about it, about CPAC. So let's find it and read it to you guys. I'll be quick with it.
Find it. And then right after that, we are going to do a very quick commercial break. And when we come back from that, you'll be joined by Alex and Brian Glenn here at the RSBN booth.
Welcome to the My Pillow 2.0 commercial. Miss Makeup.
Well, you look good.
And action.
You're sleeping even better. We've got the best pillow ever. My Pillow 2.0.
It's a great name for a product. Good. Cut. We got it.
Welcome to the set of the My Pillow 2.0, the most amazing pillow in history. That new technology, you still have the My Pillow's patented fill, but now we have new technology we didn't have back when I invented My Pillow that's going to help you sleep. It's absolutely amazing, and you're the first ones that can check it out. Go to mypillow.com, use the promo code on your screen, and we brought back the buy one, get one free.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and my employees and I want to thank you for your continued support by bringing you the biggest bath sale ever. Get my 6-piece towel sets for the lowest price ever, only $39.96. His and her bathrobes, 50% off. Bath mats for as low as $17.49. And I'm also excited to announce the original My Slippers are back in stock. And now they come in even more colors and wide sizes. They're made with the same great patented technology, and yes, you'll still save $90 a pair. So get the biggest savings ever on bath sheets, bath mats, washcloths, hand towels, bathrobes, slippers, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and get deep discounts on all My Pillow bath products, including our 6-piece towel sets. Regular $89.98, now only $39.96. Get all your shopping in while quantities last, so please order now.
All right, back here at CPAC 2023 here at the Gaylord. Now, Alex, I don't know what I was doing when I was 11 years old, but our next guest is doing amazing things at the age of 11. Daniel joins us to talk about the organization, the foundation that he is, the group that he has organized, and how he is trying to save America, one 11-year-old after another. Welcome, Daniel, to CPAC.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's my third time actually on RSBN.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah, third time. The first one was my first Trump rally.
Okay.
My second one was at my second Trump rally where I had the honor to meet Trump, and this is my third at my first CPAC.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Okay, so where was the rally at for the first CPAC?
The first CPAC was in Sarasota.
Sarasota. That was that rained that day.
Yeah, that day it rained and it poured 4 times.
Liz and I often relive those nasty weather days that we had there. But you're glad you're here now.
Thank you.
Let's talk about what you formed and how you're getting involved and really getting kids to become more patriotic, fight for this country, right? And really learn the history about this country and learn to appreciate it.
So what I have created is Patriots Kids Foundation. And what we do is bring back the love from kids to our country, our history, our values, our Constitution, our family, God, and everything that's made America big.
And how about you go about doing that? I mean, is this through, you have meetings, you have groups, how's that work?
So what we have is various projects. And the first one is a Founding Fathers Week, where we are going to teach the kids and new generations about the lives, careers, financial balances of our founding fathers. We're also going to talk about the founding mothers, the wives, daughters, and mothers of the founding fathers, because they were an important part. They were the backbone of our founding fathers. They were the big support because they needed someone to help them. Because it was imagine, it's a group of men, and they needed someone I need help to express better my message. And there was the women, there were the daughters, there were the wives, and they would help out.
Alex, what do you think about that? Because I know that you've got a background in education. Listening to Daniel explain all of this, what does that make you think?
I mean, I'm very impressed. When I was 11 years old, I'm still not as smart as Daniel is, and it just amazes me. Daniel, my question to you is, I used to be into history a lot. I still am, but when I was your age, what got you so into history and so into politics at such a young age?
Well, I always liked history. History was a subject that I would always be reading. I would always be writing any article for school. I would be writing articles over history.
Wow.
Because it was something that I really was interested in. And then I started seeing a big rejection, and I started seeing that kids would have shame, actually, on being Americans, on being born in America, on our flag, on our Star-Spangled Banner, on our Pledge of Allegiance. Everything that makes America big, they had shame for. And I experienced that firsthand at home.
I was just going to ask you, Daniel, what's been some of the kickback from your friends, and positive and negative? I mean, what's been some of the reaction?
Well, I would actually say mostly negative, because...
Mostly negative? Really?
Yes, because kids, like I'm saying, they have been adoptionated, and this is the problem, because we have trusted the education of our kids to the schools and social medias, and they're penetrated by the left and by the 2030 agenda. And that already tells you everything. They have been adoptionated, and they don't like to know the truth. They don't like to say, look, this kid is going against it. It's very hard. Once you believe something for so long, and someone says, but that's not right, that's the other way around.
Yeah.
It's very hard to
It's very hard.
understand.
Okay, so let's look into that camera right now. There's a bunch of 11, 12-year-old kids around America watching us. What's your message to them, and how can they get a hold of you to maybe do exactly what you're doing in your community?
Well, my message is, read your Constitution, read your Declaration of Independence, get involved, and make sure that you get, if you want, your parents can help out on this, or you can do it by yourself. Get educated politically. What I mean this is that not by running for government, not for running for an office. No, what I mean is getting to know what's happening in your country, getting to know what your country's about, and what governs your country, what type of people govern your country. So when you're older, when you have the right to vote, and when you have the right to lead our country, you know, and that you will be acknowledged and say, thanks to Daniel. When I was watching RSBN with my parents, I learned and I educated myself politically, and now look, maybe now I'm a president, now I'm running for office, thanks to that kid. And you can find more information about me on PatriotKidsFoundation.com. I repeat that, PatriotKidsFoundation.com, and you can learn more about what we're doing, our projects. We have actually a new one that is, it's called A Way to America PAC. It's going to be a packet that consists of a Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, a coloring book about our Constitution, Declaration of Independence, our Founding Fathers, made by Patriots Kids Foundation, and we're going to give them a little flag, and it's all going to be a little packet where they can take them, and this is for the kids that are coming through the border.
There you go.
With their family. And the last one is that we are going to start conferences at the schools, where we're going to talk to the kids about our founding history, about why it's so important to have God in your life, why it's so important to have values, to have morality, to love your family, love your country, love your history. And we're going to be talking about all of that in conferences.
There's going to be a CPAC one day founded by Daniel, for sure. We appreciate your time, Daniel, as we once again send it back in here at 2023 CPAC.
Look, welcome to the My Pillow 2.0 commercial. Miss Makeup.
Well, you look good.
And action.
You're sleeping even better. We've got the best pillow ever. My Pillow 2.0.
It's a great name for a product. Good. Cut. We got it.
Welcome to the set of the My Pillow 2.0, the most amazing pillow in history. That new technology is still the My Pillow's patented fill, but now we have new technology we didn't have back when I invented My Pillow that's going to help you sleep. It's absolutely amazing, and you're the first ones that can check it out. Go to mypillow.com, use the promo code on your screen, and we brought back the buy one, get one free.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
Rovich, host of The Josh Hammer Show, Josh Hammer, and your moderator, CPAC Senior Fellow for Israel and Jewish Affairs, Yitz Tendler.
Okay, good afternoon, CPAC. It is good afternoon. It is so great to be here with two towering legal minds and great patriots, American patriots, Josh Hammer and Professor Eugene Kantorovich, to talk about a bunch of exciting issues. But before we talk about those issues, I know this is a very biblically literate audience. And you all are familiar with the Book of Esther, which is a book which will be read by Jews around the world in just a few days. We're celebrating the anniversary of the miracles that occurred in those books, and it's an ancient story of anti-Semitism and a miraculous salvation that the Lord allowed the Jewish people at the time to be saved. Looking at America today, question for my two panelists here, what are some thoughts you have about Jew hatred today in the United States of America, some parallels you see, some insights? Josh, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so great to be back at CPAC. So look, I mean, our stance when it comes to Jew hatred, anti-Semitism should be clear, unequivocal, unambiguous. We despise it, we loathe it, and has no part of our movement whatsoever. Period. Full stop, end of story. And, you know, I'm grateful to CPAC and to Matt Schlapp, who had a very powerful statement condemning Nick Fuentes just yesterday. But we've seen these outbursts just from all across the spectrum, whether it's the Ilhan Omar on the far left to Kanye West and Nick Fuentes. I'm not even going to call them the far right. I won't dignify them with that term. But wherever it comes from, we have an obligation and duty to condemn it. It is evil, and that's it. It's really that simple.
Excellent.
So today, the most important kind of anti-Semitism is the anti-Semitism that makes the largest number of Jews unsafe. And the largest number of Jews in the world live in the state of Israel. And a political program, even if it doesn't announce itself as anti-Semitic, that limits Israel's ability to defend itself, that supports the Palestinian Authority as it pays for the murder of Jews, that calls for areas of Jews' historical homeland, Judea and Samaria, to be off limits for Jews, to be Judenrein, that is a program that is in practice anti-Semitic and demands by the current administration that Jews not live in parts of their biblical homeland. It's hard to come up with a nice name for that.
Thank you, Eugene. Okay. On to some of the more wonky issues to discuss. The topic of this panel has to do with Israel's judicial reform. Many of you here in this audience probably know there's a lot of uproar around judicial reform in Israel specifically. And recently, Josh, you wrote an article called, which included the term "much ado about nothing," that all this uproar is a little bit overblown, it's a little bit exaggerated. Can you share a little bit about why you think that?
Sure. So, you know, I actually debated Alan Dershowitz on this very issue just a few nights ago. So what's happening in Israel, for those of you who follow the news, you've seen the protests in the streets of Tel Aviv, hundreds of thousands of people just going out there, probably have no idea what in the world they're talking about, to be totally candid with you. And the very first thing to say about what's happening in Israel, from my perspective, is that we shouldn't care. This debate is fundamentally a constitutional separation of powers debate internal to the state of Israel. And the very fact that the world purports to care, that President Joe Biden saw fit to stick his neck out and condemn the Netanyahu government, that is indicative itself of an anti-Semitic double standard, because there is no other country in the world that would be debating a separation of powers dispute between its legislature and its court that would attract the eyes of the United Nations and all of these liberals. The key point, and I'll turn over to Eugene after this, the key point to bear in mind when it comes to the judicial reform debate in Israel is that the Israeli Supreme Court has arrogated more power to itself than any court in the entire Western world. Anyone in the entire country can effectively bring any lawsuit at any time for any reason whatsoever. And the key part here, in the United States, when you litigate to the United States Supreme Court, the court is going to cite the Constitution if they're going to strike down a statute. Over there, you can strike down a law because it is unreasonable. So these liberal secular elites get elected to the Supreme Court, totally override the entire right-leaning government. It's a total travesty, but thankfully I think that we're going to get it passed.
Excellent.
Yeah, so you're going to hear in Israel that Israel is taking measures that undermine America's shared values with Israel. And nothing can be further from the truth. Because let's talk about what the actual situation is in Israel. In Israel, there is a deep state. There is a small group of elite lawyers and technocrats that have managed to control the country such that elections don't matter. And as they say in Israel, vote right, get left. Because even when you elect a right-wing government, the judges and other bureaucrats prevent right-wing policies from being implemented. So this is what they're doing in Israel that's supposedly against American values. They're discussing having politicians have some role in picking the judges. Currently, the judges are picked by a committee controlled by themselves. In other words, sitting Supreme Court judges control the committee, a bunch with a few other lawyers, that picks their own successors. So we're talking about having politicians have some role in the appointment of judges. The Supreme Court in Israel has said that it can consider whether amendments to Israel's pseudo-constitution, to the laws that they have claimed are constitutional, they can declare constitutional amendments unconstitutional as against the true higher secret liberal constitution that only they are privy to. So they can strike down constitutional amendments, and they have said that the Attorney General, who you'd think is the government's lawyer, can veto any government policy without as much as a written opinion. So if the government wants to do reform on the borders, refugee policy, if the government now is, as it's talking about, to have a death penalty for terrorists, the Attorney General says, the court's not going to like it, and that's the end of it. And the Attorney General in Israel can come and actually argue in court against the government. The Supreme Court has also declared that it has the power to impeach, effectively, the Prime Minister and remove officials elected by the people. So those are the things we're trying to change in a way that's going to make Israel only more like America, strengthen democracy, and strengthen the values that we hold in common with other Western democracies.
Thank you, Eugene. Thank you, thank you. So looking out at this great audience, I see what we call the grassroots core of the conservative movement here in the United States of America. So a two-part question for both of you. Number one is, why should your average rank-and-file CPAC attendee care so much about judicial reform in Israel, number one? And number two is, practically speaking, as activists, what can our activists do to move the needle on this issue?
So great questions. But first, I just want to very briefly emphasize something that Eugene said, because I think it's an important point to drive home. So what Eugene has accurately said is that the court over there has taken unto itself the ability to overturn the Constitution itself. So that is basically the equivalent here of if you have a liberal United States Supreme Court of literally just repealing the Second Amendment, of saying you do not actually have a right to own guns. It is a truly insane system. So I just want to underscore that point. Now, why should the grassroots here care? Well, I have a few reasons for that. One is it's important to bear in mind that what's happening there, so Netanyahu, who I'm a fan of, obviously, he's firmly right of center. His coalition is probably the most right-wing coalition in the history of the Jewish state of Israel, in its 75-year history. They cannot get anything done. They literally cannot do anything unless judicial reform passes first, because no matter what they do, the court can then just strike it down on the most arbitrary grounds possible because it is unreasonable to try to incorporate parts of Judea and Samaria into Israel or some other policy that you can possibly think of. So if you support the U.S.-Israel alliance, if you support the Benjamin Netanyahu government, you have a duty, I think, to care about judicial reform, because literally nothing will happen unless this happens first. And one other reason I think to care about this is that the analogies for what the Netanyahu government is going through compared to what Donald Trump went through for his 4 years are incredibly stark. The parallels are actually, I would say, are possible. Benjamin Netanyahu have been indicted and are being prosecuted for incredibly frivolous, legally dubious grounds, I think would be a mild way of saying it. And just as you have judicial oligarchy over there, Trump fought the deep state. It's the exact same thing. That's why this panel is called the deep state. You have a cloistered cluster of homogenous groupthink liberals who are trying to overturn the will of the democratically elected right-of-center government. That was the exact dynamic Donald Trump faced. It's the exact dynamic Netanyahu's facing now. It's very similar, actually, in a way, to kind of what happened in Brazil recently. Poland, Hungary, other countries around the world have faced similar struggles. But it is our duty as conservatives in the U.S., Hungary, Brazil, Israel, wherever, to kind of stand in unison and support one another's efforts, I think.
Excellent. Thank
you. It's amazing, and it's almost like it's part of a divine plan. But when you look at the history of Israel, Israel is always at the forefront of fighting every challenge to freedom faced by the West. During the Cold War, Israel was the forward bastion in the Middle East against Soviet communism. During the past 20 years, Israel is at the forefront of the fight against political Islamism.
Wow.
And today, there's a new phenomenon that we see, and we see it in Europe, and we see it throughout the world, which is a threat to democracy that comes from inside Western institutions that seek to redefine democracy. And that's what's happening in Israel. And if they succeed in Israel, it's not going to stop in Israel. There is a new definition of democracy. When they say that they're planning to make this, to end democracy in Israel, obviously they mean promote democracy, as in not have the people's elected officials removable by an elite priestly class that is unelected and unresponsive to the people. But they say, you know what? Democracy no longer means people vote for the government. Democracy means you get the policy results arrived at by, let's say, Germany and France 2 years ago, or you're not democratic. Democracy is about results, right? It's like the new definition of equality. Either you achieve all of the social policies we think are important, or you're not democratic. And that idea is going to come here. It's also an idea about the rule of experts. The rule of experts, and we saw where that got us during the COVID pandemic. But there's something that the American grassroots supporters of Israel, people here at CPAC, and it's so important, I know, for people in Israel to have your support. There's a few things you can do. Normally, I would say Israel's constitutional structure, Israel's political system, is a matter for Israelis. But now that Secretary of State Blinken, now that President Biden have gotten involved, now that they are targeting these reforms, it's important for you to talk to your senators. It's important for American politicians, American activists, to be loudly heard in Israel as saying, if you have political selection of judges, we're still going to be friends with you. Of course, we have political selection of judges here in America. And it's important for Israelis to hear that message because they're feeling very isolated. Now, there's another tactic that is being used by opponents of the reform. They're creating a climate of crisis and hysteria to scare off foreign investors and try to isolate Israel economically. Israel is a small country, and this is something that scares even people who support the reforms, are afraid that it's going to scare off foreign investors, foreign tourists. So now it's more important than ever. If you have a business deal with Israel, do it. If you want to go to Israel, now is the time to do it. It's important for Israel to feel that they're not going to be isolated as a result of not wanting to be governed by an unelected, self-selecting group of lawyers.
Excellent. Go ahead, Joe.
So I want to just emphasize one other key point that Eugene made here, which is this conflation, and it is a disingenuous conflation that the left in Israel and the left in the United States makes between democracy on the one hand and liberalism or progressivism on the other hand. So the judicial reform package that the Netanyahu government is pushing is, by very definition of the word democracy, it is pro-democracy, it is democratic. It's trying to take power back to the people away from unaccountable elites. If you think back to the Dobbs decision, which was a heroic and courageous decision from the Supreme Court last June, the left did the exact same thing here. They said that this was an anti-democracy, anti-democratic move to overturn the wretched decision of Roe versus Wade. But if you think about it, Dobbs was the most pro-democracy decision imaginable. It literally gave power back to the people to decide that the unborn child is worth protecting under the rule of law. So, there's a very plugged-in crowd here, so I would just remind you, be very, very, very vigilant about what the left does here. It is very clever, it's disingenuous, but they know exactly what they're doing. Democracy is not the same thing as liberalism. You can be pro-democracy and conservative, or pro-democracy and liberal, but there are increasingly few of those out there, I think, yes.
And Israel's at the forefront of this battle right now and needs your support.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Eugene. Thank you all. God bless you all. Thanks for everything that all of you do.
I'm Mike Lindell, and in light of the recent events, your continued support means everything.
What's up, everyone? You're watching Your Freedom Rising. We are watching CPAC 2023 thanks to Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN. And it's good to be here with you all. Shout out to everyone who stopped by the chat and the stream. We're about halfway through this weekend's convention. It is a Thursday, Friday, Saturday event. And so we'll be looking forward to some more keynote speakers.
Bannon.
Yeah. Steve Bannon. All right. The host of War Room, Steve Bannon. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I'd like to be able to report that we're just in a crisis or there's a crisis coming, but that's not the case. There's no longer a gathering storm. The storm is here.
Yeah. Yep.
The storm is here. This is the most dangerous time in world history since the late 1930s, early 1940s. And how did we get here? Our betters, our elites led us here step by step by step.
Yep.
What you have now is you have two converging crises. A crisis of capital markets and economics, and a crisis of geopolitical and military. And they're converging very rapidly, and then they're going to conflate. And once they conflate, they're going to spin out of control. And it's anybody's bet. Now remember, we came off of, on 3 November of 2020, 4 years of peace and prosperity.
Yeah. Yep.
The interest rate, the 10-year Treasury in the evening of 3 November, when Fox News illegitimately called it for the opposition and not Donald J. Trump,
right?
Of which our nation has never recovered, which has never recovered. The interest rate in the 10-year Treasury was 0.8%. 0.8%. Today, for the first time, and God knows when, the entire structure of our interest rates from 1-month treasuries to 30-year treasuries went over 4%.
Wow.
Do you understand that the system is set up of debt? It cannot take those type of interest rates. You will be absolutely crushed, and the people crushed the most are the millennials that now have $9 trillion of debt.
Wow.
They are going to be Russian serfs. They're not going to own anything with no possibility of owning anything.
Wow.
Professor Rubini just told us about the financial aspects of it. We're going to have recession, inflation, stagflation, depression, debt crisis. Dr. Doom, who called 2008, said it's only going to get worse because the world's got $300 trillion of debt. Wow. Now let's talk about the United States, right? What do we have? $32 trillion of debt? That's nothing. The CBO reports you're going to have another $20 trillion of debt in 10 years. You're going to be paying $1 trillion a year in interest payments. It's not sustainable.
No.
Who got us here? Well, Joe Biden, yeah, but he got here because of the compromise made by the establishment Republicans in the Senate. They took away the gavel from you.
Yeah.
What are they doing right now? You need dramatic cuts. You need dramatic cuts in spending right now, and not one penny increase to the debt ceiling, not one penny. If you prioritize the payments, there's plenty of cash. The cash comes in, we pay off the interest. We pay off any securities that come due. We never default in the debt ever. We pay off Social Security and Medicare. And then we have to have a conversation, right? We have to have a conversation. It's not an easy conversation. All the easy decisions of decades ago. Now, on top of that, this converges, right? This converges on the geopolitical situation. Look what happened since Trump left office. You have the Ayatollahs in Iran, right? Tell us how safe do our allies in Israel feel right now? How safe do they feel? Ayatollahs going to Beijing, having a military ceremony, going to bring Xi to Tehran. You got the merger of the KGB and the CCP. You've got Erdogan. You have our great allies in Saudi Arabia already taking and transferring oil to Chinese currency away from the U.S. dollar.
Wow.
You have North Korea and the radical jihadis in Pakistan. You have a convergence on the Eurasian landmass. And what are we doing? We're turning over our foreign policy to Zelensky to let him determine whether he's going to go take Crimea or not.
Wow.
In all of this convergence, where's Merrick Garland today? Is Merrick Garland at DOJ trying to arrest all the infiltration by the Chinese Communist Party in this country? Is he at DOJ helping Ray say, oh, well, they won't help us on the Wuhan lab. You know, maybe we need help. He's in Ukraine. He's in Ukraine. Yellen goes to Ukraine. She doesn't go to East Palestine, Ohio.
Right.
She goes to Ukraine. The convergence of these two crises is going to lead us into a third world war. A third world war that are not only going to wipe you out economically and financially in this country, more important, your sons and daughters are going to die on foreign battlefields. Are you prepared for that? Do you support that?
No.
I can't hear you. Do you support it or not?
No.
Because if you don't stand up and fight it, it's going to happen. You can't put all this just on Donald J. Trump. This has to be the American people. You underwrite the entire system.
Yeah.
Are you prepared to fight back? Are you prepared to sit down and just take it?
Woo! Come on.
The elites say you're too stupid, you're too lazy, and you're too disconnected watching television and watching the bread and circus of modern culture to care. Is that true?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because you underwrite the whole system. The neoliberal neocon system globally is underwritten by you. Your taxes, your pension money, the insurance money, and most importantly, your sons and daughters. You're the one that can tell Congress, hey, not one increase to the debt ceiling, and we want to see massive cuts. We want to see massive cuts in spending, and we want to see it now, not next year. Don't give me some happy talk formula. Don't give me some set of mathematics. I want to see real cuts. Now, when you talk about real cuts, and Russ Vogt's put it out, the president, Biden is always running around talking about it, $2 trillion in cuts over the next 10 years, I think, in Medicaid. These are going to be tough cuts, okay? Get the woke and weaponization out. Don't think everyone's going to be a fight, a tough fight. But think about it for a second. We have to cut trillions of dollars out of our budget every year to accumulate to trillions of dollars over the next 10 years. Everyone's going to be ugly, right? We're giving $200 billion to Ukraine. We're paying their pensions. We're paying their health care. Do people under 35, do you have pensions that the government's paying for right now? You do not. Do you have full health care? You do not. We are underwriting, which Europe will not underwrite. I have no problem at all. If the Ukrainian people want to fight a Slavic war for the Russian-speaking eastern border of Ukraine, and if they want to go to Crimea and take it back, God bless them. And the Europeans are going to pay for it. We've paid enough in the wars in Europe.
Yes.
We're not a European power.
Right.
We're a Pacific power.
Come on. Yeah.
I need them on Capitol Hill and on Wall Street in the city of London to hear you. Can I hear you? Are you going to send your sons and daughters to this war? And this is a room of veterans, and this is a room of patriots that have served their country. Now, let me tell you where the hard part gets. The hard part gets, we've had the oligarchs on the Republican Party, the big hedge fund guys making $16 billion a year, Ken Griffin and Mitch McConnell and Rupert Murdoch. They have deemed, they have told you that Donald J. Trump is not going to be the president of the United States. Don't fall for the primary stuff. You have really good and decent people. Governor DeSantis, Mike Pompeo, Tim Scott. You have Nikki Haley. That's all fine. It's not relevant. We don't have time for on-the-job training for a man that gave us 4 years of peace and prosperity.
Yeah. Come on. Woo!
Show me what Ken Griffin has given us. Show us what Mitch McConnell has given us. Show us what Mitch McConnell has given us. Show us what the Murdochs, a bunch of foreigners, have given us. What have they given this country? Nothing. Donald J. Trump, let me repeat, in a very volatile time in American history, gave us 4 years of peace and prosperity. And you know why? You know why? He put you in the room to make decisions. Out of the room, out of the deal. And Trump not only put you in the room, he put you at the head of the table.
Come on.
And that's why they hate him. They don't hate him. They don't hate him because he's Trump. They hate him because he represents you. He gives you a voice, and he will not back down. Look at Fox News. Look at Fox News. The president announces his, this is historic. A guy gave you 4 years of peace and prosperity, announced he's going to run again after having it stolen in broad daylight, of which they participate in. They cover it live for 20 minutes, and then they say, if there's anything newsworthy, we'll cut back, and they go to some panel and some discussion. Note to Fox senior management, when Donald J. Trump talks, it's newsworthy.
Yeah, come on.
What happened in the first week of January? You had Matt Gaetz and Boebert and the Magnificent Six that stood there and put it all on the line. And what did Fox News do? They rolled out Karl Rove and the hacks from the Bush administration that got us in this mess to say, we need unity. We need unity. We're not looking for unity. We're looking for victory.
Yeah. Woo! Come on.
We're not looking for compromise. We're looking to save our country.
Yeah.
We are not, what they mean by unity is you to give up and you to roll over. This is how you get $32 trillion in debt, going to $52 trillion in debt. This is how you get your kid to die on foreign battlefields in Iraq and Afghanistan and now in Ukraine. That's how you do it, and we're not going to have it anymore. Donald J. Trump is not simply a leader of a political party. He is not a politician. He is a leader of the most powerful political movement in American history.
Yes.
Woo!
on.
Okay, Murdoch, here's the way it's going to be, brother. You've disrespected Donald J. Trump long enough, okay? He goes to East Palestine and gets the Biden administration. It's a global news event, and you don't cover it live. Is there that much happening on Fox News at 2 in the afternoon that you can't cover him live? He hasn't been on Fox News since he announced for presidency. Let me ask you, any guy that brought peace to the world for 4 years until the Chinese let off a bioweapon, right? Wouldn't you think, to have respect for the audience, you would have him back up here to talk about the geopolitical? If you had respect for people, wouldn't you do that? They don't respect you. Read the depositions. The deposition, they have a fear, a loathing, and contempt for you. And you're the ones that can make changes. The shareholders, if you want your share price to stay up, you need to take action. The first thing you need to do is get rid of Paul Ryan as an independent director.
Yeah.
If Paul Ryan's saying if Trump wins, he's not going to go, then you got to get rid of him. The Murdochs immediately have to start covering President Trump. No special deals. Just cover the man, asking the tough questions. But we need to hear the voice of Donald J. Trump.
Yep.
Hey, and old man Murdoch, while you're at it, why don't you no more softball interviews to the guys running against him and no more infomercials, okay? Play it straight. You play it straight. Donald Trump's going to win the primary, and Donald Trump's going to win the presidency.
Woo!
Let me leave you with what Trump is up against. He's not up against DeSantis or Nikki Haley or Mike Pompeo. He's up against Ken Griffin and Mitch McConnell and Murdoch, okay? They have deemed if he wins the primary, they're going to work for the Democrats just like they worked for Hillary Clinton. I was there. I can tell you they were in Clinton's camp the entire way. All they are is about money. And the only people can stop them on the face of the earth are you, and you. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA.
Yeah.
Remember, Murdoch, you've deemed Trump's not going to be president. Well, we've deemed that you're not going to have a network because we're going to fight you every step of the way.
Come on!
If your task and purpose is to take your country back, this country will be saved.
Yes. Yeah. Shout out to the chat. You're watching Your Freedom Rising. Thanks to RSBN for the live feed. CPAC Day 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome leader of Brexit and host of GBTV News Channel, Nigel Farage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. What a lovely welcome. Good afternoon, CPAC. Do you know, when I first came and spoke here, it was in 2012, and I was the only non-American foreigner on the stage. Not that that worried me, because I think that our two countries have a heck of a lot in common. But I come back to CPAC today in 2023, and you go through the coffee rooms and the bars, and you meet people who are here from Japan, where CPAC has events, from Australia, where CPAC has events, from Hungary, where CPAC had its first inaugural events. There are people here from France, from Spain, from Italy, from all over the world, and this conference, this annual conference of CPAC, has now become, for the entire conservative movement across the free world, this is now the epicenter, and it is an amazing tribute to Matt and Mercedes Schlapp to have achieved that. It really is. It really, really is. Now, not for the first time in my life, I find myself today in a bit of trouble with the UK authorities. You see, a story has broken overnight. A lot of WhatsApp messages have been leaked between the Prime Minister, senior officials who were overseeing lockdowns, mask mandates, vaccine mandates. The people that took charge of our country. And the story that's broken overnight, and here it is. I went to Tulsa in the summer of 2020 for Donald Trump's first rally on the campaign tour.
Nice.
And I did that because I'm a friend of his. I did that because I believe in him. I did that because I think he's just about the bravest man I've ever met in my entire life.
Wow.
Trouble was, coming back from Tulsa under bizarre, draconian lockdown rules, it meant I had to quarantine at home for a fortnight. Now, what was a fortnight? What was 14 days? Did it include the day that I'd landed back in the United Kingdom? And I was presented with a dilemma, because for the first time in months, the pubs, our great British pubs, which had been closed for all that time, the pubs were opening. Well, I did the only thing I thought I could possibly do.
Went to the pub.
I was there at 12 o'clock in the morning, knocking on the door, saying, let me in. I want to get back in the pub. Not just because I enjoy a beer, but because every pub is a parliament. Oh. It's where we have free speech and debates, question each other, make up our minds. Anyway, they let me in. I had a drink. There were one or two photographs, things out on social media. But it turned out that I hadn't actually been in the country for a full 14 days. Even though I'd COVID tested the day before, no, I'd been there, I think for 13 nights and 12 hours. And it led to the leader of our Liberal Party writing to the police. But worse than that, what we've learned overnight is that Matt Hancock, who was our health secretary, absolute pipsqueak of a loser, but never mind. I mean, sort of chap, if you were employing him, you wouldn't even let him wash the cars, in my view, but never mind. And so Hancock's group are talking to each other, and they're saying, because of what I've done, that I'm a pub hooligan.
A pub hooligan.
Now, you know, you can call me what you like. I'm not a hooligan. But they actually, in these messages, say they want to get hold of our Home Affairs Department because they want, and I quote, to lock him up.
Wow.
To lock him up. And what this tells me today is a couple of things that matter. And it's this. In the name of coronavirus, governments, state governors in America took away from us liberties and freedoms that had been built, defended, fought for over generations and over centuries. We gave unlimited power to people to lock us inside our houses, to tell us we couldn't visit our elderly relatives, to tell us in our case we couldn't even play golf or go fishing. No, we had to do what big government told us to do. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what tyranny looks like.
Yes,
And you know what?
It is.
On the back of this, I've admitted today that I also broke lots of other lockdown rules. Yeah. I went to meet my elderly parents, often outside in a safe environment. I met friends, sat in the garden, had a barbecue, had a drink. I went fishing. You see, the point is this: when laws become enemies of men, men become enemies of laws. Woo! And I will not ever, if any government ever tries to take away my liberties again like that, I'm going to be a rebel from day one, and I suggest you join me in that. Now, in some ways, these are very difficult times for Conservatives in the English-speaking world. You guys have to be frank. It's all well and good saying we won the House. The midterms were a big disappointment. We need to look in the mirror and acknowledge that. In other parts of the English world, the Conservative movement's in real trouble. Go north to Canada. Oh, don't you like Justin Trudeau? The trouble is, he's not a loser, he's in power, and that's the problem I'm talking about. What he did to the Canadian truckers was beyond comprehension. People who had acted and lived their lives within the law found themselves outside of the law, and in the end, their bank accounts were closed. We can go to Australia, which has now become one of the wokest places on earth. We can go to New Zealand. But hey, there's some good news there. Jacinda Ardern has gone. That at least is a bit of good news. And we can go to the UK, where the Conservatives were elected with a massive majority, much of which I literally gave them on a plate. Elected as Conservatives, they've governed as Liberals. We're tied to net zero and a whole bunch of lunacy. And yet, in Europe, Conservatives are making real progress. They're making real progress in France. They're making real progress in Spain. They're making huge progress in Italy.
Good thing.
And I'm not ashamed to say that Giorgia Meloni is my new pin-up. No question about it. So why is conservatism doing well in a non-English speaking world and as badly as it is in our world? I'll tell you why. It's what comes from the West Coast. It's what comes from big tech. It is the dominance of those companies in the English-speaking world that has spread this poison through our systems. I'm hoping and praying that Elon Musk taking over Twitter starts to redress some of this balance. Right. I really am. And we'll see. But these are depressing times for Conservatives. Just this week, in the British Isles, we had a case of a drag queen invited to speak to a group of 11-year-old children. Boys and girls of 11 being told there are 73 different genders.
Wow.
Girls being told they can take a part of skin, a graft of their skin from their arms to make a male implement. That's about the most diplomatic way I think I can possibly put that. And a kid in the class says, my mummy and daddy tell me there are two genders. There are men and women. And a kid of 11 is kicked out of the class.
Wow.
And you know, if you've got kids or grandkids going through the university system, they're not even being taught critical thinking. They're not even being taught objectivity. So it would be easy for this audience, in the wake of a disappointing midterm, in the wake of the catastrophe that is the southern border in this country, in light of rising crime, horrendous rising crime in American cities. In light of all of these things, it could be easy in a quiet, reflective moment to think we're losing. And maybe we've lost. Maybe we've lost everything. The Judeo-Christian principles upon which civilization were founded are under attack. The belief that the family is a good thing and a good unit in which to bring up children is viciously under attack. We can easily get down and depressed. I'm going to tell you why you shouldn't get down and depressed. Because whoever dominates mainstream media, whatever you read in the New York Times, if that's what you choose to do in your free time, or whatever you see on CNN or elsewhere, the truth is, there is still in America and across the free world, there is still a mainstream majority for common sense, for decency.
Yes.
It's still there.
Yes.
You ask Americans about voter ID. 75% of Americans support voter ID. 50% of Democrats support voter ID. You ask most people about our roots, our family, they agree. Here's why we can win. In Scotland, which if you haven't been, is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. It's part of the United Kingdom. Of course, Donald Trump's mum came from Scotland. He's half Scottish. But in Scotland, for the last few years, they've been under the rule of a First Minister called Nicola Sturgeon. She wanted Scotland to become the most progressive country in the world.
Wow.
And Stacey legislation. And then a few months ago, she passed a new Gender Recognition Act, where kids of 16, without reference to a doctor, without any parental consent at all, kids of 16 could change their gender, legally change their gender. 80% of Scots didn't want it, but the Scottish Parliament pushed it through. And then a legal case occurred. A man, a really bad guy, who'd committed 2 rapes, turns up in court for his trial wearing a wig, telling the judge and the jury that he's now a woman, gets a long prison sentence and gets sent to a woman's prison. Changes women. And suddenly, that pendulum that's gone that way for all those years has swung back. Nicola Sturgeon has now resigned as First Minister of Scotland. The legislation has been scrapped. It's gone.
Yes.
And the silent majority have had their voices heard. If they can turn it around in Scotland against a woman with that huge level of power, can you turn it round in this great country of the United States of America? Can you turn this round?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Can you turn this round? Will you turn this round? Good. Well, save America and you'll save the free world. And I love you and thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Well, guys, it looks like it's been a long, long day of day 2. And I got to say, you know, day 1 kicked it off pretty strong, Liz, but day 2 followed up just evenly as successful.
Yeah, I thought maybe day 1, we're excited, it's just getting started. Day 2, But day 3, always President Trump, so there's no worries there. But I was wrong again.
Yeah.
Because it has just as as much excitement for day 2. The same people, I mean, they are here for hours and hours, meeting friends, hanging out. There's different people coming in every day for their speeches. Today we got Carrie Lake, we got Marjorie Taylor Greene, we got to see Laura Trump. I mean, a great turnout. They really divided up the talent really well to make each day just as interesting as the next.
They did. We're going to recap the day 2 here in just a second, but first let's thank our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Guys, let me tell you something. We've been talking about the economy. We've been talking about inflation, savings, and there's one way you can do it. Well, there's a right way you can do it, and that's to diversify your account, and that includes putting gold, silver, and precious metals in your savings. So our friends over the Birch Gold Group has made it super easy to get all of that done. Just text the words RSBN to 989898. Now, they're not saying that you need to put all of your investments in gold. That would be foolish, but they do believe you should have substantial presence in what has become a very safe haven for investments, and that is silver and gold and precious metals. So right now they have a free information kit, and guys, they have made it super easy, especially being here at CPAC. Text the words RSBN to 989898 for that free information gold kit. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, what's some of your takeaways? We've had some great speeches that you had. Marjorie Taylor Greene kind of early in the day kicked it off, talked about the Protect Children's Innocent Act. She stopped by the booth there. That was one of my favorites because I know a lot about that bill. How about you?
It's really hard to say, Brian. They had so many good speakers and so many good speeches today. It's really difficult to narrow it down to one. But I will say I was really excited by the lineup, having people like Laura Trump, or even having others. They even had Nikki Haley up there today speaking to everybody, and there was a whole thing with that. But they really did have a very interesting lineup, and it's always neat to see everything. I'm very excited for tomorrow, though, particularly, well, of course, 2 speeches. One, President Trump, but James O'Keefe is going to be speaking tomorrow, too. I think it's the first time really publicly in a setting like this where he's going to be speaking after his exodus from Project Veritas. So I'm very curious to see what he has to say in that speech. Also, the mayor of Miami is walking by our booth right now, which I find very interesting. But
I was wondering
that's the mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez. Yes, the Republican mayor of Miami is walking by at the moment.
Because when you think about that, a Republican mayor of Miami.
Exactly.
How then? It seems like those things don't really go together.
Well, you know what, Brian? In 2022, Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio won Miami-Dade County by massive margin, which is very unheard of. You think Miami is a Democrat stronghold, but they really did well, particularly with the Hispanic vote and the Cuban vote that typically used to be a Democrat safe vote, but then it went to DeSantis and Marco Rubio. And, President Trump made Miami-Dade very close in 2020. I think he lost it by 7 points, which Miami-Dade, that's an impressive margin. And then for DeSantis and Rubio to win that really speaks to their campaign styles and their 10 years in office. So it's very interesting. Then you have Francis Suarez in office there.
Yeah. Liz, thoughts on some of your takeaways from the speakers for today?
I love being at the booth. I hate that I can't be in there listening to the speeches. I do have to go home and listen to it at night. And that's what I'm going to do today. That's what I did yesterday. Now, as far as tomorrow goes, I'm excited about the lineup. I think it's great. We've got Jair Bolsonaro, the president of Brazil, is going to be speaking. They have his son on a panel a little bit earlier. We've got Tulsi Gabbard. I think it's her first time.
Yeah.
I know she spoke at the Lincoln dinner last year, I believe.
Yeah, she was.
But I think this is her first time speaking on stage. Possibly, I could be wrong. I think it's interesting. I guess we did something right if we brought. What was this? Almost 3-4 years ago, she was a Democrat presidential candidate.
Yeah.
And now she's speaking on the stage at CPAC.
But I will say this: I'm not willing to hand her over the keys to the kingdom on
I'm
that.
not saying that.
I'm with you on that.
I don't care. But I'm not voting for her for anything right now. But
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, well, I would. Something's working.
Yeah,
I
like the fact
switching parties.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean she needs to be the president or the VP or anything.
I know when I hear
that.
people start giving her leadership roles, I'm like, pump the
Yeah,
brakes. She's
I'm
not even an
interested-
elected member of anything
I'm
right
just
now.
interested to see that.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, we've got James O'Keefe. We've got President Trump. There's a great lineup tomorrow.
Yeah, there really is. And, of course, this all builds up to Liz, Alex, next year we got election year. And that means that we're all going to be on the road traveling nonstop. And that's what this means.
Together.
together.
Together
the
again.
band's getting back together here
Yes.
for too long. But it's going to be definitely a long road to 2024, and it does start at CPAC here in D.C. And of course, we don't know, Liz, if there's going to be another CPAC maybe 6 months from now, closer to when 6 months from now. You're looking at the fall, October.
That'd be crazy. Imagine all the presidential.
That would be. If I'm a betting man, that there is a CPAC in the fall,
Yeah.
October, November, just because of the nature of what's going on. But we're so glad you're joining us. We want to recap a little bit of how you can watch this as well. Rumble's been a big partner for us. We want to thank all the guys at Rumble for allowing us to stream a lot of content that you can't necessarily show on traditional social media. I mean, we've had our time we've slept on the couch in our timeout and pretty much a lot of our history of this network, but we're not sleeping on the couch anymore. We're sleeping in the bed because we got Rumble. We watch us also on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and then of course follow us on True Socials and all that stuff like that. We also want to thank our good friends over at Eastspired. We don't have the book out here. It's a wonderful book. We've been
Did someone steal it? I wouldn't be surprised. It's
I wouldn't
adorable.
be surprised. It's so good. We've been talking about all the accomplishments for President Trump, and a lot of times you're not going to hear it from the mainstream media. Your kids aren't going to hear it in school, and they're sure as heck not going to hear it on social media. But you can share the accomplishments of President Trump. And Liz, Alex, you've read this book. You've looked through it. It's amazing.
We showed it off earlier today. We were going through page by page, the beautiful illustrations. It's perfect to stock up on for all of your family members, whether you have a kid or not. Like most people have friends with kids, or you have neighbors. You might be an aunt like me or an uncle, and this is just perfect. It's a perfect gift. I would get it and just give it to you. Hold on to it. You can give it to them for their birthday or Christmas. Who doesn't love a fun, colorful book? Even if my niece can't even read, but I know she would scream if she saw how illustrations, and it's educational. It highlights all of the accomplishments of President Trump.
And it's free.
And it's free.
You pay a shipping and handling is all you pay, so they've made it really good. Mike Huckabee, amazing governor, former governor of Arkansas, Alex, great guy to basically push this book out.
You can get that freetrumpbook.com, by the way, so check them out.
Yeah, we definitely want to do that. And they're a big supporter of today's broadcast, and so we want you guys to take advantage of that special offer. Go get that free Trump book and share it with your friends and just pay the shipping and handling. Okay, so programming note, back here tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is the day. It's Saturday, which means it's going to be a headlining day, and so we're on day 3 of all of this. We're going to kick it off early in the morning. We'll push out on social media exactly what times people need to tune in for that, because we'll be here with our interviews, and we've got some pretty cool interviews. You hate to spray all your interviews on the first day of CPAC, because then by the 3rd day you've already talked to everybody, but tomorrow we have some very unique stuff. We got everything from fighting the CCP in China, and I just did an interview with one of the organizations over there. They're going to come on tomorrow and talk about how we must step up and fight the Chinese Communist Party, and ways that we can do it, and ways that corporate America can do it as well. We'll talk about that, but we're looking forward to it.
It's going to be a great day. I'm looking forward to it as well. Make sure you are following us across the board in our social media platforms. We are less than 100,000 away from 1 million on Twitter, so that's so easily done. I know so many of our viewers left Twitter when they removed President Trump, as you should, but if you've happened to re-download it, or if you're considering it, consider giving us a follow as well, please, because we would just love to hit that 1 million mark. We have over 1 million on YouTube, so we might as well have 1 million on Twitter too. And we can just show the left that they're not stopping us. So give us a follow at RSB Network on Twitter. It's on Getter, it's on Instagram, everything except Truth Social. That's just at RSBN. And we thank you guys so much for being here with us today. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
For Liz, Alex, and myself, and Grace, we say so long from Washington, D.C., here at the beautiful Gaylord. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning.